Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Gears Community Series. My name is Colin the Crow Clark, and I am joined by one of the biggest brains to ever pick up a set of sticks. Well, for him, it's a hand on a mouse and a keyboard. It is the one and the only, the vivacious Toby Campbell. Such a beautiful face to be looking at on a Sunday afternoon.
What an amazing intro. Thank you so much, Colin. It's a pleasure to be casting with you again after such a long time. We've been away from the mic together. And you had to bring up my mouse, didn't you? You had to bring up this device within the first 10, 15 seconds. Listen, I like Gears on controller as well. And I
I didn't say
competed
you
in
didn't like
UE
it.
with controller. And so, as we're playing UE, I'm going to pretend that I'm a controller god. But I might be a little bit washed up.
Hey,
Maybe.
look, I
Maybe a
will
little bit.
always be in your corner to say that you're a controller god. But look, let's get right to the action. Let's get right to the meat and bones of this situation. We've got a bracket all set up for everybody. The winner's bracket you see there, MVPs versus NYS, already locked and loaded there in the winner's final. One of those teams has to go down there, though, to that loser's bracket final. We've got a couple of matchups going on there in the loser's bracket as well, but some pretty tough games thus far today. A couple of heartbreaking maps as well. Things going 5-4 as, our gracious host, Deluxe, has decided to extend these earlier rounds, extend the amount of time these teams get the chance to come back, and it's made for some exciting moments thus far in the tournament.
Big time, yeah. Some shocking results actually, in many ways. Me and you, Colin, of course, we were just enjoying that previous matchup on our screen. There on the top left, MVPs versus Project Alpha. For those unaware, Project Alpha is Fatal Strike's team, and yeah, that roster has been playing amazingly. But that changed a little bit when they went up against the MVPs, who really made them look like a more of an amateur team, which is a massive, massive understatement, as they are an incredible team. Rushies, Nukes, Powers, and Zysho, they're on a different level currently, it seems.
Oh, yeah, they were playing fast and furious, but real quick, here is your map rotation. They're going to go right into Gridlock, which, by the way, we got to see MVPs put on a masterclass of headshots with the long shot in that map on over to Clock Tower, Mansion, War Machine. And if things have to be settled, it's the oldie but the goldie, one of the most longest and most outplayed maps in the history of Gears. It's Canals, my man.
Oh boy. I love canals, Colin, right? It's a love it or hate it relationship I think many players have with it. For me personally, especially in UE, I love the snipe. I like how effective it is, right? A debate as old as time, is the snipe too good in UE? For me, I think it's just right. I think it's the best sniper we've ever had in terms of balance. And hey, I would absolutely love to see Powers with that weapon again.
Hey, any chance to get Powers, to get my main man Vic on a long shot and get to see what he's seeing through his scope is an absolute gift from the gods. But here we go with the game loading up, the players getting into spawn. Remember, this is classic execution. One life to live. Can you outsmart, outgun, and outmaneuver your opponents? You're going to have to find out after you roll out of spawn. But as we go into Gridlock, Toby, break it down for anybody that might not have had a chance to play Gridlock execution before. What is our biggest point of interest for these teams?
Yeah, classic map, of course, synonymous with the Gears franchise, but especially on Ultimate Edition, where there has been a slight tweak in the strategies over the years. On Gears 1, you typically wanted to see three snipe, one boom. On this game, it's more dominant in terms of strategy towards the boom shot side of the map for some reason. Perhaps the removal of active downs is a big component of that, and perhaps the faster nature of the game. So expect a very typical 2-2 strategy, two boom shot, two to snipe. The boom shot players will have to navigate handling the flank on one end, and on the remaining player, oftentimes a 1v over at the archway. And we have seen kind of a variation of strategies, Colin, in the previous tournaments. Teams have been going up the staircase in numbers. They've been leaving it completely and doing full low for the boom rush many times. So especially in this game coming up, when we have veterans on either side, it'll be an interesting one to see who brings out the strategies the fastest. Because I do think we're not going to see a typical 2-2 base strat. I think both teams will be kind of throwing the strat book at one another.
Well, I'd love to see a couple of different looks from both of these squads. You talk about a lot of teams sending people to that top long shot side, maybe congesting the top side of that area. I don't know about you. I'm not the most accurate man on the planet, so everybody would be catching at least a couple of pellets out of my spray. I wouldn't know friend or foe if you sent too many people up there. I like that thing to be classic. I want it maybe being me and a buddy versus you and your best man, finding out who gets left at the altar as the bridesmaid, never the bride. If you send too many people up there, I always get worried that it gets too congested, ends up causing a lot of that team fire, and then you might be the reason your team finds themselves down 4-3 early in a round on gridlock. I'd like to see him spread out a little bit more like mayonnaise, maybe a couple of guys down toward boom or fragmentation grenades there in the middle. But I mean, the last time we got to see this this MVP squad playing up against Project Alpha and Fatal Strike, you talked about us watching it off stream. They were absolutely dominant, just kind of holding the middle of the map, but progressing across the long shot and making life a living hell for Project Alpha. So they've got a tougher task ahead of them here. They've got a little bit deeper into the bracket. So I'll be curious to see how they handle that pressure here in this map. But you said it. We do have some veterans, and we got some multi-time champions on that MVP squad just chomping at the bit to get some quick headies.
Yeah, a beautiful roster. I'll mention it again because the names are just insane. Rushies, Nukes, Powers, and Zysho. For those unaware, Nukes is the glorious Urcels, and as soon as you realize that, if you're not aware of his new gamer tag, then you realize what kind of roster is on there. Very, very scary indeed. Let's see how they do up against NYS in the form of Brolic shots, Resonades, Soto, and Native Roller 187, who I believe is Duke. So let's see.
Right here off the rip, you talk about the smokes going out to the top side of that long shot. Powers with a chance to pick up the long shot now. Checking his six, making sure he's not getting pushed. Rolls into the pillar as that first fragmentation grenade comes up to the top, but will not find anybody. 4v4, second nade goes out, rolls right past him. Body shot from Powers. Scoping out the backside of the area toward the boom and finds the headshot on Brolix, but the boom shot will get the down on him. Soto cleaning up Powers, Rushy down as well. Looking to make it a 3v2 situation. Smoke comes out. One player there to kind of challenge up. Sliding into that area. It's going to be Native Roller. Big body shot there. Secondary shot on the Nukes. Will be able to get the down and the kill. Now Native looking for the back A's. Will find the extra shot and damage from Soto. And it is now a 3v1 situation with Sysho getting cleaned up last.
Gorgeous gameplay already. Powers getting that headshot with the snipe. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for his team. He was the only man with the kill for his team in the end there. But Soto, Native Roller, aka Juke Slayer, just doing a fantastic job there. Up top, despite, losing the sniper, they were still able to push over on top, utilizing that boom shot victory down bottom to make sure they can make it happen.
Smokes in. Duke's up top and in the front side of the fight, getting some shots on early, but has to pull snub and roll back. The long shot will be picked. Resonates with it down on Zysho. Soto picking up his rushies, and it looks like we have some early transfer of damage back and forth as it is now 3v3 on the map. Zysho trying to push across the boom shot, gets absolutely snubbed out, but he's got teammates there swarming up. This is going to be Resonates. Lancer over the top, trying to add the extra damage. It's going to be a 1v1 as everybody is cleaned up down bottom. Nukes comes out as the last man alive, will pick up the boom shot. Snubbed out just a little bit, trying to return fire now across the backside of that L top car. And Nukes is pushing up now, trying to maybe get into a position to get that shot off and get the down. Slides across the front side, sees Resonates. Resonates just pushing around the cars, trying to stay away from that boom shot damage. First back A out, will get a ton of damage, but ends up getting downed from the boom shot. And Nukes with a final kill for the MVPs will tally up the score at 1-1.
What a crazy round. Like, blink and you miss it. You see a boom shot running across the map, ready to fire. Suddenly he gets downed, and then suddenly everyone just kind of dies and drops out, leaving a 1v1 situation. That was crazy to even think of a boom shot player getting in that kind of precarious position. But yeah, they made it in the end. Recovery from Asals, well played indeed.
Here we go, round 3. Smokes out by both squadrons, but it will be MVPs with a long shot in the hands and out up at the top of the tower. Powers looking for a headshot, finds the down onto Resonates. They're going to have to pull back, maybe go for that revive. He's trying to just check for that possible kill if they go for the revive. Two players pushing up top at the top of the tower now. Pushes Powers out. Powers continues to roll back. Rushy's in the middle of the map now, maybe going for a flank. This could be very, very sneaky. Lancer in hand, looking for the 6 o'clock of his opponents. Will be able to find certain shots to go with the Lancer, but now has to run out because he's going to get pushed just a little bit. Still 4v3 on the map, and Rushy's almost retreating all the way to the backside of the spawn. Will start to get pushed out here by at least one opponent. Meanwhile, Nuke is pushed up to have a little bit of a box in on this player. Shots on. Native finds the down on his ice show, but resonates with the down on a Rushies. Will now make it a 1v1 down there. 3v2 on the map, no, as it's not enough trades in the favor of NYS. Resonates up top trying to get shots on. Soto, shots on to Nukes and the kill. Now Zysho with a trade. Resonates with a down onto Zysho. Both players down at the bottom, and this will be Powers versus 2. He can't get the revive off, but he does. It's a 2v1 now. Powers, he's there in time for the revive. Doesn't get the headshot on the pickup from the fragmentation at Toby. 2v1. Can Resonates pull off a miracle?
Another absolutely ballistic round, Colin. Simple 2v1 it should be for these guys. Now they can play it as slow as they like. There's the boom shot kill from Zysho. And even then, again, it was looking a little bit sketchy. I mean, when you have the boom shot, especially when you have the sniper as well on your side, you don't need to be playing anything too risky, especially with numbers on your side, in fact. All three they had going for them there did MVP. So, yeah, I'm not sure how it got down to those numbers, but in the end, it doesn't matter. They make up for it just as they did in the round just before.
I mean, they got those trades right there in the middle of the map, and for a second, I thought Resonates was going to be able to come away walking on water, but this time it looks like MVPs have tried to match up Power versus Power up top, but Powers and Nukes, they get shut down and shut out, and now Soto, easy pickings with a snub pistol across the map, and that thing was over quicker than a hiccup and a blink of an eye, all knotted up here, 2-2 in map 1.
That's what I mean. That's the strat book, right? Coming out from both teams. Finally, they can get the sniper out of Power's hands and successfully navigate that boom shot fight at the same time. Question is, as we've seen very quick rounds go by now at 2 apiece, whether either team tries to slow it down. Do they stop trying to go heavy on one side and kind of play it a little bit slower instead? We're going all the way up top here with 3 players, I think, for the time being, for Powers and his squad. They do roll out as a result, the COG team. Boom shot picked up, though, by the COG team. I'm wondering if they're actually going to be able to get out. Ooh, Powers almost taken out by the boom shot there.
Almost taken out, but almost only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and sometimes the boom shot. Brolix, though, with a second boom shot, takes himself and Rushy's out. Boom is off the map now, as well as 1 player from each team, 3v3. Nukes watching the tower, making sure nobody's coming across that long shot, and if they do, they will be damaged as they come down the other side of the steps. He's going to be able to push up, get himself into a position to be able to challenge if necessary. Unsure where Powers is. It looks like Powers is also starting to rotate across the map. Nukes has a teammate here who will slide back and forth, just kind of crawl up in the cover, checking to make sure that nobody is trying to push across. Resonates, meanwhile, waiting out the backside of the boom shot spawn for a possible respawn of it as well. And this is going to be Resonates. Lancer in hand, rolls to the front side of it. Here's the call out for the player playing at the van. Nobody be able to pick up those fragmentations or get across the middle of the map. Pushes him off. 2 players waiting to the backside of that long shot spawn. And Resonates, you can see him, that third person over the shoulder camera angle, giving away the intel of Nukes, holding that bottom right-hand corner. Powers, meanwhile, he's got this overlook position. And Toby, if I could call a power position, it has to be that one.
Yeah, Powers with the power position, eh? And boom shot up now. Frags, you might have seen that just pop up in the middle too. Snipe picked up for the COG team. Powers actually opting to try and find the 1v here. Pushing up right up ahead. Bed instantly legging it though. Powers quickly picking up the boom shot, dropping his Nasher for it. Keep that in mind as we now see the 3v3 play out into a 3v2. That boom shot's not going to connect on the first one, and now he only has a sniper left. In a 1v2 situation, Resonates with the angle down though. Just like that, the COG team do recover with some very aggressive play up top. Well played indeed.
I'm not going to lie to you, Toby. You said he's only got a sniper left in a 2v1. And in my head, I said, yeah, Powers only has a sniper.
Winnable.
It could have been 1,000,000 to 1. You could have put 8 digits on that counter. It wouldn't have mattered to me. I'd have said, nah, he got this. He got a chance, all right? He got a prayer. But he ends up coming away with the fat L in that round. And it looks like they will be down in round count as this first map continues to unfold. Soto really commanding the troops in a very good position. Double snubs out. The down on Powers comes through. The quick little revive won't be able to come out. Native won't be able to get that chunk out. Smoke comes through. 3 players up top of the tower. Soto's going to find it down. Powers is out, and that's going to be Rushies going out as well, and only 1 player left to live for the side of MVPs as Brawlix finds the revive. 4v1 on the map as they will begin the hunt like a wolf pack across. They will find Zysho up top in the tower. Native goes out to 1v. This is going to be the boom shot coming up, but Soto will have already taken care of business. And that is 4-2, 1 round away from victory here for NYS, for Soto and the crew.
Yeah, this COG team, NYS, they have these moments of really just a huge fear factor in that snipe tower where Powers and co have been happily getting that weapon, that sniper on rounds, but then the COG team's like, no, we're flying up top, and they win that team fight consistently. Has resulted in this round count they have now. 1 round away from finishing this first map off.
Beautiful job there by Nukes. Great snub shots in to be able to get that down. Resonates, though, answers back with 2 downs of his own, and Powers goes out 4v3, already with a player count in their favor. Soto has shown how deadly that snub can be here in UE, and Native, long shot in hands. I mean, he's daring you to make a mistake. Now bounces up. Good shots on. Nukes has to roll back as he's pretty heavily hurt here, and they are not taking any chances. They do not want to get a trade in this position. They don't want to make it 3v3. They don't want to give MVPs any hope in this round. They want to continue to chip away at not only the numbers, but the mentality of MVPs in this map. One on Gridlock. Brawlix, bottom side, where the fragmentation grenades spawn. See, Powers is still the only one out in Toby, 4v3. Can they get this dub in their hands, or will another round go over to MVPs, extending it out?
Yeah, that's the question. They have the sniper and Hambus tower, and of course that 1-man advantage too. So they can leverage that as much as they need to, in fact, to get further advantage, and they have just there. Frag grenades picked up. Boom shot was thrown out, but didn't really connect with anything. Brawlix shot's getting down, though. Zyto tries to clean that one up, but instantly headshot mid-cover slide. That's a fantastic shot from Duke there. 3v2. Brawlix does get cleaned up in the end, but let's see. Nukes will actually get a kill on Soto off screen there, so that brings it to a 2v2. Really important situation there in the middle of the map. A little bit of crossing, and Resonate's going wide with the reaction shot. Lovely job indeed.
Had to get a kill sooner or later, Toby. He had to get one. He was still sitting on a goose egg, comes away with that first one, and now Native with 8 kills to his name. He's going to get some help finally from Resonates, but Nukes is trying to win a 2v1 here. Nukes is just finally down and out. Native with a final kill in this map. Number 1, NYS will take the first one and be up 1-0 in maps as they finish off Gridlock in scintillating, sensational fashion. Beautiful job by them, finding a numbers advantage and sticking with it round in and round out. Toby, you know better than anybody, the numbers advantage and execution style gameplay is a godsend, and they knew that they had to go to church on them.
For sure, for sure. You mentioned numbers. 19 kills between Soto and one other player. Completely forgotten who that was at the top there because it was literally a 2-man show. Where they simply just kept getting all the kills up in that snipe tower. I mentioned it, right? Despite Power seemingly getting that snipe frequently, to say the least, and also starting off the map with an amazing headshot down low, having those body checks, getting those downs, it didn't matter because when push came to shove, the COG team could just take that tower whenever they wanted, it seemed like. They were such a threatening presence, while, most importantly, not sacrificing that boom shot too often. So just from a high level, an overview of that map, strategically, I mean, they certainly deserve the round count that they won by, and of course, the map by a result of that. So a really fantastic start from them. 2 new players since the last tournament, of course, for the NYS squad, and it seems to be working out right now very well for sure. Bear in mind, MVPs, as we mentioned just before we got into that game, Colin, they have been playing amazingly themselves, and they have almost looked like the dark horse to win it all after how they performed against Fatal Strike. So, yeah, quite a interesting first map, I want to say, and I'm curious how this one will actually play out now after what could be a pivotal map that really dictates the pacing here.
So we go from a map 1 Gridlock where you've kind of got the long shot, the fragmentation, the boom shot, but primarily the long shot and the boom shot being your points of emphasis, we head over now to Clock Tower, where you don't see a lot of play out at the power weapon down by the truck. Everybody seems to kind of rotate up top. You get those host position players, you get a ton of snub damage, those back pillar players, all kind of jockeying for not only the elevation but the long shot. And talk to me real quick, Toby, because you're a bit more veteran in this scenario than I am. Ultimate Edition was one of your babies. You got to call this thing at the highest level in multiple different championships. How big is that snub that we saw Soto take advantage of in a map like Clock Tower?
Humongous, and it's a real big talking point here, calling the snub pistol these days, because especially these new generation players that have come storming in, like Duke Slayer, of course, who had that's the one, of course. Duke Slayer, an amazing performance on Gridlock. He was alongside Soto, going so heavy up there in the snipe tower. In particular, Duke Slayer and these new generation players, their snub pistols are crazy. They're so fast, they're so accurate. And of course, as you know, Colin, I'm sure pretty much the majority of the viewers here today with us, the snub pistol on Yui headshots people. You know, it doesn't down people if you do hit them in the head in the last shot. And so, especially on Clock Tower mid wall, Colin, that down that was going to happen from a lancer, for example, or a body check, whatever it might be. No, that's now a headshot, and now you are down 3v4, or even 2v4. That can happen too, with how quick mid wall plays. And so that really is a massive factor. Whose pistols are most on point on that mid wall, it really does matter in determining who wins out a lot of these rounds here on this map.
It's a lot of pressure on those two players right there in the mid wall, trying to answer back for any damage that's being put out by the opposing team. And it is also a pretty pivotal position back there at back pillar. You've got to kind of be the guardian angel. You're that last line of defense with a long shot, as well as anybody that might go down. You might have to rotate out, try to get a quick revive to keep your team in that position in a 4v4 and not go down 4v3 early. Real quick, Toby, I'm going to ask you this question, and this is one of my favorite questions because it's always those debate questions. And at the end of the day, I love having a good chop session with somebody about these debates. Best back pillar player in UE history. Who was it?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That's actually a really tough one, because you've got a really important factor here, just to stay on topic, Colin, and that's the sniper itself. Do you call like the most effective player with a snipe on Clock Tower the best back pillar player, by proxy, regardless of, whatever led up to that? It's a tough one, because especially considering a lot of the great passive play that we've seen on that snipe pillar, where you are up against someone super aggressive like Powers on Gears 5, for example. Not UE, but of course, Powers was just insane. He kind of dictated strategies a lot of times with that weapon. It's a tough one, Colin. You've really put me on the spot here.
Hey, look, I'm gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have to go back to flashbacks later on today and watch some of that Columbus Invitational to finish off year's UE and just check out some of those players. Because I mean, even back then, you could see the seeds being sown for the greatness coming down the block. I mean, that was a day and a time when Detox was still wearing a New York Yankees visor cap on his head. Summons out there. Some of the biggest names you got to see and learn to love across Gears 4 and 5 were there playing in that UE Columbus Invitational Open. It was one of those beautiful tournaments where you got to see the best and the brightest of the future going up against those stalwarts. I mean, of course, everybody kind of knows how that story ended, though. That was the final chapter in a book where everybody was just reaching for the mountaintop and trying to take out three of the goats of our Mount Rushmore players that entire tournament. When you look at guys like, Explosive and Mental standing tall at the end of it alongside of a guy like Lava. So, I mean, at the end of the day, and you might remember better than me, that was the tournament that I think it was Dream Team and Demo took out Envy franchise. My hero franchise came in third in the final tournament of UE because they went out to Dream Team, and Dream Team then had to fight the Goliath that was Explosives teams back in the day. I think they were still team. Were they enemy back then, or were they Denial?
They were both back on UE. They were
They were
both.
they were one
They were
than the
both.
next.
They won them the next, yeah. Optic wasn't until Gears 4, of
Yeah.
course. So yeah, Swarm. as well comes to mind as
Yes.
a name. We had a lot
Goods.
of different names and
Goods.
orgs. Yeah, crazy time. I mean, even in Europe, Colin as well. Envy, of course, came over, destroyed us. You know, you might argue in our European Open, but we had amazing competition in the form of Infused, of course. Jack Reaction. He's been playing a lot of UE. I'm not sure if he's in the chat just yet. He was incredible playing with Phelpsy and Co. Of course, Crazed, Hydrone, amazing players. You had the French players as well, who were still right at the top of their game, and we kind of guessed that it would be Infused versus them, kind of for the top two, as that's what we'd been seeing in a lot of the grand finals. But it was a team in the form of Rift, um, who no one's kind of predicted to perform as well as they did. Maybe not even top four, but they got to top four and they were able to outperform the other teams and really get some great ground there at Gfinity, and that was just a fantastic event. That was one of my favorite events ever because of how unpredictable it was. And this is kind of the tale of Ultimate Edition. I want to say, Colin, is that we've had a lot of unpredictable matches play out on this game, despite how skill based it is, despite it being back to basics with the execution right before escalation come out in Gears 4, you still had a lot of unpredictable results and really entertaining matches as a result. Some of the best we've seen in Gears esports history for sure.
And I think, I mean, I don't want to take us all the way back to the start of our conversation about Clock Tower, but I think part of that effect, part of that situation where you get these unpredictable matches, you get matches that all of a sudden shift both momentum in a round and possibly throughout the entire map, is that headshot from the snub. I mean,
Mm.
you might be dominating a team with the same setup round in and round out, and all of a sudden somebody's head pops like a pumpkin and the clock strikes midnight and Cinderella's gown turns back into the sweeping rag she had on. So I'm sitting there thinking to myself, let's get another one of those going. Let's get back in the clock tower, be able to see somebody's head just splatter the walls around them. I'll call the custodians. We'll get in there late at night and get that thing mopped up. Don't you worry about whatever white matter you leave on them concrete blocks.
Love it. Yeah, yeah. Jack just is in the chat. He mentioned the land smokes were diabolical, and yeah, they were smoke. Speaking of them, we've talked about snap smokes have been a big deal in the clock tower as well to help a lot of those strategies, to help a lot of those pushes through to the quick pixel snipe, for example. But yeah, the snubs are just it can be quite a controversial point, Colin, because you can get like two downs on the other team and have kind of the advantage on mid wall and won the battle of trading shots up to that point. But then one of the other players just pistols a head off, and then suddenly it's 3v4. And all that advantage is kind of just left by the wayside. So it really does pay to be accurate. That's the point. You don't just aim for a shoulder. You are aiming for the head. And when we had active damage still in the game, of course, and we did back then during the heyday of UE esports, um, you get your pre-actives on that snub and you aim for heads and you try your absolute best to be a little bit more accurate with that weapon than the enemy team, and that can really help enable a lot of these plays on Clock Tower. And speaking of plays, Colin, Rushies on Gear 5 and has been known for his frag grenade strategies. Like, he's gone down for frags, and it's always really been a fantastic tool for whatever team he's on, whether that's Rise on Gears 5 in the majors or here on UE. So, curious to see if that happens here too.
Smokes out like we were talking, trying to look across the mid wall there. Soto's going to shoot at some of those shoulder blades. He's going to get some damage pushed out on top of him. Now back-gang into the smoke. I mean, just into the ether a little bit there, hoping to find some damage, hoping to find some connections. It's going to be Native on the backside of the stairwell. He's going to try to get this flank off, shots off, but Resonates with a first shot on and kill. There on Zysho, breaking the ice, and now Rushies will be pushing down. They're going to try to answer back here. Nukes gets the down, Rushies gets the clean. 3v3 we go. All knotted up for the life count here, and Brolic just keeping two players pinned behind pillars for the side of MVPs, but NYS, they're not going to give up any ground whatsoever. Brolic's now with a quick reload onto the snub, looking across and surveying the area. He will get the call out that one player from MVPs has gone down for the grenades. They'll throw the smoke and try to get a little loose here, Toby.
Yeah, they are. Oh, Brolic shot's got a headshot with the shotgun through smoke. At distance, another headshot with a weapon that UE is known for there. quick revive chains will likely help the COG team up. Will he get to cover? No, Rushies won't in time, actually. Brolic Shots does follow up with the help of Soto and his shotgun. 2v1 situation. Soto rightfully pulling back, resetting, making sure they have the numbers for a clear-cut 2v1. Marcel's trying to stop that in his tracks, looking for the 1v, gets the headshot. Beautiful play. Full red tries to close the gap, but no, Brolic Shots does hold that last shot with the back A to finalize that one. But Colin, that was a close one. Whew.
That one was by the skin of their teeth, and Nukes bouncing through the middle of those sandbags, came away with one of those little back A's. Beautiful headshot, ends up going down as he resets the secondary fight a little bit, trying to get to that angle. But I want to go back to Brolic. His snub damage to keep those players occupied on those stairs was just too much for them to combat. Rushies goes down pretty instantaneously, almost down secondarily. Resonates though, full red, has to put himself back behind that tree. Zysto with it down now onto Resonates. Will he be able to get cleaned up? Nukes on the flank, shots on. He will get the down. Going for the cleanup, 2v3 on the map. And Nukes bouncing around, skating back and forth to the sandbags. 3v1 we go. And will it be 1-1 before you know it? Yes, indeedy. That is a victory for the side of MVPs. And we're all knotted up here. Map 2, 1-1.
You know, it was looking dire for them, the COG team, when the pistols started raining down before they could barely get on mid-wall or off it. But no, the COG team, they were able to respond. They were able to push through mid-pillar to counter through. And Nukes was a big part of that too. I think maybe even 3 kills in the end there with his shotgun. And look at this for the next round. Speaking of strategies, here we go. Rushies with the frag grenades. He's going to try and rotate it up top as fast as he can before his team essentially gets 4v3'd or loses the snipe. And it looks like he's been able to pull that one off.
Quick down out onto Soto, Native down as well, but Nukes downs Powers. Nukes downs Powers, a little bit of friendly fire. They got the lines congested, and when the lines get congested, it gets hecka hard to get your shots on target. But Rushies, I mean, he was a man with a plan. He came up, saved everybody that he could on the way through, and finds that final down, the final kill. They came out kings of the hill in that huge 4v4 in the back pillar.
Yeah, NYS a little bit slow, you might argue there. There was barely any shots going out with that push up top. As soon as you know and call the numbers that it's a 4v3 situation and they're getting nades, you need to be fast as possible getting the advantage before Rushies rotates up top. But no, MVPs do hold. Back to a more of a base strat on both sides now. Speaking of aggressive back pillar play, Power's pushing all the way up for the angle into mid-wall. Lovely Lancer shots, not much damage put his way either. Straight back to the safety of his own back pillar. And here he goes again. Zysto downed, in fact, in this process. Power's down on mid-wall, or rather mid-pillar, as he tries to help out his team. This is looking like it could be a swarm round, or rather locust round. As they do push up. There we go, look at that.
Powers didn't really have an opportunity to do anything or an option to really do anything differently. He pushes up to try to get some damage on to answer back with a down of their own, but it just allowed for NYS to basically come across the middle of the map after getting double downs and just like a tidal wave overrunning their opponents. We come now to another round number 5 with it all knotted up here. Going into map 2, NYS looking to take a 2-0 map count lead over MVPs, but they've got 3 to go. Smokes out from Powers. Powers will have one thrown back at him. Now snub shots are out. Not a ton of damage taken. Fragmentation grenades picked back up again by MVPs, but Rushies goes down to Native. And now we have Native at the bottom side of the stairwell, being able to push back up in a 4v3 situation. They'll be able to reset and take their time, if necessary, to be able to push back into this fight. Beautiful Lancer shots there, both the Anya and the Baird. I believe that's Nukes and Zysto getting tagged up. Nukes is down. Now, again, nobody able to get into a spot to save him. The snub shots are just too much to handle. And now you see Zysto down and out. It is a 1v4, essentially. And MVPs will find themselves another W in the round count column.
Yeah, a hard counter onto Rushie's strategy as it was all looking great. There was no pressure up top onto the players. Even Powers pulling back to the back wall to make sure that he can't be taken down there on that push. Instead, Duke just turns around and just shotguns, by the sounds of it, Rushies in the face by complete surprise and brings it to the 4v3, completely neutralizing the threat of the frag grenades, and a really good strategy that will make Rushies and co now have to rethink that strategy altogether now.
Now we see a bunch of snubs coming back and forth. So we're going to be on board with Nukes. But Rushy's, I mean, he loses his head right there in front of us. That's got to be a bit of a scary situation. Nukes getting a little aggressive across those mid sandboxes. Gets that first down, but won't be able to get the cleanup quickly into a position. Is a revive coming through? 2v3 on the map. This is going to be Brolic shots over the top of the sandbags. Gets the secondary down, and that's going to be all she said. NYS back-to-back rounds. They're tired of trading out. This ain't no barter. They want to take what's theirs. One more round to win to go up 2-0 in the map count.
Oh, they're looking good, aren't they? They're looking very good indeed. As soon as you start handling the strategies in the way that they are, just on like on Gridlock, now on Clock Tower 2, they are showing their practice has paid off. And it's paying off in dividends right now. Rushies has picked up the frags again. This time, the counter is to go classic. Push up top as fast as you can. Duke actually finds Rushies again down bottom. So it's a 4v3 situation here, and they're taking up top control. It is not looking good for the COG team. Brolic actually getting shot in the back. Will he get down? Like his teammates, Native, Roller being down, Brolic taken down. Soto trying to help out. 2v1. He brings it down too, trying to save his teammate, who was actually down during that process. So I had no idea Resonates was down there. But he was, so Soto essentially saving the day there. Nukes has been able to somehow get the boom shot while all this was going down. Something you don't typically see on UE or Gears 1 Clock Tower. But here he is, with 2 fresh shots in that boom shot to his name in a 1v2 scenario.
And at this point right here, Toby, I'm going to ask you, is your job to get the 90 degrees, get a couple of shots on the Nukes, and then just try to get that long shot, body shot, get the down on him here?
I mean, that kind of works, but you have to be careful that Nukes doesn't just utilize the ability to push there and hard. And he's doing it that right now, I think. He's had to call out for his teammates that there was a split up of the players, and he's just had a free push on the Resonate. Completely free. Misses the second shot, though, and he's full red. He should probably reset, but instead he's not going to do it. Soto will catch him out completely as Soto just holds ground on the top of the staircase. Classic to kind of defend against the boom shot. I mean, that's surprising to me. Nuke's kind of just getting caught with his pants down, essentially, there. And perhaps that is kind of the head-to-head of a Gears 5 player versus a UE player, right? You kind of play a bit more in a Gears 5 style. The UE player, Soto, the veteran with so much composure over the years, he knows exactly how to handle a high-pressure situation like that, and he seemingly does it perfectly with some absolute bricks coming from that Nasher. Well played,
Yeah,
Soto, and really good recovery, Colin, I think, because that looked kind of sketchy in that 2v1 situation there as Neeks pushed across.
it did get a little scary, but I mean, there was no haunted mansion to be found right there for Soto as he stood that ground up top on the elevation. He knows that that boom shot is very hard to get that shot off. I think the only other place that Nuke's maybe been able to place it was to the right of Soto, kind of on the
Yep.
handrail. That might have gotten him some more damage, but I mean, in that position where you're bouncing up the stairs trying your best to make a miss, all he can kind of do is put the shot where he could possibly think to the left, and then maybe pull snub, get a couple of extra shots in, get the down to be able to get that round in their favor. But I mean, Toby, I don't know if anybody would have saw this coming because MVPs, they're pretty dominant. When they're rolling through, they are a freight train. Once they get started, they get going. It is hard to stop them. But here we see with NYS, it's like they have an answer. They're playing so consistent. They're playing so steady Eddie. They are calm as a cucumber. They're a duck on the water. They look fine and dandy for anything MVPs is thrown at them, and have found themselves with a 2-0 map count lead here.
Totally, and I think Clock Tower kind of it's a really quite interesting comparison. You have rushies and powers with that frag grenade and sniper approach that of strategies, but then NYS and their pistols, like Duke Slayer pistol, Brolic, resonates. You kind of have that dynamic there, and I think the pistols won out in the end. Rushies had a great round with the frag grenades, but in 2 rounds, Duke Slayer completely countered him there. Seemingly pretty easily as well. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was like a big struggle and a big fight 1v1 with the Nashers there between Rushies and Duke, but it didn't sound like that. It sounded like just Duke just flew at him and just surprised him and just shot him down in 2 or something. And so that was a kind of like a big picture change there in the strategy department. And of course, we saw those deadly pistols. So yeah, I think NYS really had the leg up there. Their strategy, their teamwork is winning out for me. Individually, yes, Duke's kind of pulled off some extreme wonder kills there against Rushies potentially. Soto was amazing in that last round, of course. Got to give him a shout out for that. But it was a team effort. It was a team versus absolute godlike individuals in the form of Rushy's Powers, Nukes, and Zaisho, is showing that Yui and Gears of War is very much a team game, is this matchup. And now, as a result, they're 2-0 up, our NYS, against what has seemed like a very dominant MVP.
Yeah, MVP has to find a way to win 3 straight maps now. You talk about pressure, you talk about being able to compose yourself. You've got to do that for 3 straight maps in a situation where you find yourself down 2-0 against the team that has played so steady Eddie up to this point. You talk about what Jukes was able to do down there at the bottom. For those of you watching, Jukes native, same person. I've just been saying what is on the screen because it's just easier for me to remember that. I'm just going to say what I see down there, and he just kind of manned up. He put a body on a body and said, if you're going to go for fragmentation, I'm going to go for fragmentation. We come here to the mansion, though, and will this be feast or famine for MVPs in their last possible map here to start a comeback? Powers bouncing across the front side of that pillar, finds the first one, bouncing back toward the boom shot, but won't even be needed for the help, and now Powers has a little bit of a flank, hits a big body, resonates, bounces out. Still a little red, goes for a little tiptoe shot.
Ooh.
But that is Jukes yet again going absolutely ham with the snub. Zaisho getting killed off by Resonades, but Jukes has a 2v1 here with Resonades as they find that last player, Powers, all by his lonesome with the sandbag.
Look at that for Game Smart's Duke Slayer, knowing he can Lancer angle that player on that sandbag there. And we saw the headshot, you know, feature coming in thick and fast there as well. Instead of it being a down and a revive chain potential, no, the headshot from Resonate just ended that instantly and brought it to that 2v1 situation. Frag grenades, amazing usage there by Duke. A fantastic job from both him and Resonades, and that was a tough round given the MVPs had the numbers advantage. Let's see this 1v1 playing out at nades. Rushes, great shots on the bed, does follow it up. Amazing shot onto Native Roller there as he tried to go for the shot hold and Gibbs situation. 4v2, Soto should have a down and kill here onto Zaisho. Does need to clean it up, have to be careful. Second one's not going to be a good shot though, and that's the problem. When you try and go for a whack on Yui or Gears 1, you can get stunned. So oftentimes it's just a little bit better to switch to the Nash or something else to shoot the down, just so you don't risk that B button stun there. A round back now for MVPs. Remember, folks, this is this first to 5, and so we've got a very fast mansion ahead of us, I'm sure. But that extra round buffer might be a little bit of help for these two teams.
I was going to say, Mansion tends to be a little bit quicker. Everybody plays out toward the fragmentation and the boom shot. Rushy's now challenging up the top side of those fragmentations. That's a 1v1, goes to the back A twice, won't be able to get it. Now we've seen everybody else for MVPs kind of getting scattered off to the wind to the wayside. Zaisho down low, gets full red, goes down. Will be in a position to just be down, but not out yet. Fragmentation from Jukes comes in, gets the kill on Zaisho, and then Brolic and Jukes finish this thing off in style, getting that final kill, and it is now 2-1, map 3. They are 3 rounds away from a 3-0 sweep of the MVPs.
Duke Slayer right now has Rushy's number. You have to be honest, he had it on Clock Tower with the 2 surprise kills there. He's now going inside, and Rushy's is electing to just leave the inside approach and come from outside instead. And he's consistently losing these shotgun fights now, it seems like. Yes, Rushy's had a fantastic round in one previous, but Duke Slayer with his frags, he's deadly. Resonates, pushing all the way through, straight into the player on that sandbag. Powers does find Resonates though, 3v3 situation, boom shot in hand of Soto. Pretty weak. Brolic does get the down on Rushies, but he's now looking to clean that one up. Does get the down on Zaisho, but it's full round. Here comes the follow-up though. The call-out is there. 3v1 the situation. Powers looking for that cleanup on the down to his right, but being angled hard right now by that deadly pistol from up top, Colin. So much pressure, so accurate with that weapon. Well played.
Unbelievably good with that snub pistol, Toby. I mean, he just is he's keeping him down the entire time. Powers is trying to dance around, and he is just keeping his head down the entire time with just a snub. We go here to another round as the boys from NYS come out to the top side of that stairwell. Middle of the courtyard, smokes go out. Resonade will push that very middle cubby. Back A out from Resonades. Rushy's going to find a quick kill there on the Juice. Rushy now finds it down on the Resonades. picks up the fragmentation. Brolic, though, kills a
Oh, he needs to
teammate
throw
and an
them.
opponent. 2v2. This thing is all knotted up, but that early ice-breaking kill, you thought this might have been a quick round for MVPs, but no, it will not be. But oh my gosh! Rushy finds one with the fragmentation, and now it is a 1v1, and Rushies goes absolutely ham like it was Christmas, finding a headshot there with a long shot.
Holy hell, the combination of smarts and skill there in just a single clip. My goodness me. Rushies, that nade across the map, timed to absolute perfection. Catching the player as he comes through on that door. Soto had no idea that was coming. And then the beautiful headshot with the snipe onto the player there. What a round, Rushies. Bravo.
Let's see what's able to happen here as Nukes will get full red, go down and out. One last player alive for the MVPs. And that will be Rushies. But you see here pushing back in. Zysho trying to do everything he can. And it will be all for naught. He will go down as well. And that was a clean sweep. 1 round away, Toby.
1 round away, 9 kills now to Duke's name, and despite Rushy's performance in that previous round, I have to say it, he has been a massive problem for MVPs, has Duke Slayer. 9 kills, he's just got so many kills with the frags, the snub, the 1v victories against Rushies, the pressure he's applying. Rushy seems to have his advantage here onto him though. Duke does try to pull back, but he's losing numbers. Is his team 2v3? And that should be MVP's round and a clear up for Rushies. Great pressure there, but yeah, this is the thing. Duke is such a problem right now that Rushies really has his work cut out for him. And it's not even that Rushies is playing bad. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that Duke is such a problem with the Nasher, with the nade, with the snub. It's almost more important than the boom shot at this point in time. It really goes to show how important that player is and how good he is. Question is the strategy going to reflect that now?
See what Zysho's able to do as they hear the damage come out. Player rolls in. Zysho, I don't know if he was able to get that kill on the ground. 3v3, now 3v2. Will this be the last gasp for MVPs before a losers finals bracket run will have to come through? MVPs picking up the long shot. NYS will get the boom shot here in this situation and be on the outside of the map. Resonates. Will bounce back toward the spawn, trying to check for an opponent to maybe be sneaking around out here, but will not see anybody just yet. And we will get a quick update from the side station. It looks like Fatal Strike's team has indeed been eliminated, so that means Kenny Bounce and co, along with the lines of like Lava, will be in that losers bracket final, waiting for the loser of this game. And that will be here soon if MVPs don't find a way to find a double kill, but Powers goes out to Rushy's grenade, and now Soto with a 1v1 out toward the spawn. Soto will have some help from Resonades, and it will be finished off. They take care of business. ABC always be closing, and that's exactly what NYS did here. 5-3 on Mansion, and 3-0 in the map count. They move on and will await their opponent in the grand finals, Toby.
Juked and Soto again, they're just insane, those two together. You have Soto down bottom, Juked up top in that elevated position with the frags and the shotgun fight versus Rushies, the snub. And they were just phenomenal. Again, we started off with Gridlock. I think it was 19 kills actually between them both on Gridlock. And I think 16 kills there. I mean, that's just crazy, crazy numbers for Gears Esports at this level against the gods of MVP, some of the most star-studded names in Gears Esports history. I mean, fair play. I mean, take the grand final spot at this point because you have earned it. 3-0 result against them. Crazy good performance. Well played indeed. And yeah, I mean, there was tough. There was really tough moments for MVPs. Rushy's getting caught out a number of times on Clock Tower by Duked, which seemed like two surprise kills. It can kind of be quite deflatory to the mood of the team, emotionally. It can be like, what's going on? Why have we just lost? This is a complete change from what we're used to. This is our go-to strategy to outplay top teams in this position. Caught out there. The pistols, they were deadly on Gridlock. They were deadly on Clock Tower. And as we saw with Duke, on Mansion. They were just it was such a huge pillar for NYS to lean on and leverage into gaining rounds and advantages there. So it was a very tough match for MVPs, a very difficult one to play, despite some really good moments. And so that's probably going to hurt, honestly, for them. Of course, you mentioned it. It's double elimination. They'll drop down to the losers bracket, um, and they have had some great games earlier on in the tournament too. So they're certainly not out of it yet, and the potential there, the names speak for themselves. We could certainly see, you know, in all likelihood, this be a grand final down the road. But we'll have to see how they do play out in the losers bracket final, though.
Yeah, this next matchup is going to be star-studded. You talk about how incredible the names are for that MVP squad, but out there in the ether, you still got names like Kenny, like Lava, just lurking around. They've got TJ as well and Demise on that team. So you've got, I mean,
Mm.
8 of the biggest names in Gears and in Gears Esports in general just waiting in the wings to play the next match, to play another match. And it's incredible to me just to watch the old guard, the new guard, and those that are hanging banners that many people might not know the name of. And that's one thing that Gears has always allowed you the opportunity to do. You respect your opponent, but at the end of the day, you got to roll out a spawn. It's going to be you and yours versus me and mine. Let's see if you could take care of business. And I love the fact that Soto has basically stood by himself. And as far as I know, he's the only champion on that team from Gears UE. But he said, screw it. I don't care how many chips these boys have won. If the 4 of us stand together as a closed fist, it hurts a hell of a lot harder than if we open hands smack somebody.
Well said. Well said. Um, as soon as you say that, Colin, what comes to mind is the rise of these slapping competitions. Have you seen them? Have you heard of that? I
Yes,
don't know
power
why that
slapping.
comes to my mind. Power slapping. There you go. I just thought, why is my brain thinking about that right now? But there you go.
Because you see this big stupid face and you'd love to
I don't
power
want to
slap
slap
it
that
one
face,
time.
Colin.
Just
No, at
get
all.
this big stupid head in your hand just one time. Just one.
My goodness me. Hey, one time I am going to be able to finally hang out with you and Deluxe in person because somehow, some way, the Gears gods have kind of just tilted us in different directions throughout the years, and it annoys me to this day. But one day, of course, we'll all be at an event together, and hopefully that'll be sooner rather than later. Gears E Day, very hype, Colin. We haven't talked about that yet, my friend. I'm so excited. I know Chris is super excited as a fellow Gears 1 UE head like me. What do you think, Colin? What do you think of E Day? Come on.
I mean, everybody knows I'm a lore guy. All right, I love
You're the biggest low
exploring.
guy of all
I
casters for
love
sure.
exploring the world of Sarah, the world that was built by these studios, by these big brains, and expounding upon it. Gears E Day is going to give me the chance to see another facet, another angle, another look into this world. And while I may never have the greatest shotgun on planet Earth, I may never be the best at shooting somebody else on this game. You bet your sweet baby cheeks on the fact that I'm going to ingest every ounce of lore and story and love and passion that goes into that game because there's not a damn thing on this planet that's going to put a bigger smile on my face the day that game drops than being able to load it up and being able to hear hopefully Marcus Phoenix's sweet sultry
Mm-mm-mm.
tones delivered by the one and the only John DiMaggio as only he can, and possibly telling, not somebody about their tomatoes, but talking to Dominic Santiago, because that means we get to hear Carlos Ferro again. And my God, I couldn't be happier for that either.
Well said. That trailer sent shivers down my spine, Colin. In the same way that as soon as you started doing play-by-play on Gridlock, same kind of effect there as well, for sure. What a hype time it is to be a Gears fan.
Well, if you want to send shivers down Deluxe or the Gears Community Series' spine and you want to support the staff, ! Donate in the chat. All casters and staff or volunteers dedicate their free time each and every time one of these tournaments goes off to help run these community tournaments and do their best to put on the best possible show for each and every one of you. And we are only backed up by community help, by you in the audience watching the greatest players of all time play the greatest series of all time. And if you want to become a sponsor of the Gears Community Series, make sure you contact Deluxe Haas, aka Deluxe, aka the man that's going to run at you with the chainsaw revved, screaming, "I'm the best to ever do it," at Deluxe Haas on Twitter. 2 A's in the Haas. But right now, we've got some top donos to shout out. Some people that have really brought the cheddar to this cheese sandwich. Blame Baby with 400, Ghost to 385, and Heavy D with 200 of his own dollars. Exclamation point Maturino in the chat for all the information on how to continue to support and donate to the cause of the Gears Community Series.
Yeah, well said, Colin. And shout out to the top donators that we've had. I mean top because they are just extreme fans, amazing supporters to the whole space. I mean, Colin, the idea that we've had a single $1,000 tournament blew my mind. You know, as soon as I saw the numbers, I was like, Chris, are you serious? That's how much? This is how much we've got here right now. And now it's happening routinely, somehow, some way, continuing to get so much support. Guys, it means the world. I mean, it's just an insane amount of support from you guys that is allowing these tournaments to continue on as they are, and be as hype and energetic and entertaining as it is for everyone, for players rewarding their scrim time on UE, of course, a classic game. For us casters, being a part of this is said volunteer there. And Colin, I'm sure you're the exact same. Chris, clearly with all the work he's put in, this is an absolute blast. And the idea that it's somehow $1,000 tournament on top for the prize pool there, really upping the ante. I mean, it's insane. Again, goosebumps. Goosebumps as soon as I heard Colin cast in there on Gridlock from the very first round, just flashbacks to Gears Esports. And it's weird saying flashbacks, Colin, because clearly it's still here. Clearly we're still going. The numbers do not lie, and the entertainment certainly doesn't either. So, yeah, big shout outs to the support. And yeah, Colin, it's another amazing tournament already, just today, too.
Well, I always tell everybody, without a doubt, Gears is a community, it's a game, it's a series, it's a group of people that built something greater than themselves out of pure passion. And it doesn't matter whether it's coming from the suits in a boardroom or average Joe Blow walking the street. It could be Adam and Eve because I don't know any difference between the two of them and you and me. We will always be passionate. We will always show up. We will always show out. We will always put our best foot forward. There's a bad rap because some people might view some of the trash talk to have gone a little bit too far, to overstepped some of the boundaries. But at the end of the day, it is a passion that is so deep seated in each and every player that has ever rolled out of spawn with a lancer in one hand, a nasher in another, and a snub on the back of their belt. It is a singular mindset to be the best that you can be each time you roll out of that spawn and to try and be better than the last time you came out of that area. One of the things that sets Gears apart in the history of this game and the history of this franchise is the fact that no matter what might be going on in the back rooms and in the boardrooms, those of us in the streets, in the trenches, some may like to say, we are always going to make the best of our ability and the most of our opportunity. And you said it better than I could ever say it. It is flashbacks, but it is euphoric flashbacks to be on a microphone in front of Gears fans with someone like you, Toby. It means the absolute world. So big thank you to you for being here on a Sunday afternoon, and a big shout out to Deluxe for answering my DM the other day when I said, hey, look, if you're throwing that thing and you need some help, you just let me know. I'll do my best. I think I got a Sunday that I can work out for you, baby. I think I got some free time this coming Sunday. I don't know what Deluxe said afterwards. I think he called me an idiot like 7 times. I can't remember. But he said, yeah, sure. If you want to bring your big stupid face on, you can bring your big stupid face on. I said, all right, buddy. I'll see you then.
Hey, man. You're just throwing goosebumps at me right now. I don't have any more skin cells that could possibly produce goosebumps at this point in time. My goodness me, Colin.
Go step
passion, the
outside. If
energy.
you're cold and got goosebumps, go step outside. I heard y'all are getting a
I'm not
heat wave
stepping
like
outside. I
us.
can't come away from my screen right now. Are you serious? There's no way. Not a single chance. But yeah, the love is mutual, my friend, and the love is mutual to all of the viewers and fans and players, etc., that makes these things happen, and more to come as long as we're going. Gears fam will always be going. And of course, as well, speaking of that, we've got to get to that shout out for Fatal Strike because a huge host coming through. He's at a fantastic tournament, just as he always does. And they had a really tough game against MVPs earlier, and some fantastic matches even prior to that, too. Well played, Joe, and the rest of the team. And yeah, thanks for the host as always. Joe actually casted last week as well. Colin, when I had to get off, like I think it was like 3, 4 a.m. Joe came in support, and him and Chris casted. And again, speaking of flashbacks, flashbacks to Gears 3, fatal casting again. Of course, the famous toy soldier clip. Oh my god, just the extended jumping off the platform on checkout. I'm not sure if you remember that one, Colin. I mean, it's just
I do. I do.
memories. I know you do. I know you do. Of
I
course. I
look.
mean,
I got to be a historian long before I got to sit here and be a loud idiot. All right, I took it all in and absorbed it like I was just gonna ingest it until I popped from Gears knowledge and Gears Esports. I was like, I can't eat another one. Show me another round though. I'll take one more round. Just I couldn't do it. I can't take. Bring me another match. Bring me another.
again, more,
That's
more.
right.
Extend the tournament. Make it triple limb. Best of 12. Do whatever you need to. Yeah. I mean, insane moments of hype that we've had over the years. And so we're gonna have the next game up very soon. I'm still trying to get over the fact this how stacked these teams are. I think I see the best team on paper, and then I see another team, and I'm like, oh, maybe not stacked actually, because everyone's stacked. And it's like you just have dream teams everywhere in Ultimate Edition in 2024. It's incredible to see.
That just means we got super lucky to witness it. And I know that everybody is waiting for that next match with bated breath, much like we are. But instead of you and I sitting here and filling the airwaves with more of our hot air, I think I need to go and fill some airwaves somewhere else with me maybe getting another drink. I know my man Lux would love to hear me possibly grilling some Bubba Burgers again for the first time in a long time. We need to shout them out on Twitter. We need to get Bubba Burgers back in the Gears Community Series because that was one of the best shout outs I got to do every week or whatever, however many weeks I got to sponsor read for Bubba Burgers. Greatest time of my life. I don't give a damn. All right. Look, I love red meat. I love hamburgers. Shit is nice for me. So that's a great sponsorship for your boy Colin. But right now, I just think we need to throw it to a quick break. Give these people a chance to relax, recuperate, come back from that last match because we got to see a big 3-0 victory by NYS. Find out who comes out of that losers bracket to take on the likes of Kenny and company. So for now, I love each and every one of you for being right here with us, but we need to step away from these cameras and these microphones for just a moment, and we'll be back shortly after these messages because it looks like my main man Haas is putting together something crazy for all of you. He's not doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Colin the Muted Crow Clark, and I am still befuddled by the fact that, well, I'm getting to cast over some of the greatest to have ever done it alongside of one of the greatest to have ever done it. I mean, when you put that many amazing human beings in the same circle, my head tends to get a little woozy, all right? You can't just give me that much talent in front of me. And I mean, all those good looks and all that amazing talent to the left of me. That is an incredible man to be sitting next to.
The feeling is mutual, Colin. I can't say it better than that, my friend. I mean, I'm at a loss for words whenever I hear you describe me in such positive terms because I'm like just thinking, but look at this guy next to me right here. I mean, come on, look at this guy. Look at yourself, sir. I mean, yeah, Colin, it's a pleasure casting with you, as I mentioned today already, but it has to be reiterated. Goosebumps whenever you get hype, and a throwback to the Gears Esports days every single time I hear your voice, my friend. So, yeah, I think we're going to have more of the same goosebumps for sure, as we've got a really good game coming up next. Onliners versus Hive United. The rosters I mentioned just stacked in this tournament. It's so cool to see, and I really can't wait to see how this one plays out. Of course, we're not at the losers bracket final yet. This is the losers bracket semi-final, and it's going to be an absolute banger.
This is going to be one hell of a matchup, like you said. Hive United. I mean, you got TJ, you got Lava, you got Kenny, you got Demai. I mean, what more could you ask for in a squad of 4? And they somehow have to battle their way through this match. And then they might have to beat the MVPs, who there's a lot of friendly rivalries across those two squadrons with the likes of Rushies and Powers on that team with Zysho and Acels. I mean, just a ton of names and a lot of star power on those two teams. But onliners, they look to play a little upset special here because they don't want to just go down and out, especially because right now, the only team that's taken a map off of NYS in the bracket that you can see is the onliners. So they're thinking, hey, look, if anybody got a shot, it's us. If anybody could swing at them, it's us.
Totally, it's unreal how high performing these teams are, and how amazing the individuals are, and when you throw them together in these dream team stacks. Onliners, of course, Justin. We have Joey Slane, Killer Sound, and Carnage. Of course, familiar players for anyone who's been watching these Ultimate Edition tournaments in recent times. And there against, as Colin mentioned, absolute veterans. Kenny Bounce Demise, TJ Force, and Lava. Let's see how map number 1 Gridlock plays out.
And right now we start off with Joey Slane trying to challenge back up to the top side of the tower. Finds Kenny rolling back, and we'll be able to take him down. TJ next, as well as Demise. So a 1v4, quick, fast, and in a hurry, as it will be the last member alive. Lava trying to fight and fend off anybody, but he won't be able to get even one. He goes down in the first round. It goes over to the side of onliners.
Flawless. No deaths, no downs even against them there. Well played, onliners. Lava, Kenny, I believe, with the duo that were playing up top previously in the previous tournament. Curious to see if Kenny can be as effective as he was in the snipe tower as he was in that week. Very difficult challenge, as we know. Smoke's thrown out again. Snub pistol there. The roll in. You see the professional player skin, the wallbound skin there. Beautiful as ever. Kenny, of course, has the Lancer there to his name. Snub looking up top, trying to pistol in the back for Ken. We've got a snipe in his hand. Kenny doesn't want any of that, though. He tries to push up to try and equalize the numbers, and he does get the down. Doesn't get the kill, though. You saw the blood splatter coming from down, but it doesn't connect in the way that's needed. Lava point blanking with the 2 shots against the Grenadier, but doesn't find what he's looking for there. The 3v1 remains. Hoffman all on his own in that Elka, and no, he'll actually get downed. He gets angled out there. Another round to onliners.
Onliners there with that revive, find a way to come back into that matchup, and a beautiful little overtake against Kenny as Kenny went for the cleanups. Wasn't able to find either one of them. But I got to give props to Kenny. I mean, the chase out by him after seeing the blood splatter, getting those couple of hip fires to go. ends up getting that down as he went around the bottom side of that stairwell. Let's go live with Lava and Kenny, who have been challenging up the top side of the sniper. We smoke out by Lava. We'll get the sight lines to be a bit congested, and we'll roll over to try to help out Kenny. Shots in. Goes to the back. Kenny gets down on the Joey. They're trying to get the shots off into the back. Kenny ends up getting the headshot. Now Lava presses up with him. They win the 2v2 top side of the sniper. And now Lava turns and beautiful answer shots help clean up the final two members of Onliners as Hive United get a 4-man kill in that round to finish it off and make it 2-1. They still got to win another one to knot it up, though, here in map 1.
Excellent push from Kenny and Lava. That straight up top, left hand, kind of back A's off the wall. A difficult thing to play out, especially with the smokes that. But they make it happen, as you said, turning around for the cross just in time for Hoffman playing excellently there. Excellent with that, fighting on the L car. Back on board with Justin. Pistol in hand, playing a little bit slower up top of either team. See one player looking for the frag rounds. Excellent pistol damage from Kenny there. Does get out just fine, but that damage will mean Justin can collect that snipe without risk of being pushed. In fact, Justin, see if he can actually get it down now of that damage, but nothing coming through. Meanwhile, Carnage picks up a kill elsewhere, traded out. 2v3 situation remains, and the boom shot picked up. Oh, Kenny with the flank though, surprising everybody. Casters included. Justin getting taken down. The snipe is down on the floor. 2v2 scenario coming down to a 2v1. 1v2. Kenny, no, not going to make it happen. Unfortunately, the boom shot damage a bit too much. With his final pistol shots, that round will come to a conclusion. Another close round, though. Could have easily been 2-2, Colin.
Really could have been 2-2 after that flank by Kenny bounce. He was able to get a ton of damage out. Got some downs, but wasn't able to finish anything off. The boom shot was just too much to handle in the situation, the CQC that they were in. As we go now to the 5th round of map number 1, as we look over the Locust team, the Onliners coming out of spawn. Smokes out by everybody. Killer Sound now on your screen, looking across the boom shot. First smoke comes out, turns his attention up to the tower, tries to get some stub shots out there, up to the long shot. And we see Kenny going down. EJ went down of his own, but Lava and Kenny both getting cleaned up, and this is looking to be a 4-1 lead for Onliners as you continue to see Killer Sound bounce away, back away, and utilize that oh so powerful back A to help finish off those last few kills on Demise and TJ at the bottom side of the map at 4-1. 1 round to go, and Onliners will find themselves in the driver's seat of this matchup, 1 map to none.
Perfect retake there by Onliners. Justin pushing up that staircase, leaving no time for the health to regenerate of Kenny and Lava. And Killer Sound playing excellently down on the L car, making sure he stays alive as he waits for team fire from across the way. Again, the snipe tower fight is the focus, and a very big fight for both teams. Lava quickly turns, slides the snipe straight out of there, looking for a shot, but we can see the smokes. A perfect smoke screen implemented there by Onliners. It allows them to actually pick up the boom shot and a nade kill as well for Joey for good measure. 2v4 remains, meaning the whole team have to try and make a play. Not going to happen though. The boom shot is a little bit too quick for them to react to. 5-2 the final score, or 5-1 rather. And a really, really good matchup. Lava, yeah, he sits on 0-5, Colin. But him and Kenny were playing very well up top. Honestly, that's my opinion. But unfortunately for them, just not quite as good as some of the retakes that I alluded to from Onliners up in the snipe tower. They were just playing a little bit better on the day.
Onliners did a great job of retaking the long shot every time they had to push back against Kenny and Lava up top. I will say this. How coordinated the snub fire has been for teams thus far today. We have talked about it at length, how deadly that snub is. And in that final round, you saw it when the other two players, Demise and TJ, went down to the bottom side of the map. Kenny and Lava knew they had to try to make a move. They pushed back up to the top of the tower. And before they even really got into position to make anything happen, it was a buzzsaw. It was an absolute paper shredder of snub and lancer fire coming out across the top side of that tower, being capped off by the exclamation point that was the boom shot. So Onliners come away with a map 1 victory here over the side of Hive United, and it is a well-earned victory as well, because again, we've talked about how big the names are and how great the names have been, But at the end of the day, you still got to roll out a spawn and you still got to be able to beat your opponents. And we go from one map in Gridlock that is a little bit of a push and pull, a little bit of a give and take, to a map that is as symmetrical as you could ever want one in War Machine.
Totally. Yeah. And it's the first time we're going to see War Machine on broadcast today, Colin. Excited for it. I think it's one of the, if not the best execution maps we've had in Gears esports history. And the question is now is you take whether can you take Kenny and can you take Lava and put them on War Machine and have them play as dominantly as they had in the past? We mentioned, of course, Enemy, Swarm, Denial. You know, these names come to mind. But of course, the players that really executed and the maps they executed on Kenny Lava War Machine. It's a fantastic combo of words there for sure. But the question is it a little bit too old school? You know, can you really fight with a lot of these new generation players that really do like getting up close and personal? They like getting aggressive and they have the shotguns to boot to really allow them to do that, even against the likes of players that we've described. Demise and TJ Force, yeah, they played pretty well, but they weren't really as much of a presence as the likes of Killer Sound there on the boom shot when, of course, the support fire came in. Hoffman, of course, I mean, we saw him a number of times doing some really good stuff at the Archway, but again, they didn't really have that impact that the team of onliners did. And I'm wondering if War Machine can be the adjustment here that really helps them get into the game.
It's adapting and overcoming, and one of the things that I think is very pivotal to think about the entirety of the time that you watch this match on that Gridlock. Any time that the onliners, especially on the back of Joey Slayton, was able to take control of the long shot side, their boom shot side could sit pretty. They could sit back, relax, force the side of Hive United to maybe come through the archway and make a move on their side of the map where they could just kind of cut them up with Lancer or snub fires. They came through the archway. It was only the round that Kenny and Lava were able to win that long shot that really put the panic button in motion for the bottom side of the map. I love that idea of push and pull. If you guys are succeeding, it's allowing you to possibly get that flank, get that 90 degree. It's allowing us to kind of sit in cover, take our time, and force them into an even worse situation if they want to try to flip the script or they want to try to overwhelm the bottom side of the map. I would love to see, the only answer really for that is to throw an extra body into the fight. Give yourself somebody else down there for a revive or to push through. Maybe you get lost in the sauce. You'll give up one power weapon, but you'll find yourself winning the other side of the map. But we go to War Machine where, I mean, you kind of have that classic spread. You've got the mid box, the long shot up top, and of course the snake pit where you got to fight across those sandbags if you want to go for the torque bow. I'm curious to see how these new age players really play it. You used to have that spread like mayonnaise theory, looking for the sight lines, looking for the lancers. Everybody was able to kind of take their 1Vs, which is one of the things that made Envious so famous on this map, is that Praised was the king of the mountain. He'd go up top and he'd body anybody that came up against him all the way until that semifinal, that losers bracket final in that final tournament. But down here with these new players, they might overwhelm the mid box and then fly south. They might overwhelm the snake pit, try to get Torque Bow out early in this matchup. So we're going to have to see what the give and take is, because as many championships as Lava and Kenny were able to win on a game like UE, it's a very different mindset. And we'll have to see if they can adapt, overcome, and knot this thing up at 1-1.
Yeah, well said, Colin. Well said. For sure, that up top fight has seemingly become as pivotal as ever in kind of determining the state of play, as it were. And even just that 1v1 scenario itself, it's not a cookie cutter. Let's just throw nades and go up top immediately and have a simple 1v. No, a lot of the time there's kind of been some surprise pushes up top, delayed retakes. The use of the troika has come into use a lot of times here in these recent tournaments. And so strategy does still. Folks at home, they might think that strats are set in stone and we won't see anything new on what is essentially a remaster of a game. A remaster coming out in 2015. That's 9 years ago. No, things are not set in stone, folks. And especially the new generation players, they have been experimenting and really have found dividends. Here we go already. Killer Sound straight across the middle of the map. This is exactly what I'm talking about. He finds the kill, and it's a massive shotgun fight, essentially in the spawn of one team, essentially. Torquebow being pulled, looking for the stick. Oh, doesn't get it down. I'm surprised about that from Joey, of all people in Torquebow. Doesn't matter though. 2v1 remains. He is a bit bad. He's rolled back to the safety of this sandbag. But now, Hoffman, aka Demise, to try and clutch up. Going wide are the players, angling from distance. SK going super wide with the pistol, and that will beat the first round. Colin, I've not even had the time to throw to you yet, but of course, the round is over. Insane
I'm not gonna
stuff.
lie to you. Even if you had thrown to me, the only thing I could really think about in that first round was how Killer Sound did the most general ROM thing I could imagine. He saw a human and flew at him. He said, "Nah, you gotta die. I'm trying to take over the top side. My name's General ROM. I gotta make sure you go down and out." Smoke's out here. Start around number 2. Killer Sound pushing up to the mid box, but will play back. Kenny now with an early down onto Carnage. Not able to clean it up just yet. Justin now pushing bottom sandbox. Putting in 1v1 here against, I believe, Demise, who is playing the Hoffman. He'll go down. Here comes Kenny for the revive. Justin trying to bait the revive, trying to bait the shot up, and the sub pistol from the top is there, putting in oh so much damage and making life miserable for Kenny and Demise. Up here at the snake, it'll be Lava fighting off Killer Sound in the middle of the map. Lava pressing him at the sandbags. Will get the chunk in the close quarters combat. Down bottom, Kenny goes out. 2v1 situation. Justin with a little weapon slide, and that is a blast from the past. I love watching and then trying to learn my damn self how to weapon slide. It took me what felt like forever to learn that damn mechanic, but when I did it, I realized why everybody at the highest professional level was doing it each and every time they picked any weapon. Lava with the torque bow in hand will bounce around here toward the Troika and look down to survey the damage, survey the area, maybe come away with a kill. He finds Justin on a quick headshot right there, baby, and he's got to reload that bolt and find his chance to go hunting, because it is rabbit season. But he said, I don't want the torque, baby. I want to pick up a long shot and try to look at him through a magnifying glass, baby.
Great job, Lava. Surprising the two players, trying to catch off. Classic clutch start to find the 1v. He gets the stick, gets a check as well. Perfect advantage in this 1v1 situation. The Golden Hunter is not resetting. In fact, he's going all in. He captures that headshot of Lava, and Lava is essentially full health there. Pulls it out the bag. My goodness me, Carnage. I am shocked that he won that 1v in the end, given the Lava's advantage. I'm sure he's as shocked as me. Is that Kim player right there, Lava. My goodness me. Nonetheless, fantastic showing from Lava, it has to be said, but a very, very good win. A pivotal round potentially for Onliners there.
Very pivotal round here, because Hive United have to come away with a victory, because they've got to try to make it 2-1. They cannot let this Avalanche continue to overtake the Carnage over the top side of that window. Get some big bodies there onto Kenny. Kenny is going to be super hurt. He's going to try to roll away, but the pistol from Killer Sound finds the headshot onto Kenny. Now Killer Sound with a down on Lava. 2 players left alive for the side of Hive United, and Demise finds himself all alone at the back of an alleyway with some hungry dogs ready to chomp down on him.
Another rapid round there. The pistols just firing on every sandbag seemingly in view of the COG team. And now, you know, blink and you'll miss it. The 3-0 is suddenly appearing on our screen because of the aggressive play from Onliners there. Insane stuff. 2 more rounds now to go quickly ahead with a 2-0 map victory. But that is 2 rounds still. And a round in of itself is very difficult against the likes of Hive United and the roster here. Let's see. Oh, maybe I've spoken too soon though. That nade is amazing from Joey finding Lava. The 4v3 is now in place. And the angle coming through into Kenny. He's looking to seek refuge on the sandbag. Does get revived, but under so much pressure now. Stuck at snipe. The pistol headshot coming through on Kenny. Demise laser down before he can get an angle on the window, and literally every player dead before I can switch camera. It's insane. 4-0 now.
It is a cavalcade of momentum. 4 onliners here looking to try to take this map count 2-0, looking to try to finish this thing off 5-0. Can Hive United find a victory here? Can they find a way to come back into this one? TJ now looks across the middle of the map. Fragmentation grenades picked up by both squadrons. TJ looking for somebody to try to pick on. Sees a little bit of a silhouette there in the smoke. Will put some shots on. No down will come through just yet. Both nades come through the middle of the map. Neither of them finding their target. TJ looking for that player that might try to stack up against Kenny. Kenny now holding that mid-box area. That is going to be snub fire. TJ almost going down, gets picked up quickly and goes down after he pokes his head out, and that will allow Killer to fly at him. Kenny goes down next. 2v4 situation. Carnage looking to find his next victim. Nade out. And Demise, I mean, all he could do is try to run for his life. He could try to live by the skin of his teeth, but he's full red, damn near down and dead. Shot over the top, won't be able to get him going. Now Lava, last alive. He has been cleaned up. And Onliners with a 2-0 map count in their bag as they are feeling themselves after a 5-0 War Machine sweep.
I'm just watching back on the stream delay there, Colin, just to see that push onto TJ, and it was just so excellently played. A complete laser of a pistol coming from window, and it seemed like it was an instant call out for Killer Sound. Just go, all right, I hear you. He's forward. I am sprinting at him before he can even breathe, and it immediately the kill comes. And as a result, the rest of the numbers fell as they may. And that's the thing about War Machine, why it's so excellent. As soon as you identify a weak point in that structure that's kind of laid out across the entire width of War Machine, you can just focus on that hard and go for an all-out push. And the cookie just crumbles from there. Every pillar falling so quickly due to the angles. And they made it count. Boy, did they make it count, those little advantages they got from those awesome snub pistols and the like. Well played online as formidable opponent there on that map.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, remember, we are in a best of five situation. So not only do we have at least one more guaranteed map, but if Hive United have anything to say about it, we're about to see three more guaranteed maps on this bad boy of a Sunday as we look between Hive United and Onliners. They will be going to Clock Tower next. Map number 3. Onliners looking to shut this thing down 3-0. They're looking to put Hive United away and move forward to play another 4 stack of absolute monstrous names in the history of Gears Esports. But they've got to get through Clock Tower. We've already seen today a couple of different curveballs be thrown at it, where Rushies was going down to play over those fragmentation grenades, with Juke, of course, answering the toll, answering the bell against him. I'm curious what we might see on this one, because Hive United, to me, they just come across as a team that's going to play pretty standard unless you change something up. I don't see them throwing many curveballs in the way of onliners in this situation.
Yeah, and I feel as though when I think of veterans, the likes of Kenny Lava, I kind of just want to round out that squad with rushies when I think of Clock Tower, because then it gives you that ability to go a little bit more strategically unorthodox. But Lava has many times gone down bottom to make those plays, if memory serves me correctly. The problem though, Colin, is that base strat. Ultimately, if you kind of need to go towards trick strats just to because you can't win the base, that's problematic in of itself. And I'm kind of mentioning that fact because when I see those pistols on War Machine from onliners, I quiver when I think, oh, now we have to play Clock Tower against that, as though it wasn't bad already. And then I'm thinking to the next step. Okay, let's avoid the mid war fight. Oh wait, we can't just keep going down to nades. And I'm just thinking, what are the ideas that Hive United are going to be thinking about now? Because they have to win this map. They're 2-0 down, as you mentioned. And it's tough. It really is tough. One thing is for certain, Colin, they have to put in some damage. They have to at least keep their heads down a little bit. They can't let the bursts of power come through, otherwise they'll have a lot of problems. Maybe the snipe is a big focus point. Maybe they can make those unorthodox plays down that snipe alley and force the shotgun fights. Because I don't want to see a team fight of lances and pistols, because I just don't see Hive United winning that. Especially considering that they had a lot of difficulty in the snipe tower, for example, and even in that situation too, team fights aren't really on their side right now. Hive United, and they need to react accordingly. They need to go into Clock Tower with that in mind.
They're gonna have to find an answer here. I was gonna make the joke, hey, look, if you can't win base, can you lean on the big brain of Kenny to come up with 7 different trick strats
Hmm.
for one map? Just hey,
Yep.
just call them out, little audibles at the beginning of every round, see if it throws them off. And I say 7, even though you only got to win 5 rounds. I'm saying 7 because the chances are 2 or 3 of them ain't gonna happen. All right, 2 or 3 of them just ain't gonna win you a round. But we going into Clock Tower, you talk about having to win base, you having to talk about having to worry about those snub fights. I really look at it. I mean, you talk about the Troika on War Machine. Everybody side of onliners with all the damage they were putting in and all the damage they were putting out round in and round out. We come here on the backside of Demise and he hides Unite. Switching over now to Justin. Justin at the top of that mid wall with his shotgun out. Switches over to Snub. Shots in early. Quick little active out. Won't be able to get anything to go as he's tagged up quickly. You can hear him trading fire though. I mean, you can hear the grunts coming out from the Loki. You notice him putting some damage. Downs come out, traded out quickly, and boom, this thing is still kind of knotted up 4-4, but there goes Justin.
Damage coming out thick and fast. TJ going up and cleaning up those downs though, and they will come away. Thanks to that first early down onto Carnage and that successful navigation of that snipe alley, they will win out in the end without any deaths. But there were threatening moments. There were some pistols being fired very quickly. Thankfully, TJ was on point, getting up close and personal to clean up quickly, and Kenny doing an excellent job down the snipe alley. Otherwise, hey, Hive United, they're always under that pressure of onliners being able to turn it around with those deadly pistols. Now as we flip sides, they get the advantage on the mid pillar for the angle. Kenny's there with shotgun out ready, but there's the push. Killer Sound instantly shotguns in the back, full red. There's the kill. 3v3 situation down by the right side. In fact, Demise will be down. Lava, everybody else will fall. Just like that, the GOG team put a round back on the board.
There it is, 1-1. That is the round they needed to kind of stop any kind of momentum from Hive United to come out in this situation. We will be going to round number 3. Unsure if they're going to play up close and personal yet again, because last time Hive United found themselves being overwhelmed by the wave of players of onliners playing to that mid sandbox and that back killer lane. Kenny now with a smoke out, throws one. Side first killer. Demise trying to take shots up the top with the shotgun. Joey slaying, goes down to Kenny. And I'm sure there's going to be somebody there for the revive. TJ trying to bounce himself out of the situation. And he will get away. Scot-free, basically. Only a little bit of damage. Lava getting it down on a killer. But Kenny going down himself. That's going to be TJ trying to knot this up, trying to get this lead. Rolling back to back killer. Yet again at 4v3. Hive United have the advantage.
Oh no, it was a great reset by TJ, but it left the angle completely on the mid pillar. Thankfully the recovery is there though, as Carnage was down on the back pillar. Kenny is there, and the players will be cleaned up. But it was a scary moment. You know, TJ was returning to the safety of back pillar. It was a concerning time when they take mid pillar with those angles, with those deadly pistols, of course, as always. But no, they do hold out in the end. Well played, 2-1. It's a bit scrappy, clearly, the round so far, as we know Clock Tower is known for, Colin, of course. But it is a more scrappy affair, it seems like, on either side. With no one having a true advantage just yet. Smokes are always causing a lot of chaos. First down coming from Lava, though.
Sit back quickly, there's the revive out. Trying to get it back up. Lava is standing back up 4v4. Lava tagged up again, goes down, as well as Kenny. Demise is going to have to wait momentarily to try to get something going back in that situation. Freaking out like Snub. Demise is putting Snub that fire back down that mid wall, and as each player goes down and gets cleaned up, it will be another round in favor of onliners. 2-2, 3 rounds away from a victory for onliners, moving into a loser's bracket final.
Big time. Yeah, 7 downs coming out from Joey, slaying that, putting in the work with those weapons. Again, that mid pillar is a constant focus point for both teams. There's a good potential play. Joey slaying. For a moment there. I think we have a frag grenade strategy potentially being utilized. Let's see if those do pop, or if he can rotate the pop. There's the angle come out from Marcus. He just stands in the middle, relying on his damage to outpower and down Lava before he can get a down himself. Meanwhile, teammate Justin, he flanks and he gets the kill with the shotgun there. Well played indeed. Killer Sound following up right away, but a 2v2 scenario remains.
Lock and load.
Let's see.
2v2 we go. Killer Sound back to the top side of the map, looking back over the top of those sandbags. Joey gets the down onto Kenny. Now Kenny's out. 2v1 situation. Killer backs off. Joey behind him with the Lancer out. They're going to put some damage in. They're going to try to continue to pressure TJ here at the prison, and that is it from the behind. That is going to be Joey with the final shot and kill there. And that will be 3 rounds to 2. 2 rounds away from winning it 3-0 against Hive United are the onliners.
Now they are. Great 2v2 playing out there at the end. Again, it's scrappy. It's the same word coming back to me as I see these rounds play out. It was a lovely flank, but even then, it was still up in the air who's going to win out despite that advantage. Killer Sound again. Aggressive angle taken onto the mid pillar. Gets the down on lava quickly to the safety of the cover. The retaliation is the push on the back pillar. TJ does find it and he gets the kill. Traded out. 3v3 situation. Down still continuing to land there on the mid wall. Advantage is strong there for the COG team. They should be able to wrap this one up.
See Justin trying to throw Lancer fire back. They're going to get shots onto the Thrash Ball drone. He goes out. 2v3 situation. Justin throwing a ton of fire and getting the kill onto lava. Now it is a 1v3 situation, and they will barrel down on their final opponent. Taking the first 1v. That's going to be Demise. He gets one, but they get chunked out by Justin, and that will be 4-2 in the round count.
Yeah, momentum starting to build a bit here, Colin. It's getting a bit concerning. It was looking a lot closer at the start, but now is the time potentially to consider these unorthodox strategies. You know, if Kenny has been building up a strat book, now is the time to employ it a little bit, because it's not been too good looking, I have to admit. From the start, Killer Sound has continued to get these really aggressive angles from the middle. Very confident kind of approach. He does get down here this time, though. It does backfire. Are they going to be able to follow up here? Hive United, that's the question. Lava's down in the process. Another down goes back, but no, that's the headshot that comes through. It's not going to be down, it'll be a kill. Killer Sound, speaking of him, he continues to push on. Picking up another kill, and I think he's done enough damage here. 3v2, a down for onto Demise, and that kill will be confirmed. Just like that, the COG team, despite losing out on that advantage at first, Killer Sound, really comfortable, aggressive positioning. He was countered at the start, but it didn't really lead to much, did it? They were able to recover, continue to aggressively stand up with their pistols and say, hey, we can trade the damage, we can outshoot you, it does not matter. And then Killer Sound just pushes on through like it's nothing, Colin. I mean, formidable again. I described them as that on War Machine. Again, it's the aggressive postures of the players like Killer Sound that I described there that kind of set the teams apart. It really seemed like they were always on the offensive.
I mean, without a doubt, that is that is more than just a cavalcade. That was an oppression of their opponent. There was not a round that I don't believe onliners weren't the aggressors in the round. Even when they were losing, they were trying to press forward, trying to make some magic happen, and they come away with a clear, clean-cut victory, 3 maps to none over Hive United. You look back across it, Killer Sound was without a doubt the aggressor from start to finish, off rip all the way to the final grave mark. He was always the tip of the spear, always at the forefront. So now the onliners, they go from one set of absolute monsters of the midway themselves in Kenny, TJ, Demise, and Lava to now they've got to go up against another stack of studs in guys like Acels, Zysho, aka Nukes for Acels, excuse me, my man, Rushies, and of course the man, the myth, the legend himself, Powers. So this is just a from the frying pan into the fire for them.
Totally, yeah. A crazy, crazy game of simply oppression is an awesome word, Colin. Has to be said. And what else has to be said? Well, we have to mention the fact that this is completely community funded. The Gears Community Series Deluxe has been putting on amazing work, but so have a lot of you guys supporting. If you do want to help support, as you can see there, it's all on a volunteer basis. Please do type in !donate. And then, of course, if you're interested in becoming a sponsor, then please do contact Deluxe Haas or Natural Law GG on Twitter.
Don't forget to shout out some of those big donators we got coming in hot for this tournament. Blame Baby at 400, Ghost at 385, and Heavy D with 200 of their own! Exclamation point. Matcherino in the chat if you want to find out how to continue to donate to keep these tournaments alive, well, and going. Because without the Gears Community Series, there might not be nothing else for you to watch on a beautiful Sunday that's worth a damn, because you don't have the big names and all the best players in one place.
Well said, Colin. Yeah, it's a fantastic state of affairs. The fact that we've even been able to put this on today. I say we, but Deluxe is really the man behind the scenes, is doing so much work for the community. And shout out to Deluxe. Has to be said, the man is perhaps the biggest tournament producer in Gears Esports history when it comes to community run events. I mean, it has to be said. Chris is the king in that department. That is for sure. Shout out to him. He's been on the cameras and the amazing production quality we have here. But yeah, Colin, it's been an amazing tournament so far. Every time we go through a round, I just find out what the next set of teams are. And I'm like, can it get any closer again? I mean, I thought the last game was stacked. Now we've got these set of 8 players. It really is such a stacked and entertaining tournament, and it's been a pleasure.
It's been an absolute pleasure and an honor. And for all of you out there that want to see the next matchup, can onliners continue to streak through the losers bracket to take on the likes of NYS? Well, you're going to have to stick around and stay tuned, because we are going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back after that for our next matchup in the losers bracket. The losers bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen, coming your way right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gears Community Series. I am Sir Blinks a lot because my eyes were a little dry. My contacts decided not to agree with me inside of those oculars because they still can't believe what I've been able to see all day. And that is some of the best Gears UE action I have seen in quite some time. And of course, my eyes will never believe it when it has to lay gaze upon one of the most handsome, one of the most talented, one of the smartest, one of the nicest, one of the greatest human beings on planet Earth. I mean, 8 billion of them walking God's green, and I somehow get to work with that man.
I hope you're pointing at yourself, Colin, my friend. I mean, come on. Have you seen this guy? I mean, that beautiful camera that you have still on that backdrop. I mean, it just frames that face of yours perfectly, my friend. Absolute
I was really
pleasure.
hoping we were gonna continue on with that match because I'm not gonna lie to you, baby. I was gonna whip that out if we had kept going. If we had kept going, this is what you were going to have to see. When you come back from the map rotation of execution, all 5 maps, Clock Tower, War Machine, Gridlock, Canals, and Mansion in our losers bracket finals. I'm going to tell you right now, my man, when we come back from this, I hope you get a good chuckle out of it. I hope you get a good laugh because we're going to see some maps that are some long-loved ones, some ones that we've always gotten to see and cast over, but without a doubt, we get to revisit some of the classics and some of the greatest hits from the likes of Clock Tower, War Machine, Gridlock, Canals, and Mansion for our best of 5 losers bracket finals.
Oh boy, I'm ready. Oh, there you go. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And that shirt as well, the roses just off to the side next to
What about the
Kenny.
Lancers? What about the
It's all
Lancers?
the Lancer, it's perfect. It's like it's one of the best images ever. And the
Yeah.
fact you've just thrown that in your camera as well as though you're the producer is just clever. It's just clever.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it's a I can't begin to tell you how much happiness that picture brings me. I could, like, anytime I'm doing any kind of casting, streaming, whatever it may be, if I need to remind people who my dad is, I just throw that picture up right there. That's just me and my pops right there. I might be older than he is, which is a wild thing, but Killer Sound, who was the tip of the spear last time for onliners, trying to go back to the middle sandbox here against MVPs and get some snub fire out across that mid wall as we start things off hot and heavy here on Clock Tower, but Carnage starting things off with a headshot on a rush. Now Powers down on a killer. This is going to be Joey Slane trying to push back into the situation. 2v3 situation. Revives in, but not enough. Not in time. And onliners start where they left off.
My goodness me, I think it was 3 headshots in the end there for the Locust team to start off with a huge amount of gunfire there. Killer Sound aggressive, Carnage as well. I mean, it's just a continuation of the previous map. It looks like Powers, nukes. My goodness me as well. Rushies has to fight this too if he goes down bottom. The aggression is just insane. I mean, full red instantly. Rushy as soon as he keeps his head up there. Smokes are thrown out. Killer Sound trying to aggressively get the angle middle pillar, immediately escaping behind that smoke cloud. And Rushy just gets down on time, but there's the push. Killer Sound just appeared on the side of the map. It's just so fast. The speed that onliners are operating at right now. Justin has the angle. The revive chains are not going to save these 2 players. There is no way. The damage, the flanks, it's all just too quick and heavy. Justin with 5 downs there in the end. I mean, you can't stop this damage output, surely.
I mean, that is an intense amount of damage, an intense amount of free fire coming in from those snubs. And we go to the next round. Zysho Powers left without a kill thus far in the game. Those 2 guys, especially Powers, need to get ramped up if MVPs want to have anything to do with a victory lap here as Justin pushes across those mid sandboxes. Now trying to go back across the fight. Helps his teammate get out for free. First fragmentation in. Not going to be able to find anybody. Joey Slane, long shot in hand, looking across the middle of the map. Fragmentation grenade to the backside of the prison. Won't be able to find anybody. Cells pressing the back issue. Will go down, quickly picked up. Nukes has got the revive. He's not going to get revived back. Pushing in now for the revive chains. Pushing in for the final kill. This is going to be Powers. He's gone big. Powers has gone huge. Powers helps them find their first round here in map number 1.
Here we go. That's the Powers energy we need to see. We need to see Powers operating it's such a focused manner down that snipe alley in particular, because that mid wall, it looks like a losing battle when you go against a roster on fire like onliners right now. I mean, we need to see that star player, that snipe gameplay, that shotgun fight aggression that we typically have seen from Powers on multiple Gears games on this particular map. My eyes will be on him, but that shotgun and Zeiser trying to keep the heads down, but you just see aliens pop up with snubs, like rapid firing, like SMGs almost. There's the headshot on the Zysho, shutting him down. 4v3. Kin's going to get down as well. Can the revive train get through this? I mean, somehow I think not, because it's just so fast. The push has already come through from Joey. The snipe pillar has been handled. Powers is not a threat there. Justin sits at 0 kills, 10 downs in 4 rounds of play.
That is a statement in and of itself, that he said, look, I'm just going to make life easier for everybody else. My goose egg be damned. I just want everybody to get kills. I'm going to spread the love and these bullets around succinctly and sound. Killer Sound, tip of the spear now, going over to the backside of those sandbags. Fragmentation grenades picked up. Sniper in the hands of Joey Slaying yet again. It's going to be Killer. Snub out. Justin shoots back across through the smoke. 10 down to his name, so you know he's trying to find somebody to pop off that. It looks like they're going to get the call out that the flank is in. Carnage has gone down. Be a nade in from Rushies. He will throw it out, get the kill to clean up. Secondary nade out. He'll be able to rack one player off, but Joey hits the corner with a long shot out, gets the kill. Now Joey has to worry about the flank. He has to worry about the angle. He's a little red, not enough to go down and dead. Justin kills Powers at the top side of the map, so it is 3v2 with an advantage for onliners.
Powers getting caught out there on a 3v3. That's huge. Nukes, can he clutch up though? He gets down, not the kill. Kenny on the, or rather Kenny, Zysho on the flank, excuse me. Not gonna save the day though. But a teabag comes through for Justin, because now not only does he have many downs, he has 12 downs, he has 3 kills as well. And my goodness me, the speed that they're operating on, that I'm just associating Anya with Kenny at this point, due to you putting that image on the screen earlier. Colin, I blame you, my friend. I mean, 4-1 the score. It's insane. Powers getting caught out on Snipe Pillar because they're operating so quickly. A headshot from the snipe. It's even the Rushies going, the Rushies player going down to get the frags, playing in his typical manner, and that wasn't enough. Insane. Here comes Rushies though, and Nukes going wide with the angles of the pistol. Can they make it happen? Powers is pushing through. That's what you want to see. Finding the kill on Justin and Carnage. Killer Sound answers back though. 3v2 in favor still, but no, Joey Slane, a lovely reaction shot, getting the down on Nukes. Still very much alive.
3v2 indeed. Joey Slane back pillar.
Oh my goodness me.
Down comes out, now trying to pull the snub. We'll get a ton of damage out there. Bounces back into the favor to get the revive. Here comes the teammate trying to stop the flank. Killer Sound goes down, and Joey Slane all by himself in a 3v1. Lancer out, will continue to put some pressure. Bounces back across to the mid sandboxes. Shot there. That's going to be Zysho sliding in. Joey Slane puts his dancing shoes on, his blue suede shoes. He goes tap dancing on the back side of the map, but he is going to get escorted out by security, as that will be the second round in favor of MVPs.
Gorgeous movement there from Joey Slane. I could really feel that back A as he went in for the kill. The accuracy was on point with every single weapon. That man is on fire right now. His brain is going at 1,000 miles an hour, keeping up with the rest of the team, might I add. Now, the nades have been implemented once more into their opening strategy. Rushies with the pickup. Joey, they do finally get the sniper out. They're much quicker operating with that. They're not going for the kills. They go for a rotation, in fact. I think we have a rotation for the boom shot. They're so quick to rotate out there. No, they're not going to go for it just yet. The sniper can keep heads down, remember. Said they're going to try and flip the map. They're all flying down bottom. Rushi's going to have a momentary angle at the very least. In fact, it's going to be a flank very soon. He has to be quick though. Powers getting down the process. The turnaround does not happen for Carnage. Rushy's still there. 1v2 scenario, wants to reset. And likewise with a 3v3 situation, it's probably a good idea. Justin too quick though. Zysho and Neeks trying to follow up. Killer Sound shuts that down though. Lovely movement from him. And just like that, Locust will win the match. 5-2 the final score. 14 downs, my goodness me. 21, 22. 25 downs in total in just that many rounds.
You did math much quicker than me, my friend. I got to 12, and I was like, I got nothing
Nah, it's
else.
just too many
It's
downs. There's
just
too
there's
many.
too
I'll
many
stop
there's
there.
too many downs and not enough numbers that my brain can process. I'll just say, look, I'll give you what I usually like to tell. That's a gaggle of them. All right, there was a gaggle of downs in that round. You can use that, scientifically speaking, you can use gaggle if you'd like, because that pretty much sums up any and all amounts all in one word. But that was an amazing first map by onliners. They took it each and every round to MVPs. They're trying to, I don't want to say make a name for themselves necessarily, because it's this tournament on the line right now. They're looking to continue forward in this, and they certainly have done a job of making a name already, because they've taken out 4 big names. They're trying to make 4 bigger names go to the wayside so that they can settle the score up with NYS in a grand finals in just a few moments. With 1 map under their belt, they are 10 rounds, 2 maps away from having just that opportunity.
Yeah, yeah, that's for sure. And such an insane map number 1 to start off. In terms of momentum, I mean, that's just shifted it immediately, firmly in the way of onliners. Just as MVPs have had a little bit of a break, kind of like waiting out here before their next matchup, they've just been thrusted into just absolute pit of lava up top. I mean, you can't even sit still, you can't move, you'll just get angled out immediately. Killer sound immediately. Get go just with an angle. I mean, how do you deal with that? It's just so oppressive. And now, Colin, they go into War Machine, where if they slightly move out of cover, as we saw, Demise kind of realize quickly in the midpoint there, Killer Sound can just fly at you and get a kill just off a little bit of damage from the pistol. Let's see how they navigate this one.
This is Killer Sound playing toward the mid box, the mid pillar as well, toward that torpedo. Justin tagged up a little bit. Down here at the long shot. Rush is going to be looking across that mid box, trying to find some damage on somebody. Looks like that initial push has been slowed up just a little bit. Nuke's looking across at a decent angle here. Shots onto the sandbag. Continuing to press that player down to the bottom side of the map, down to the trenches. He's going to try to get out with his life, and he will do just that. Powers now bouncing up and around that mid box, looking for somebody to pick on. Got an opponent pushing against to his left. Won't be able to get that first shot. Goes to the back end. Won't be able to get either one of those. Goes for another back end of his own. Killer Sound, though, gets the down onto Powers. Rushy goes down as well. And Powers, he's gotten revived. Can he make a move here? That's 2 to his name. Looking for the final 2 players. Zeisho and himself both down. 2v1 situation, and Powers continued to try to put the pressure, but it was not enough as onliners continue their path of perfection with another round here against MVPs.
The beast will finally fall. Powers was downed early on, but that one revive from his teammate was enough to essentially get 3 kills there. Just about Justin will hold out to ensure there are no shenanigans going on, and they do win in the end thanks to their aggression. Crack grenades, are they going to be utilizing time? It doesn't seem like. Powers angry, shutting down Killer Sound immediately on that vending machine. Joey Slane getting stunned does not mean much. 4v3 situation now for MVPs to slow it down a little bit now that they have a little bit of distance between them and their opponents. And that numbers advantage. Torpo there, Snipe still to play for. And down on the Carnage, in fact. That will open up space a little bit for Powers to move on in. Rushy's cleaning up Carnage there. 4v2 situation. They just need to make sure they don't throw this opportunity away.
A big down and a headshot comes out, and that's going to be, again, Justin just applying the pressure here over the top of the sandbag, but Zeisho, he's not going to give this round away. Knotted up 1-1, and this has been an absolute, I mean, just snub fest from start to finish. The amount of damage being put out at the start of every round. I'm almost shocked at it at times.
Can't even breathe, because as soon as you like raise your chest from just breathing in at the vending machine, you just get angled out instantly. The laser just machine gun by a snub from nowhere. You have to be so on your toes as a result, especially if you're MVPs here, given how aggressive onliners are with those angles. And we even saw on the previous match on screen. They're doing it again here. That vending machine is a dangerous push to make on either side, but gosh, you have to be on your toes when you throw snubs on top of that.
See what they do here is Carnage in the box 4v4 situation. Nobody down just yet. A little bit of damage onto Carnage. You see the snub fire coming in from the left and the right. He's going to take his head and put it behind those sandbags. Now has a teammate bouncing around with him, trying to get over into a position where he might have to be able to get a revive off onto him. A back egg comes out, won't be able to find either one of them. Bags up just a little bit, shot over the top, won't be able to get that one either. Just a little bit of an angle here. Good shot there with that beautiful pot shot, but it will not be enough, and it will not be in time. Powers is down and out. Rushies is down and out as well here. 2v4 situation. Estell's up top trying to just help a teammate, but I mean, with his teammate going down, it is now a 4v1 situation. I believe 4v2, no, excuse me, is one player still alive down here at the long shot, but he's going to have to retreat. He's going to have to get out of there. Nuke! Estell's is going to find one with a Troika, and then he gets headshotted into Tomorrow.
Yeah, insane. As we flick around the cameras, it's Gears of War Snub Edition right now when you have onliners in the game, because they are just so threatening with that weapon. They're always pushing an angle, Colin. It's amazing to see the pressure that they can apply in scenarios that you didn't think was possible is insane. And it's even putting Rushy, Powers, and the likes of these players on the vending machine really on edge, it seems like. They're constantly checking to see if they're in cover. See, Rushies again, slightly out of cover, immediately full-redded, and now despite even the smoke coverage around him, he has to pull back because of the aggression that the COG team have been operating with. And that's Killer Sound there, pushing up. He got it down, his teammate follows up, and that's 2 kills in the middle immediately. And just like that, everyone else will fall, and that's the round. And it just goes to show, I think, that is a perfect example of the slightest damage in War Machine can enable the whole round to go your way. And boy, are onliners impressive at capitalizing on that.
I mean, as soon as they find any kind of hole in that Berlin Wall, they are flooding through it to freedom. They are trying to find the other side of their opponents each and every time they come out of spawn, and this will be Powers now. Smokes out, looking across the map. Fragmentation grenades picked up by both teams. First nade in, won't be able to find anybody. Beautiful shots there. Powers just be down on the killer, but if nobody's in the area to answer, it will not matter. Nobody finds a kill on either team. Powers is going to find himself just showing above that ledge. He might have gone down. Now finds himself in the 93 there at the mid-box. Will get that first shot on, but goes down to Joey, and now Powers revived. Won't be able to get out of cover safely. He's going to be full red. He's going to have to sit down and wait just a moment. 4v3 situation on the map right here. MVPs looking across, trying to find another advantage here, as they do have the 4v3 advantage in the numbers, but they don't really have the positional advantage in this situation. Lancer fire out by Powers. Won't be able to find that first down. Justin gets the down onto Rushy, and this could be 3v3 momentarily if they can't answer back. Shots off from Justin over the top side of the sandbag. Holds that shot and gets that kill, and Justin pulls off the double, baby. He gets a 2-piece and a biscuit for that one, and comes away with a long shot for all of those efforts. And now sliding out 3v2. Onliners have flipped the script, have the advantage, and there is not much that MVPs can do in this situation unless they get their own 2v1 victory.
Incredible push for Justin, and likewise Killer Sound finding the kill on Powers, which should confirm this round of play. Just the one player remaining here at the top of the staircase. Nukes will fall. Amazing teamwork there, especially in that first half of play. Both teams just going back and forth, neck and neck with the damage, the revive chains on the vending machine, consistently pushing that angle onto window from the side. It was just exquisite to see, but it was Justin who kind of set the mark there at Snipe with that amazing push, just off a little bit of damage applied by his team. Well done indeed.
Smokes come out. Rushies is already down to Carnage. Beautiful shotgun there in the middle of the map, I'm assuming. 4v3 situation. Onliners have taken the advantage over MVPs already, and now they can kind of play to their strengths. They can play an aggressive push across the map. Citra tries to go for the shot over the top. Won't be able to get the first one. Bounces in on the back end, and that is going to be Justin holding his shot, waiting for him to slide and hit that sandbag, and will take him out. Reloads the long shot, but doesn't even have to, as his teammate comes flying in the right-hand side of the map, and you will see them pushing across and swarming the final player for MVPs, and Toby, my man. That is another map victory for onliners as they take a 2-0 map count 5-1 over the MVPs.
Well, we spoke about it, Colin, right? The momentum after Clock Tower is such a big if you will. And I think it played out on War Machine. They continue to aggressively posture themselves, out in the open a little bit to see if there was an angle opportunity. We saw, the example round that I described it as of Rushies as soon as he was slightly out of cover. And, you know, I'm sure you folks remember, from that round itself, he was not right on the end of the pillar. He was like slightly in. But because the angle can still be attained from nades, that's all you need, an elbow just to slightly be peeking, and that's a full ride opportunity and the round falling from there. And it makes War Machine such a dangerous map for a lot of positions where you have to be constantly on edge. If you're on the defensive, if pistols are being fired your way, if killer sound is aggressively and in perfect fashion pushing through vending machine and capitalizing on damage, you have to be on your toes constantly. You can't just sit there and kind of sit idle. You have to be outputting damage yourself. Otherwise, they're just going to be suppressing fire essentially, like it's Battlefield or something. They can't constantly over your head on the covers. And as a result, it makes for an awfully difficult matchup there, not only in Clock Tower as we saw, but again on War Machine. And I'm curious now as to how this third map could possibly play. It's going to be gridlock. Sniper can be a big factor, but I think I think something about this momentum could be the most dangerous factor coming into gridlock now.
I think with the momentum, like you said, and the fact that they could kind of just wash away their opponents in 3 straight maps, they've already won 2 of them in pretty dominating fashion. Now you look at that long shot coming into play. There's not a lot of places to hide. You go to that top tower, you're going to have to fight somebody CQC. You're going to have to stand up and stand out. And that is a big differential because, I mean, the way that the shots are hitting for onliners right now, it is a dangerous situation for the MVPs down there at the boom. I don't know if you go for that or if you play for it heavy at all to try to add in the explosive damage or the AoE effect to try to help your teammates come away with a victory at the tower. For all I know, the MVP's got to find an answer. I don't know what that answer is going to come in the shape of. I don't know what that answer is going to come out as, but I know that the test has been laid in front of them. I know that the test now, the big question on it is what do you do down 2 maps? And the only real answer they can come up with is win 3 straight. If there's any other answer, they're bounced out of the tournament, and we get the onliners in NYS in a grand finals, and they are 5 rounds away from it. And they haven't slowed down. We've been with them for their first match, now the second one. They have not pumped the brakes at all. They have put the accelerator through the floorboard, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, yeah, zero breaking at any point. It's just all go, go, go. And if they can't find an angle this way, they go and try this one. If they can't just do that, then they'll just go and push in with a shotgun. And it's working. It's working. You can't fault that. Gridlock, I think, could be much of the same. We've seen the smokes be utilized on both War Machine and Clock Tower. Gridlock is known for its smokes, kind of enabling a lot of different strategies, like going towards Arch and going heavy for a boom pickup or pushing through Snipe Tower. But it doesn't matter, it seems like, because none of these weapons, no equipment, no strats, even going down bottom with Rushies and his frag grenades, has really helped MVPs. But they're veterans, Colin. There is absolutely hope here to come back with a flurry of maps and win out 3-2. It is possible. That's for sure. And the likes of Rushies, Nukes, Powers, and Zysho. I mean, I don't know about you, Colin, but I literally get a burst of dopamine in my brain just reading off those names because it's just so stacked. It's an unbelievably skilled roster that has the potential to win out on just individual skill alone. Doesn't matter who they're up against, they absolutely have that capability. I don't care if you put explosive and mental, peak skill, peak level, somehow insert them on the other team. It doesn't matter. That roster is still ridiculously crazy in terms of the raw skill department. And
And we've
Gridlock,
seen it happen
just
a
maybe
couple
it
of
could be
times
it.
already. I mean,
Yeah.
we've seen it happen with Powers had a pop off round on Clock Tower, which won them around because Powers just said, No, I don't want to lose this one. We've seen
Mm,
Rushies take over around form with a couple of quick kills and some damage. Everybody is trying to contribute to the best of their ability. They just have not found a way to overwhelm the side of the onliners. That's the worrying thing to me. I mean, you can have the biggest name, you can have all the talent in the world, but you were talking about how just a shoulder, an elbow, a
mm,
kneecap, if it's out of cover, it is bad news bears. We're looking at a map in gridlock that, yeah, you've got some sight lines and you got some hallways, you got some corners you can hide behind, but the majority of the fights that take place in the initial, there's not a lot of that hiding. There's not a lot of places for you to go, and that's what worries me about the chances of MVPs in this map number 3 is the fact that there's not a lot of places for them to go to be able to get away from that snub fire, from that team fire, excuse me, of the onliners.
mm. Yeah, you're right. And the thing is, Clock Tower, War Machine, for me, are certainly the most difficult maps to play against onliners for. So to get them out of the way, it might actually be a really good luck actually for MVPs. The question is, can they kind of shift the momentum by winning out on gridlock to then get them to canals where they can slow it down a little bit? They can just let powers go off with the snipe, which he might have a lovely warm up with on gridlock coming up next. Take us to Mansion final map. The momentum might be completely swung, and you easily could envision MVPs winning this match and getting back to the grand final, getting back to the winners bracket rather. But that reminds me, Colin, as I did just take a glance at the bracket, a reminder for folks at home who did miss it. That winners bracket final was not good for MVPs. It was a 3-0 in favor of NYS. And the problem there was much the same. It was just these new gen godlike players with awesome teamwork, awesome snubs, awesome angles. And so that is kind of a factor itself that historically doesn't lend itself to MVPs. But hey, as mentioned, if anyone can do it, if anyone can bring that individual skill in and get the snipe in the hands of powers and allow him to use it, it's this roster right here.
They got to find a way, and they got to find it quickly onto gridlock. We've talked about it at length. We've talked about what they need to do, what they could do. I am still looking to see some kind of greatness. I want to see more than just a flash in the pan, more than just one round out of a guy like Powers. I'd love to see him get that long shot in the first couple of rounds and make his business known, get those early headshots. We saw one earlier where we saw somebody go toe to toe with the boom. The boom came in. You could see the rocket coming in from a third person perspective. It was almost poetic to see the get that long shot in his hands quicker than his opponents can get the boom shot out and be able to get those shots on to be able to get those kills, to be able to get that momentum, and to be able to maybe get this map in their favor.
Here we go then. Can they do it? MVPs on the COG team. The snipe picked up in the hands of Baird. Lost the frag grenades in the process. They'll be thrown it onto Archway to try and enable a boom shot pick. Even so, it is not even necessary. They'll get the kill itself and the boom shot pick. A trade in downs, but outnumbered means Powers with snipe in hand, full red. His teammate trying to find a kill to even out the numbers a little bit, and it works. In fact, Neves gets the down. Joey, but doesn't. Is not able, in fact, to pick up the kills. The rotation just a little bit too quick from
Yeah, Toby,
onliners.
that is a tough first round there for MVPs to come up against. I'm gonna need you to do me your best impression of a one-man army for a couple of seconds
Hell yeah.
because I just got a text message from my better half, and it's time to go check on my babies for just a moment. I'm sorry, buddy. I love you
No
to death, but I'll
worries
be
at
right
all,
back.
my friend. No worries at all. Take your time. I mean, the thing is, folks, here, onliners, MVPs, when they go head-to-head, you have Killer-san continuing this aggression archery. You need Powers to continue getting the snipe and utilizing it. There you go. He gets the headshot onto Justin, breaking open this fight now as well. Down at the archway. This should be good. 4v1, a clear-cut round victory, and that is the recipe for winning Gridlock. Get the snipe into Power's hands, and if not, at the very least, guarantee that loads of players are going to have to come up there to ensure he doesn't get it. Force the strategy change from onliners as a result, and stop Killer Sound, for example, continuing his general RAM aggression throughout the midline of the map, and on this map in particular, on that boom flank, for sure. Powers back on board with him. First man up, right-hand advantage on the pillar, instantly rolls in for the snipe pickup. Not like anyone's going to follow up either. Nate arm rotates. Oh, in fact, weapon slide, I was about to say rotated, because it seems like two players are down bottom already at that boom shot for the counter to the snipe pick. Down. Just a body check from Powers, but I don't think anyone's clearing it up at this time, so there should be one boom shot left in the hands of onliners. They do have snipe tower control. You can see the COG team coming all the way back on all sides of the map, just to make sure that there's no opportunity for onliners to get back into this round. Allow Powers to really leverage that range of the sniper rifle, and see if he can find a headshot here or there. Let's see. Everyone's slowing down there in the midline of the map. Players sat back towards the archway. And the COG team have fully pulled out of gridlock here. They're all the way back. They're nowhere near the midway line on any parts of the map. And it's a classic 4v4 in this position too. There aren't many opportunities now for onliners to get an advantage or get themselves back in a gridlock without kind of risking a boom shot to the face, as it were. And an easy call out from one of the 4 players that are alive right now for onliners. And oftentimes you do want to see players move a little bit.
Slow down, Toby?
It did slow down.
Oh my god. Is that what it is? Is I have to leave? I've got to leave for it to slow down.
Hey. You know what? Yes. I think yes, Colin, because no play... Okay, speaking of plays, here we go. Powers is immediately down. I was about to say, no play that's fast should not have your voice on it. That's a fact. And so, they just knew. Cast a curse right there. They could sense it. And so, Powers with snipe in hand, he was going to change the pace of play. Fortunately for him, he no longer has a head. Never mind his hands. And now a 4v3 situation presents itself.
Justin looking across at the Hammerburst Tower, trying to make sure that if he pops his head, he's able to get that shot off. Won't be able to get the headshot there. Zysho, the picked a long shot, and indeed it was Zysho, and he loses his head, and Nukes loses his limbs to the boom shot, as it is now a 4v1. Rushies will answer back with 1, but it will be the last gasp, like he was literally Lieutenant Min Young Kim going up against Rom, as he was then taken out succinctly and swiftly by the next player for onliners as they continue to rally rounds and maps to their cause.
Yeah, and just as though the play kind of slows down, and you know you have one of the best snipers in history in Paul Powers, even then it's not looking too comforting for them. You know, there's still the pressure of onliners as they push up on all sides. Frag grenades picked up again as well. They get the boom shot up. Are they going to get it down though? Are they going to get it away? Sorry, I should say. Killer Sound was down, not taken out. They lost snipe tower control. There's Karma trying to bounce in with the back air, pick up the kill. Powers is there with pistol in hand ready. Instant revive though coming through. But it's safe to say Colin boom shot on one side, snipe on the other. Let's see who plays it best.
Zysho looking across that car, snub out, trying to get some shots on. Won't be able to get the down. Zysho continuing to just bounce back and forth, looking for a little bit of intel, looking for a little bit of help, bouncing up at the top side of the tower. They're going to pressure, go 2v1 up here. Big body shot there, finally getting the down. Zysho will watch Nukes pick up the kill, but Nukes is killed off by Killer Sound with that boom shot in hand, and now Zysho, 2v1 situation. Zysho goes down to the boom shot. Killer Sound, no more rockets in his pocket, will be able to stack up at the top side of the tower with his teammate, but Powers with a long shot and snub to be able to fend off his opponents. Opposite side of the map, I believe, was Rushies looking for a little bit of a flank. Powers is going to continue to back up here, put some space between him and his opponents. With only 1 kill to Powers' name, he's got to be able to have a shot on to get a victory. He's going to get some kind of call out because you can hear the Lancer fire ringing out. Powers looking for some kind of answer here, looking for somebody to get their head to out in the open so he could pop it off. But I mean, they are not giving up an inch here.
They're not. They're not. They're continually moving across the map. They're not allowing the pace of play to slow down. Even when the likes of Powers picks up a snipe. And here we go. The boom shot was picked up immediately, testing to see if Rushies was going to get the down in time. And even now, the 2v2 presents itself. But Powers holds on in the 2v1, 1v2. Essentially wins a 1v2 before the boom shot is even there. Lovely job. Powers still very much has his head in the game. And that means a 2-2 situation now.
2-2 situation, knotted up in rounds, but definitely not maps. And MVPs are going to have to come away with a lot of victories here in a row. On the backside of Joey Slayin, we can see those downs have not been as crucial here in this map number 3 as they have been in the first 2. Joey Slayin, smoke out. It looks like they're going to double push over to Boom. One player's going to try to go pick up the fragmentation grenades. Killer Sound's going to snub out for him. I believe Powers will get the long shot, but he's going to go down, so now they can try to test the boom shot, but that's going to be the quick kill with a fragmentation grenade onto Powers. 2v4, and MVPs will find themselves down another round, because no matter what Rushies does, unless he's going to kill 7 people with 1 rocket, he's going to be on hands and knees, praying to the good Lord above they don't find him time.
Fast again, the rounds play out. I almost feel uncomfortable for Rushies, Powers, Zysho, and Nukes as I watch them try and navigate the pressure that is consistently applied by onliners. For example, they lose one weapon, they instantly just get the frags each and every time. So that's one lane that they need to account for at all times. And then the boom shot is always going up, immediately following too. They're on point with their timing, are those players on Locust. But now, speaking of timing, the pistols come out for Powers and Co up top. They fly through, capturing Justin in terms of a kill, and immediately Powers is on the flank, lasering in the back. Straight onto the boom shot player there. That's the down. It's a chase for the revive in time. The Lancer comes through. Powers, his comms have come through to his ears as the Lancer. The perfect choice, but would have been poor if the damage and health wasn't the way it was. But boy, oh boy, his comms were locked in, and he gets it down immediately, and the follow-up is well coming through from Nukes. 3-3. What a tight game this one is, Colin.
That was a beautiful round by Powers, and that's what we were talking about in that early game prediction, was that at any given moment, Powers has the ability to take over a round with his sheer talent. He could simply overwhelm his opponents, and we got to see a pretty picture of it last time, so let's see what happens this time as it is 4-4. Smokes out by both teams. Powers up top in the tower. Asher, Lancer, Zysho gets the down there on the Killer Sound. Zysho with the down on the Carnage. They're not going to be able to follow that up with anything just yet. Going in now. Finishing blow on the Carnage. Boom shot staring down Zysho. That's going to be Killer Sound. Big body shot there. It's going to be Powers going to the backside of the tower. Justin's going to challenge him. Rushing goes down to the boom shot. Killer Sound trying to answer the secondary kill. He gets 2. He's looking for more. It's a 2v2 situation. Zysho has been killed off. Killer Sound looking to get the flank here with the snub. Beautiful damage in. Powers gets the down under Justin. Powers the back A attempt on the Killer. Killer looking to finish this thing off. He's full red. He's down. He's dead. MVPs are now 1 round away from their first map in this losers bracket finals.
This is exactly it, Colin. Powers is coming into his own once more. 9 downs to his name now as he really pushes up heavily through the snipe tower, getting in the faces of their opponents. And what's the best defense? It's attack. It's always attack, especially on Gears of War. And Powers is showing that right now. Excellent job staying alive in the previous round. He knows what to change the pace of play. And he shouldn't, honestly, slow down at all on this initial. That's my opinion. That should be the nade going up. That enables the snipe pickup for Justin. A very clear-cut rotation out. Advantage to them. Question is, what's happening with the boom shot? Are they retaliating? No. MVPs haven't moved a muscle down there, unfortunately. So they're in a bit of a precarious situation as a result. Zysho downed and taken out. Boom shot in the hands of onliners.
Body shot attempt there by Justin. Powers is down there at the bottom of the boardwalk, trying his best to get every kill possible. Boom shot in. Won't be able to find one. Justin with another shot. Won't be able to get a heady yet again. Reload out. and it is 4v2, but it looks like Powers and Rushy down there trying to do everything they can to come away with the victory. Rushy's on a flank, Rushy's on a two-piece, gets the first kill, 4v3 now, but Killer Sound and his teammate have taken out Powers at the bottom side of the map, and Rushy's will do his best Ratman impression as he tries to rushman his way to the Hammerburst Tower. Long shot in hand, looking for a head. Headshot! That'll be Killer Sound going down at the backside of the car as he rolls away from what he thought was danger, and all he was rolling away from was this life to the next. 2 players left alive for onliners and MVPs looking to get their first map victory on the back of Rushies.
Rushies literally gets a kill, sees a snipe fall on the floor. All right, I'll take that, and just runs to the other side of the map. Happily ready to abuse the range of that weapon, and boy, did he do it well there with that headshot right in the middle of the map. 1v2 situation as both players wait patiently by the arch, ready for that boom shot to pop up in time for a weapon slide. Rushies is going to be ready. He knows that's going to be the attempt at this round for onliners.
He's got to be confident in this shot. 2v1 situation. He's got to be able to pick somebody off confidently. He can't just take a shot and hope to come away with a headshot. He's got to make sure it converts with whatever shot he may take. Looking back toward the tower. Lancer fire out. Will get tagged up just a little bit. Puts his head back down. Checking boom. Now looking back to the long shot. Trying to make sure nobody can get a weapon slide. And that'll be the first one. The sniper in the hands now of onliners. So now Rushies has to be even more careful. Shot across the map. Won't be able to find one. And now he rolls back to cover. Playing patiently. Doing his best job at just hoping one of them makes a mistake in this situation. Trying to stay calm, cool, and collected. Composed like a champion. Will Rushies be able to come away with a 2-kill victory? Or will time progress? Boom shot picked, shot on and missed. And now it might be all over but the crime for this round. Rushies with another shot, will miss that one, and he's going to try to rotate out.
Turning back around in an unpredictable fashion. It might actually pay off. I don't know where the boom shot is right now. I'm thinking he's probably flanking. Yep, it was the case. He carried on pushing. Perhaps he could have been able to get that kill in time and been scot-free running away from the boom shot above, but no, instead tries the double back to surprise the boom shot. That's not going to happen for him today. Good job online. It's very patient play, getting the sniper, rotating it back, so at least that can be aimed at Rushy's head as the weapon slide is attempted. 4-4, Colin. It's a big round, of course.
4-4, Nukes looking across the front side of the van. Will go to the big on the grenade. Throws one frag to the backside of the boom. Second one short. Will not be able to find either kill. Reloads no, but it looks like they've given the long shot here to Justin, and Justin is going to roll down to the bottom side of the tower. Slides into the car. Side shot now with down. Carnage down as well. No kills coming through just yet. A secondary down on the Killer. There's the final shot. We're going to get Killer out. 4v3 situation. Bouncing around. No downs answered back yet. Justin's going to go top side of the tower. Trying to try to exactly what Rushies did and basically cover that boom shot. But now with the Carnage down, we're looking at a 4v2 situation. Rushies slides and picks it up and goes to the top side of that Pillar. He's going to try to get inside that L-shaped car. And it looks like they're going to start going with the flanks. Both players up there, but a beautiful boom shot from Rushies connects it with the down, and Joey's slaying all lonesome. And the MVPs find their first map here in losers finals as they get one on the board to make it 2-1. We go to the second half of our map rotation.
What a comeback it has been. 9 kills, 9 downs of powers, 10 kills as well for Rushies. Insane performance. Well done indeed. Now, Colin, they've done the difficult work. They've done the 5-4 on Gridlock, a tough map in of itself, essentially setting them up to a best-of-5 series. It is certainly feasible now that they can come back, as mentioned, Colin. It certainly is, especially in the way that they won that.
I I'm really happy. I'm really happy we get to go to the second half of this map rotation, but I'm also really pissed that I got to be a cyborg. Okay? Nobody warned me that I was half man, half robot. I thought I was all American. Okay? I thought I was 100% American. All right? Nobody told me I was going to be half man, half cyborg there for a minute because I ain't letting no computer take over this mind, all right? I'm gonna go get my tinfoil out, and I'm gonna make damn sure I'll be okay for the rest of this matchup. You bet your bottom dollar on that one because right now it's 2-1. The MVPs, but onliners pick up those first two maps, and now we find ourselves in the second half of this rotation for this map cycle with Canals and Mansion all knotted up.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, canals, you go to the slowest map on the Gears 1 Gears UE cycle. Depending if you call, Fuel Depot slow, if things do slow down as often can happen. Of course,
Fuel
Fuel Depot's
Depot's
not in
not
the
slow; it's
cycle.
an abomination. Okay,
There you go. That's
it's
that's
not
what I mean, right?
asymmetrical. It might be a hot take. I might get a lot of hate in the chat for that one, but I dislike Fuel Depot for a number of reasons. God dang it!
I think it's a fair analysis, Colin. I'll be honest. I've not been a big fan of that. I performed well on LAN, I will say. Personal plug of mine. I did like the frag grenades myself, but that was as a player. I'm sure many viewers, casters alike, have not enjoyed Field Depot as much as other maps. That being said, we have Canals as the slowest. A Mansion after that. You're kind of just doing like a complete, topsy turvy pace change up here. And as a result, I'm curious, the momentum shifted. That's for sure. I think it's probably more like neutral at this point, given how close that map was, given how great onliners were playing. And something that was concerning me in the end, Colin, was the fact that as soon as onliners kind of win up top, there's twice now been zero movement, not a single muscle move from MVPs, and I wonder why oftentimes, because usually if you lose one side of gridlock, you push the other. That's typically your basic play. Otherwise, you just allow the other team to snowball, rotate the weapon round to enable them to get the next. But it has worked out for them twice, that kind of turtle approach, which I would argue would be perhaps more the blame of onliners than it is the star play of MVPs for the angles. So for me, and to summarize, Colin, there's still some life to give yet for MVPs, and there is still plenty of energy, plenty of talent on the side of onliners. So it's certainly not a full momentum shift for me. I think we're pretty neck and neck now going into canals.
With the way the spawns work in Canals, and I know you can probably talk to this a little bit more at length and better than I can. With the way the spawns work, if your MVP's trying to strategize for this, are you putting Rushy's Powers front and center, get him to that snipe quicker instead of worrying about trying to get to a position around Torque or maybe mid bridge quicker? You want to give Powers enough opportunity or that extra second to maybe make that initial play?
Yeah, it's been kind of like an age old question, but I think the simple answer is because weapon slides exist. Oftentimes teams will just simply just elect to have that front spawn on a different position so that they can have that flexibility with their strats if they so choose to, kind of change that up. Oftentimes you want that first spawn running onto middle bridge and getting there as fast as they can. Otherwise, they're just going to be lit up oftentimes. And hey, who is in this game? Onliners, and their snubs are deadly. So you do absolutely need that first spawn if you want to try and navigate that and beat them there. Um, but that being said, snipe is a crucial point. I really do feel like Canals, with the talent that Powers has, could certainly be in their favor if Powers can kind of come into his own and allow the pace of play to slow down. And it's even weird saying that, Colin, because why would Powers Zysho slow down? Why would you ever want that team to slow down? But the fact is, they want to slow it down. They want to be more passive because the speed is right now on the other side, and they're doing it a lot better.
Gentlemen, it is 2-1 in the map count in favor of onliners over MVPs as we go into map number 4. It's Canals, one of the oldest and most storied maps in the history of the Gears of War franchise. And we will be on the back of Zysho, throwing smokes, trying to get a little loose here at the front of Middle Bridge. Snipers taken by both squadrons. Zysho full stub. Will go to follow his teammate. They get the first down onto Joey. Joey will be tagged up and taken out by a cell. Fragmentation grenades picked up on Middle Bridge. First grenade out. Both players rolling away. Rushies will be downed and taken out. 3v3 on the map. Big back A out by Luke. Luke trying to help out in any way, shape, form, or fashion that he can. But that is an overtake by Justin. Everybody down. Everybody out. One player left alive. That'll be Powers. And he will go down. So even with the ice-breaking kill of the round, MVPs find themselves on the losing end of a round 1 effort as onliners take the first one.
That they do. Justin with 3 kills straight away, pushing heavy down low. That's the pace. That is the aggression you can expect to see right through Middle Bridge, right through the junction. And now Torpo immediately picked up by onliners instantly, before even the snipers were picked up there, as we can see on our screen. That is the strat planned out perfectly by onliners and executed when it matters most. Joey Slane has been absolutely deadly with the Torpo every single tournament we've had, and it's almost become kind of a meme for me, Colin. The fact that the Torpo is even allowed to be picked up by Joey at this point, a team can even be surprised when he gets it. It just shocks me, honestly, because this probably is the same state of affairs in scrims. Whenever you play against his team, Joey's just going to go for Torpo, and you need to be sure of the fact that he will probably use it to great effectiveness. And so now, expect this round to play out a little bit slower potentially, knowing that threat is very present. But in future, I would love to see MVPs kind of base their strategies a little bit more in mind of the potential pickup of Joey with that Torpo.
I was going to say, I think I just heard one torque go out. Now a second one going out. Reloads it. They're going to continue to look at the top side of that tower. Joey with the bow reloaded. Justin on their snipe bridge, looking across the map, trying to gather information. 4v4, and this has slowed down to an absolute crawl now, as nobody has made that first move. Nobody is making that initial play across the map. Nobody wants to be the first icebreaker kill either. And Justin just trying to find an angle here. Smoke comes out. Killer sound, slides in, gets a long shot of his own. Nades picked up by the side of the MVPs. Now a little bit of a push comes in through the backside. This is going to be top connector. Rushies finds one. Now Nukes finds it down to Joey. Carnage will find the answer back, but that's 2 dead for onliners. MVPs have a man advantage, but they have to find a way to continue to press this 2-man advantage. Rushies in the front side of the spawn. Pushing out toward the bridge. We got a teammate with him. They don't want to get snuck right here, so they got to be careful. Torpo in hand. Torpo connects. Rushies though gets the kill first before he explodes, and Powers with a final one, and that will be around back over to MVPs, all knotted up 1-1.
Good job, Rushies, catching that kill at the end there. Very difficult moment, you know, a high stress time. Yes, the teammates were alive and well, but you know, you never know when things play out that fast, what can go down, especially in UE today. Boy, has it been unpredictable with the chaos. Justin picking up the sniper immediately. All eyes on bottom left to see if a Torpo is played for. Justin has to be careful, of course. Powers is his enemy up there. Meanwhile, a 1v1 playing out a little bit over at the Middle Bridge. The Cog team's so quick at taking control there. Justin, he's going to get into the mix now. Screw the snipe. I'm going to get the shotgun out. And hey, there's the down. There's some kills coming out. Joey Slane with a kill. And just like that, the round is complete, as the ruthless aggression for onliners pays off once again.
I mean, you've got to find a way to fight back in that situation, and I love what Justin did, which was, hey, I'm just going to put the long shot away. I got to get in there, and I got to be with my buddies and bang with the best of them. Shotties out, and we're going to make this thing happen in a 4v4 if we've got to at mid-bridge. Here we come to round number 4. Torpo, long shots, taken by both squadrons. Rushies now with a couple of downs. Killer sound pushing in, more stun fire coming out, no tertiary down to speak of, but full red on the Killer Sound, and Rushies almost goes down himself, and Rushies is going to rotate out now very quickly. Powers top of his mid-bridge, looking toward his back connector. Now it's going to be Zysho and Nukes looking to the front side of the middle bridge. Joey Slane going to his own stairwell. He's going to run into a teammate who has their smoke grenade out, and Joey with a torque bow. Be able to find anybody he's looking for just yet, Toby, and now we're going to probably slow down to a crawl yet again.
But this is a thing, Colin. I'm actually quite impressed with MVPs and how they kind of reacted to that. They really were on point with the torque oppression. Almost got a kill out of it. Powers is immediately pushing up on this side now, just as his team are now. Frag grenade thrown in, didn't get the stun or connection they needed. Rushy down to the process, but Powers gets a headshot during the carnage as it plays out. Everyone's standing up, ready to go in for this next shot. Can fight Zysho, holds his nerve. Killer Sound coming in though, out of nowhere, getting 2 kills. And a 2v2 situation remains for Justin to push up on that damage. The pinch is not fast enough from Powers, leaving a 2v1 situation. Powers try and clutch up. Here comes Justin, still pushing up with the aggression. Powers says no, amazing back A, but Killer Sound times his to perfection. What an incredible round that was from both teams, neck and neck, both teams bringing out star plays.
I mean, absolute brilliant boxing match there at the back connector there for 3 straight kills back and forth. They traded them out, both teams did. Joey Slane, tip of the spear yet again. This time he's going to take the stairs to maybe the front side of the bridge, maybe go for some fragmentation grenade. Smokes out by both teams. Joey backs off, Lancer in hand. He's going to be tagged up, but not go down. Nobody chasing out just yet. Joey will push in for the flank. He's going to get followed up by a teammate as well. Downs coming in both teams, having a player go out, but now a secondary one goes out for onliners, and now a tertiary 3v1. All 4 dead and down. Rushies cleaning up the last one, and that will be 2 rounds on the board for the map. 3-2, and 2 rounds to go for onliners. 3 more to continue it for MVPs.
Excellent job. Zysho holding his nerve as well with a shotgun down middle. And players throw themselves into the shotgun. He stands strong. Exactly what you need right now in this very difficult match. Both snipers picked up immediately. Torpo, I don't think it's going to be gone for just yet. Nukes has flown all the way through, completely taking Killer Sound by surprise. Joey Slane cleaned up as well, and this was an all-in approach actually. They pushed underneath through water too. This was a planned out, dedicated strategy where all players for the COD team were going in hard. The angle instantly comes through. Nukes lasers can't it down. They will clean up the down on Rushies in water, but it leaves a 2v1 nonetheless for Justin with snipe in hand. Clutch potential here, certainly calling for this man.
As we stay on board with Justin in a 2v1, I want to see if they have a way to come away with yet another round, try to knot it up, try to get themselves one step closer to continuing their march back into this game. Justin sees one of them coming back connector, both of them coming back connector. He has a free flight out of here if he has to rotate out as fast as he humanly can. Hits the pillar, now the sandbag. Nade will go off, won't be able to find anything. Snub shots out. No kill just yet, and we see him back up to the middle bridge. Knows that one player's in front of him. Unsure where the second is. He's going to check back behind him yet again. Has to be careful not to get picked up, not to get shot on by both teams. He's going to press his issue with one and fly off. He's actually going to do enough damage to buy himself some time and some space. And this is where Justin might be able to shine, as Justin will continue to use his movement, continue to use that quick-paced action that he has been so keen on using this entire matchup to keep distance between him and his possible pursuers.
A little surprised he didn't take the moment to pick the snipe ammo there, but eyes laser focused, looking for a potential headshot during rotation from a player. And this is it, another opportunity. He's been creating them every moment. Here comes a potential shot, not going to connect. The torpedo is picked up. Justin can certainly play for a draw here if nothing else. 1 minute 45 left, Colin. He can just keep running around the map, ensuring that there's no pinch being implemented. I mean, it will lead inevitably to MVP's going to split up a little bit too hastily in a rush, which could really lend itself to a potential headshot opportunity.
Sliding back and forth. The headshot possibility is always there. Justin trying to find out that one player slip and try to make it a 1v1. Looking back to the bottom of the bridge, takes a shot, doesn't come away with it. First fragmentation grenade out. Now has a 1v1 top of the snipe bridge. Will be tagged up a little bit. He's going to push in though, and Nukes is going to go down, and this is going to be Justin's opportunity to get away, try to reset this fight. Will he be pressured enough to go down? Will this be a round in the favor of MVPs? No! It'll be Justin winning a 2v1! Absolutely brilliant plays! Justin, 2v1 victory to get them one round away from the grand finals up against NYS Onliners 4-2 with a 2-1 map count in their pocket.
Picture perfect clutch, Colin. He bought the time, continually pressuring with the snipe, and then the 1v presents itself, and it's a perfectly executed push. And then the hard aim when the second player comes in equalizes the damage immediately. Thoroughly good 1v1 in both instances there from Justin. Well deserved indeed. And you said it, one round away from ending this right here, right now. Let's see, can MVPs bring it back?
Nukes with a down there. Joey Slayin is down. He will be cleaned up as well. Ice-breaking kill, 4-3 on the map. Zysho trying to challenge out here to Killer Sound. He goes down as well. And now with 2 players left between them and one more round on the board, trying to stay alive in this one. They are going to try to find their way to pressure out the final 2 players of Onliners. Fragmentation grenade against Carnage. Justin last alive and is taken out by Rushies. And that will be the 3rd round in the pocket of MVPs. 2 to go. But they are on death's doorstep because if they lose one more, they are out of the tournament.
Can they hold their nerve? They certainly can after that crushing 1v2 defeat against Justin in the previous round. So in many ways, they've done the hard work. But the torque bolt is the target for Joey. He's picked it up. Is it a headshot from the snub? No, it's not. That means a guaranteed revive will come through at the very least. And he is out, as well as his teammates. Torque bolt pulling already. Frag grenades picked up for MVPs. Snipe shot whizzing past the head of the SK. A teardrop onto the nades won't help, but that frag grenade from Rushy certainly will. Killer Sound killed. Powers with the headshot on Joey. That's the torque boat down, and most importantly, 2 players down, meaning a 4v2 situation, a huge advantage for MVPs.
That's going to be Zysho. Top of middle bridge, shot down to the bottom side of the stairwell. He's going to get cleaned up by Justin. Justin running right through him like a steamroller. This is going to be Justin tagged up a little bit. 2v3 situation now. Justin bouncing out, full red, finally goes down. Will they be able to chase the kill out in time? There's going to be Carnage trying to fly at his teammate, trying to go for a possible revive this time. Carnage will pick him up and get immediately headshotted, but it will put Justin back on the map. The man has already won a 2v1 to win a round. Can he do it with a 3v1 situation, or will he go down and MVPs will extend their life as they do just there? And it is now 4-4 with 1 round to go to make it 2-2 and take it to a map 5 tiebreaker map of Mansion for the MVPs.
They brought out all the stops now, Colin. The frag grenade from Rushies was perfect. Powers, just as we needed him to do, just as we've been saying, bring out those snipe headshots that he's very well known for. Despite Justin's clutching, despite excellent performances from Onliners, MVPs can still win this. Can they see this last round out?
Nukes down and out. That's going to be a big hurdle to overcome. Rushy's full red. Zysho down and out. Now it's a 4v2 situation. They've got to find a way to get some kills. Got to find a way to get some kind of comeback in this, or it will be all for naught. Powers looking over the top of his teammate. Tries to go for the shot. Rushies gets one over the top, but Powers goes out. Justin and Joey come out with a big-time victory, and Joey with a 2-piece to the biscuit finishes it off in style. Reactions over the top. 10-8 for Justin. Everybody else filling up their stat lines, but Justin was the story from start to finish for me as he comes away with that 2v1 victory to get that 4th round on the board and put all the pressure on the MVPs. That will spell the end of their tournament run.
What an entertaining match that was, Colin. My goodness me. The first 2 maps, they were insanely on point. We're online as MVPs bringing it back on Gridlock, coming so close on Canals. You know, your heart has to go out to them how great that map was. Everyone was coming into their own. Justin was clutching up. But that last round, the hope of the two players remaining, Powers in particular, leading the charge of middle, pushing up. Joey was like, you know what? We can see that you've spotted the 2v2 on middle. We know Killer Sound's rotating. It doesn't matter. The double back A comes through like they're nothing. Onliners, well played and well deserved. They will bag themselves a grand final position once again.
Yet again, and now we see kind of the two powerhouses. We have witnessed the momentous momentum, the overwhelming momentum of onliners in these past two matches, going up against a team that made short work, and I mean that in the most respectful way possible, but time-wise, right here on a wrist, they made short work of the MVPs in NYS. So now you got a team in NYS, no losses to their name on the day, sitting there and waiting for the winner of this losers bracket final. Here comes onliners. NYS, are they going to be the same style? Are they going to be the same overwhelming presence, or fall by the wayside? That is the question in front of all of us. But the question I have for all of you is, do you want to support the Gears Community Series? If you ! Donate in the chat, you can help support the staff for the Gears Community Series because it is a community-run tournament. Shout out One Time Deluxe. And if you want to become a sponsor of the Gears Community Series, contact at Deluxe Haas on Twitter or at Natural Law GG. And we would not be here, Toby. We would not have the chance to put the money on the line that we have today had it not been for some of our heavy hitters, our top donators, like Blame Baby at 400, Ghosta at 385, or Heavy D for 200 of his own. ! Matcherino in the chat. If you want to help donate and keep these tournaments running on all cylinders, much like onliners and NYS have from start to finish of the stream today.
That's it. Yeah. Shout out to our supporters as always. And shout out to the community for putting on just another incredible event once more. Can't do without you guys. Casters, producer, Deluxe. The players have been absolutely insane today, Colin. They're just so on point. You know, it's like we've had a $2 million pro circuit this entire time with the likes of the training that we've expected over this time. Everyone is so clearly in tune with Ultimate Edition right now. You'd think we're back in 2015. Honestly, Colin, they're so on point as I get flashbacks even to some of the closest tournaments and matches we've had in the past. What a
And it
great game
pulls
that
at my
was.
heartstrings, Toby. It really does just pull at my heartstrings. The passion and the love that the community continues to show, no matter where we are in time, even before announcements of games like Gears of War E Days coming out, these tournaments were being held. Players were still playing and rolling out of spawn because the passion is unmatched. It is unrivaled. And if you want the highest level of love, there is no place else to look than right here in the Gears of War community. And if you want the highest level of this Gears Community Series tournament, then you better not go anywhere. You better keep your eyes glued to the screen and your butts to the seats, because we are going to be right back after a very quick break as we get our grand finals all set up and ready to roll for each and every one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, as the name on the logo suggests, this is the Gears Community Series, and we are entering our finals for the week. It is NYS versus the Onliners. My name is Colin the Crow Clark, and I have been here from the rip with you, trying to guide you through all of this action. But there is no better guide, whether here or in the Sahara, than the man himself with the biggest brain that has ever played Gears, the man on my left. That is Toby Campbell. I am a little bit dyslexic, but we are still going to have fun and we are going to smile through it all. How are you doing getting ready for this final match, my man?
Doing great, Colin. I mean, every match we've casted over has been insanely good, insanely high level, an amazing array of strategies. Every map has been an intense one, and even the players, like the individual players, all have been playing so well. Question is now, as we get to this grand final, as we have the kind of the new generation come together and go head to head once more, the classic Duke Slayer versus Joey Slane matchup, right? Of Sniper versus Torpo. Who's going to take it? Who's going to take it? Every single match has been so hard to predict for both of us, Colin. And yet, even now as we get to the grand final, it just continues to heat up more and more to the point where as casters, we're just like, okay, just play it and we'll see how on earth it plays out. The only thing we will be sure of is that it'll be an absolute slobber knocker in the amazing words of Golden Boy.
That's not Golden Boy, baby. That's Jim Ross. That's good old JR, all
and guess
right?
where he got
stole
it? And
that.
guess what he got it from? Yeah, of course, because Golden Boy is a big fan of wrestling as well. Yeah, it's going to be a great one. And boy, oh boy, we get War Machine for his map.
War Machine up first, gone on to Canals, and then right there you see it. Clock Tower, Mansion, and Gridlock are the second half of our series. And right away, my question is this. We have seen onliners dominate, decimate, eviscerate, and slaughter their opponents on War Machine. That, to me, is a bad omen if you want to try to keep them from getting the momentum in this finals if you're NYS. But NYS, I mean, they dropped one map to onliners earlier, and then they decimate MVPs. Meanwhile, in the bottom half of the bracket, onliners take out Hive United and then drop a map to MVPs. And now they've got a chance to go back up against NYS. Unsure how they're going to manipulate this series in their favor. But if I was onliners, I would feel damn good about the idea that that execution on War Machine is my very first map, and that Gridlock is waiting in the wings way down there, because it's two maps for the past 4 hours I have been fantastic at.
Yeah, you and me both. I think the point to mention here, War Machine being as cutthroat as it is, I guess. We were using Rushy's elbow as an example of as to that, and the aggression that killer sound on onliners in particular can utilize with the Venom Machine. It's such a threatening map to go map one on for brolic shots, resonades, Duked and Soto. They've clearly been practicing very hard for this tournament. They've clearly been playing excellently this tournament. Let me remind the folks at home, it was a 3-0 win in the winners bracket final versus MVPs. You know, a much closer affair just went down in the previous match on the broadcast with MVPs and onliners. I mean, NYS are they just going to shock us all and just bring a performance we haven't seen before here? Because onliners, they certainly seem more threatening than the MVPs. And so I wonder if that's really going to turn into a much closer affair here in the grand final. Can't wait to find out.
Well, here we see as everybody rolls out of spawn, Brolic shots making his way to the mid box, rolling over here to the window. Looking down toward long shot, now trying to find his nearest opponent. Full stub. Will not have had it out early, but a fragmentation grenade lands right next to him. He has to get out of dodge to get away from that one. Big body out. That's going to be Jukes getting the down on a killer. Carnage goes out to the fragmentation grenade, and now Jukes will be pushing across the map. For those of you at home, Native Roller, his normal gamer tag is Jukes, and that is why we continue to refer to him as such. I'm going to try to get back into the habit of just saying what I see on screen, is to not confuse anybody at home. Native now. Shots across with the Lancer to the mid box. They're going to try to add some damage, but it is a 4v3 in favor of NYS right now. Joey Slane trying to rotate out to the bottom side of the map. Resonates, will go up top, fill out the Troika, and shot on! Justin goes down. He's turned into mincemeat. That Troika coming through in ultimate fashion. Brolic with a 90-degree. Lancer has the first down. Going to try to knot things up, trying to get a secondary down. Hip fire out at the very end, misses that first shot, gets the second shot down. Now shots over the top, back ace, finally get it down and out. And as he slides in, he's just gonna slide into a barrel, baby, and NYS round out the first round with a dominating performance. Only Native going out for them.
Yeah, perfect play from Brolic that you could see just eliminating the players with his Lancer, but keeping his distance. Being sure to double back up that staircase, get in cover immediately with his shotgun out, ready to defend his corner. That was very well played indeed. Of course, Resonates hopping on that Troika to take advantage for that brief moment of time. Well played from this side here. And Duke Slayer immediately getting down a killer sound again. It's almost like deja vu, as they are getting really eliminated here in this vending machine. That they've really changed the pace of play. It is now Killer Sound who is on the defensive. No longer can he push forth with such aggression.
Resonates having this little bit of a 45 angle with the Lancer out has put in a ton of damage, helping downs come through. Justin has been pushed back behind this pillar. He's trying to answer back. It's a 4v2 situation right now. 4v3 on the map. Justin snub out. We've seen how crucial he's been, but Soto with a kill now. And it looks like Soto trying to make mincemeat of the last one, trying to get this final kill. Lancer out, a little bit of damage comes in, but Justin will take back to the back behind pillar and roll back toward the long shot as he goes to the bottom of the map, trying to save his life momentarily as he needs all the help he can get in a 3v1, Toby.
That is the case. Justin tries to push up on the snipe, not going to happen. And that pit can be a pit of doom. You can be angled from everywhere, and it's very difficult to escape it. And there it plays out as expected. 2-0 up now. And Joey, Killer Sound, the only two players to get kills on the side of onliners, looking a little bit precarious now in this middle area. It seems like NYS are putting out damage at every opportunity. Their shotguns are on point, ensuring there's no wall that can be broken and pushed through on that midline of the map. They're looking great. They're looking awesome. The smoke screen is already out. Resonate has been threatening with the frag grenade too. They're running out of options, honestly, onliners to try. And I'm unsure as to what they can possibly utilize. We've not seen much of that. Well, there you go. Perhaps they've answered it. Killer Sound, he tries to push up on the snake this time. Gets the angle for the moment, but immediately, the COG team, they're like, no, we're okay. We're going to pull back. We're going to force you all the way back to your sides near those frag grenades. Killer Sound trying it again, mind you. And boy, is it an aggressive play. Such a confident posture to stand up there, and immediately is shut down as a result. Resonates with a cleanup using the frag. Well played from him.
I wonder if that was a situation where he felt like he just had to make a move happen. He had to make something happen, so he pushes across a little recklessly and ends up getting taken down. Joey Slane up top finds a kill of his own. He's going to get tagged up a little bit and is now going to get challenged in a 3v3 situation, but it's a 1v1 up top, a body on a body. Joey turns around, Brolic shots, goes down, and meanwhile on the other side of the map, big body there. Joey Slane not red at all. Bounce in, he's going to be full red now. One more big shot, and that is a huge win by Native, and now it's going to be Soto and Native in a 2v2 situation. Have both of their opponents squatted up on the opposite side stairwell, and this is a rotation here where Soto will pick up the long shot, Native will pick up the middle of the map and try to call out anybody from the side of onliners pushing across at Soto. And Soto's going to try to find his way over to the side of Native. Nade's picked up. Soto looking across, sees them in the dip. Won't be able to get that first shot on. Second one in the dip. Won't be able to get that one on either. Body shot out. Now the nade comes through. Won't be able to find a kill on either one of them. They're going to double press out here at the snake pit. That's going to be on the sandbag. Snub in hand for Soto. Soto trying to do everything he can. Finds it down. He's going to try to answer back. One to go. Shot over the top, and Soto saves his teammate as well. And they win the 2v2. And NYS are up 3-0 in map number 1.
Humongous performance from Soto there, coming out of nowhere. He's currently sat at 7-0, Colin. I mean, what more can you ask for? He should just bring out the Apache helicopter right now from COD 4, because he's certainly earned it, if at all that would be possible. I mean, imagine Just imagine Soto on top of a Troika. He deserves it, Colin. We can dream, hey?
Hey, look, let's keep this on brand right here. He's going to call in the King Raven, and he's going to get on that Troika. That's going to come courtesy of Colonel Hoffman, as he's going to say, boy, what in the hell's wrong with you? As he picks you back up when you go down. But we see here 4v3 already. NYS threatening another dominant round performance. Carnage goes out early. Joey Slayin looking back across the map. Lancer in hand. Got a teammate to his right on top of the fragmentation grenades. They are threatening in the area of the Troika, but they're trying to use that elevated position to find their opponents and find a possible weak point to pressure in this round. And they know that one player for NYS is playing up top. This is going to be Resonates. Resonates rolls back after getting tagged up a little bit. He's not going to challenge the 2v1. Answers back with some of his own Lancer fire, but he's full red. Almost goes down, simply reloads the Lancer and gets back into a sandbag position to be able to help his teammates if need be. Pushes up a little bit here. Shots on, won't be able to get enough damage to really pressure his situation, but now he's gonna get chased out by two. Brolic gets the kill onto Justin. Killer Sound finds himself in no man's land, but with Joey Slayin winning the 1v1 against Resonates up top, it is a 3v2. And you will hear the shots of the Lancer ring out as NYS have the long shot. They have the bottom half of the map, and they have a man advantage here in a 2v3 situation. Toby, can they finish it off?
I think they can with how they've been playing so far. So on point, not giving away any numbers advantage. They can certainly play this out as slow as needs be. Soto, the star player, has sniped to boot too. Here we go. Frag's thrown in just on the top. Forces the rollout from General Ram. Torpo being pulled for good measure on the flank. It connects and leaves a 3v1 situation. The stick isn't even necessary. The frag grenade gets him first. 4-0. I certainly would not have predicted the map to go either way. This one-sided, Colin. But they've been waiting, hungry, ready in this grand final, haven't they?
I mean, they have without a doubt showcased their hunger like they've been starving like Marvin for weeks. My man, that's a South Park reference for those of you in the know. And a lot of you are probably too young to get it. But now they're going to see what they can do as they shoot over the top side of that window, mid-box out. Carnage trying not to die and give up that ice-breaking kill yet again. As he looks here, sliding back and forth. Sees one player in the mid-box, goes over the back A, won't be able to get it, but he's tagged up. Now he's going to be full red. He's down. Resonates, gets the finishing blow on him. Brolic comes in to clean it up, and this is going to have to be Joey Slayin trying to rotate in now to help fill the gap that was left by Carnage when he went down. Lancer fire across the map, and now Joey has to probably push back up to the top side of the map, and he might have to win another 1v1 up here, as last round, all it did was make it 3v2. He's going to have to try to knot it up, but they're going to call one player out in the snake pit. He's going to get called out. Killer Sound gets the kill on Native, and Brolic gets the down on Native, or Killer, excuse me. They're trading back and forth, and Toby, this one is back and forth, but it looks like Onliners are going to pick up their first round.
Finally, the aggression pays off for onliners. Even at the start of the round, they struggled to get through vending, but the snake strategy works. Joey, he is for a moment. Can he possibly pick up that torque? No, Dom was right there. Now he can, though. 3v2 remains for them to navigate, though. Resonate's being downed on that corner. Soto with the revive. Justin with the angle on Troika. There's the stick. Beautiful. Round resonates. That will guarantee the round. Trapped on Snake, Soto will get dropped. You're right, Colin. The first round on the board for onliners. The first breath of fresh air. But boy, oh boy, they need to still be on their toes and somehow win 4 rounds in a row.
Signs of life out of onliners as they get their first round on the board, and we go to the next one here. It will be another chance for them to come back into this one. Brock's going to get tagged up a little bit, goes into that position at the sandbag, tries to look over the top of the window. He had a pretty good shot there with the back shoulder, but hesitation is a murderer, and it might come back to bite him. But Brolic now holding his position. Little bit of a reaction over the top, little back air over the top, excuse me, as he slides back and forth on this window. Has an angle there on Joey, who has been playing that stairwell all game long. Smoke will come out to try to clog up the sight line. Back game by Brolic, finds the down. Andy cleans up the kill. Native finds Killer as well. Nades are going to come out from both sides. Not finding anybody, and there's going to be Lancer fires from Brolic, trying to make sure that they get that next down. Find him in the slide, and they're going to get both of them down! And NYS are in a 4v1, now 4v none situation. They will take map 1 5-1.
Make way for the best War Machine team on the game, arguably. Brawlic shots in particular on window was absolutely deadly. The back A right there as that round played out was a pure example of that. It was so well timed, read like a book when that push was going to be made. Killer Sound tries to respond on the opposite side of vending, mid box, AK, and it doesn't work out at all. He barely gets over the halfway mark and is immediately down. They had that on lock and they didn't get angled out. They, as soon as they moved an elbow out to the side, didn't matter. They didn't get lit up. They were always leading the pace of play. What a strong War Machine performance from them. That was excellent. And they made their opposition look weak on that map. But we know because we've just casted over them, Colin, against some of the best players in the game, that they are nothing short of that. And they are usually super aggressive, but there was no aggression to be seen. They got absolutely shut down there.
Yeah, and that is a surprising factor. Down one map, onliners now have to find a way to not only get the momentum back in their side, but be able to overcome an NYS team that seems like they are on a mission to close this thing out in simple fashion and get three straight maps and move on with their life because 5-1 is not a good omen for anybody. And if I can ask our gracious tournament director to quickly bring up the map cycle, I'd like to point something out to you. As you see, Canals going next. This is a map that while onliners found a way to win it against the MVPs, they struggled in this map against the MVPs. It was slowed down to a snail's pace. Will they have an answer? Will they know how to overwhelm NYOS on this map? Will it be Joey with that torque bow like you talked about earlier, finding a couple of extra kills here and there? Because if we go to Clock Tower execution and they're down two maps, with the way NYS played Clock Tower earlier, the amount of downs, the amount of headshots, the amount of pressure put out by them, I don't want to say I have no hope, but my God, I'd have to be at some kind of altar with my hands clasped in front of it, asking for more maps.
Big time. Absolutely big time. Something tells me, Colin, that we're not going to see that kind of star studded domination from NYS for another two maps. I still thoroughly believe in online's ability to perform as well as they have in their other matches. I think War Machine kind of was the problem there. They were just it was a map specific shutdown on that mid box in particular. Brawlic shots resonate. Soto and Duke Slayer, they're clearly fresh. They're not they haven't cooled off and, kind of lost their way as it were. They haven't needed a warm up. They've continued to be there ready in the shadows for other opponents. But likewise, onliners are thoroughly warmed up. They've had all the practice and warm-ups they need. I think next map, yeah, Canals was a tough one, a very tough one against MVPs in the previous match. But they really won it in the end. They performed so well. Justin, remember? Don't forget that awesome 1v2 he had. Joey Slane kept getting his torp bow as per usual. They're good at this map. Canals is typically favored for onliners in this head-to-head. The question is, can they really bring themselves back? I think they can. I don't think this is a momentum shifter that will permeate the rest of the game. I think onliners still very much have it to do, though.
So put your name on it. 1-1 map count after this. You gonna put your
Hell
name on
yes.
that?
That's my
All
name.
right.
That's
All
my
right.
name
He's
right
putting his
below.
name on it. We got a 1-1 map count put on his name after
Mm.
this Canals map. Hey, look, I'm just saying from the way that Soto and company, I mean, their crossfire, their team fire has been, if they go for that
Mm.
torque bow, I am so scared for whoever is going to spend more time on his knees than an Italian monk. I mean, they got to be praying to somebody to get back to standing up because they are going to be crossed out quick, fast, and in a hurry. Because them boys have been shooting tonight. And I'm talking about single target firing. Do you not remember what they did to Powers on Gridlock? What they did to Kenny and Lava earlier, where they were just finding them stacked up and stood out and said, no, you just go down, you're going to go down, and you're going to go down, and you're going to go down. And that just, I mean, it was a broken record of watching people stand up, sit down, stand up,
Mm.
sit down.
Yeah, or just get headshot by a snub pistol and just end it there, right? I mean,
Yeah.
You know, we're kind of had enough of the revive chains. Let's just headshot them instead. That's typically what gets screamed out on Clock Tower when they're like almost in handshaking distance over that mid wall. I mean, imagine that war zone in real life, Colin. I mean, screw having a helicopter or anything at that point to help you out. I mean, that's just like trying to think of how accurate they are with those pistols. I'm gone. I'm gonna roll off mid wall and leave. You know, but
Here we come to map number 2. Can Soto and crew continue their rampage and take 2 maps to none? Will Joey and the boys be able to take this secondary map? Smokes out the front side of the mid bridge now. Joey's slaying, tagged up a little bit. It looks like one player from NYS goes to the top side of the middle bridge. Brolic finds the first kill on the killer. Now finds the down onto Joey. Brolic trying to look for 3 and 4. They're going to need just a little bit more. Shot over the top, and it is 3v1. And Brolic finishes it off with a curb stomp. That is the old school animation, as it looks like they wanted to put their foot on the throat of the opposition and suffocate them out.
yeah, Justin was moving fast and he managed to get 1 kill, but the team against him were moving quite a bit quicker, weren't they? They did not hold up at all for any snipe shots. They were immediately on the middle bridge and finding those shotgun kills. Very quick round indeed. The sniper's been left once more. No, I speak too soon. In fact, maybe not. Native Roller was a little bit too late picking that up, and he gets headshot as a result. 4v3 situation now for onliners. Carnage trying to leave his 1v, but Soto's like, nope, you are not resetting and leaving this 1v lane that fast. Brings it to a 2v3 for them to navigate.
Soto playing the back connector now. Joey's going to move into the bottom side of the middle bridge, pick up the torpo. Killer sound, fragmentation out. He almost caught Soto sleeping as Soto continued to roadie run almost directly into a fragmentation grenade, but it's Resonates and Soto versus 3 players from onliners, and it is slowed down now. Shot out to the middle bridge. Justin looking for somebody to peek his head, looking to try to take care of business. Pulls the Nasher, back A out, won't be able to get the first one. Looks for him in the corner. Resonates though, is gonna slide by, but Killer Sound is gonna take care of Justin for his team. And that will be Soto down and out. Now it's a 1v2 situation as Joey will back up and pull the torque. Resonates, continuing to slide out, but he's gonna get tagged up and he'll go down. Joey slaying will finish that round off. All knotted up, 1-1.
That's what he's known for, that torpo, and it's why you can't let him have it. What a stick that was. It was like barely pulled. It was like moving at like 1 mile an hour, but still the sticks resonates there on that cover. Great shot indeed.
Sliding into the 3rd round here are both NYS and onliners. Slide for Native Roller. Will pick up the snipe now, but it is not picked up by their opponents. So they have to be cautious. Nade's picked up by onliners. They're in the middle bridge. They're going to try to find a body shot here to help the teammate out. Big headshot comes out, and that'll be 2 down and dead. NYS in a dominating position here as Joey Slane and his teammate have the middle bridge under control, but they're going to have to rotate out to the back connector and try to get themselves in a position to get back to the snipe bridge. As Native finds the 3rd, and it'll be up to Brolic in a 1v1 as he is being pushed out by Joey, but he'll go down as well, and Brolic finishing it off again with another execution.
What a response. 0 deaths there from NYS. They spot that the snipe was not picked up. They immediately exit from middle bridge, knowing the numbers will not be in their favor. And they completely read onliners like a book. Not only that, the headshots come through. And that just guarantees at that point that the round will come through for the side of NYS. Insane stuff. Well played indeed. This time they change it up. They get the torpo. They also get the snipe. 2 onliners. Frag grenades in hand. Thrown out. I don't think it's going to connect anywhere. As yeah, onliners have pulled back and they're going to rely on Joey with that torpo as per usual. Boy, oh boy, NYS. They really have it on point currently.
Resonates kind of rotating through the back pillar. He has really put a lot of damage out and has really helped his teammates win a lot of these team fights, especially with the intel that he's been able to give out. Slides into a position here that he will take up this pillar. He's going to have a teammate there with him, sliding into a position that's going to be Native with the long shot, and Resonates will push through to the other side of the map, looking for the sniper of onliners, not knowing that he's playing to the back side of the map. Everybody has slowed to a complete crawl. We are going to go rabbit season, duck season here just momentarily. If somebody gets picked off, we'll have to find where that rotation comes in at. Soto is trying to survey the area and give his team whatever intel necessary to make that first crucial initial move. See somebody sliding back across from his own team because they are not sure about where their opponents are hidden out at, where they are holed up at. But Joey does have the torque bow at the bottom side of the water stairs, so we'll find out what happens here momentarily.
And that's the thing. And you have the beautiful torque bow of Joey on your side. You're happy to slow it down, especially when NYS are playing this amazingly well. So threatening to play against this roster when they're playing so on point. Even when you try a four-man, push the middle bridge through high side, leaving the side completely in favor of that aggression, in favor of the numbers advantage, and you still can't win on that team fight. Well, gonna change things up for sure. Amazing nades to the crack there on water stairs. Not going to find the stun or kill that they need. Joey rotate the torpedo down low. Oh, beautiful shot finding Brolic there. 4v3, the body check onto one player. Joey is pulling his torpedo in defensive positions ready. 4v3 remains.
And now with a man advantage, do they try to press this? This is going to be Resonates, top middle bridge, sliding around back connector, looking for somebody to maybe be caught out in the open. Pulls off to the side. Here's some footsteps. Justin and Killer in the middle bridge now. They're going to be pushing up toward the fragment. Bouncing around. Shot over the top onto Soto. Soto will go down. Native will have found one. But it's 3v2. Smoke grenade will come out. Killer now with a long shot in his hand. They're going to see one player, Native, rolling behind him through the smoke. They're going to have them closed off. They have separated their opponent and have picked them off one by one here, and it is all up to Native in a 1v3 situation. Will he be able to go absolutely huge, or will he simply go by the wayside and it'll be another round in favor of the onliners?
Onliners this round. They get it. Carnage nails him with that first shot, immediately distancing himself to make sure no mistakes can be made, no clutch potential here. Now we're 2 apiece. You know, just as NYS were looking really good, onliners hold their nerve. They utilize that torque bow. Joey there getting great value add from that weapon. And that can continue on. And NYS have to really keep their eyes peeled on that torque bow for any strategy for it.
Sliding into the next round. Smokes out. Full red here in the middle of the map. Resonates is going to go down. Joey will pick him up. Nades are picked up. Justin trying to hit the body shot there. Will not be able to get it. First nade comes out, but Native finds a headshot of his own. Soto finds his second of the fragmentation. Going to end. This will be 3v2 now in favor of NYS. Justin needs to find a headshot to be able to even the odds. Try to even things up. Will slide to the front side of the snipe bridge, and Native will find himself on mid bridge trying to apply the pressure here with Soto. Unsure where the third player is from the side of NYS, but we'll have to take a gander around the map. Gets shot at, but it goes straight into the sandbags.
Yeah, scary moment though. It's you're 3-2 up. Don't give any headshot opportunities like that if at all possible, but Duke Slayer, he tried it, and now he has the position on torque bow to make sure no one can get that, but immediately gives it up. Sure, he's got plenty of intel to the positions now of the opposition. Soto and Brolic are pushed up through pillars. Just be careful, that snipe is peering. It's all they need. One headshot do onliners need for a very winnable 2v2. Shot goes out, Duke Slayer with the body check. That will ensure Brolic, when he goes wide, there's a simple down and adjusted. This 3v1, Killer Sound all himself. Holy moly, was it a one-shot down of Soto? That was a strong shot for sure, but doesn't matter. Does not matter. 3-2 the score now. NYS keeping it together.
3-2 and NYS with 2 more rounds will be up 2-0 going into a map 3, but we're going to be online with onliners as they roll out of spawn with Killer Sound, who has been the tip of the spear for them in so many situations. Rotating around now to try to find who might be able to break ice first, and Native, we're going to go live with him as he's been so crucial to his team's success. Smoke grenades to the front of the middle bridge, and Native will slide to the backside of the connector and find the headshot on and Justin counter snipe comes through.
He's starting to pull off something insane shot. 7 kills now to his name, and the rest of his team are performing elsewhere too. I mean, this guy is starting to come into his own. He always turns up on these really close affairs, essentially. Typically against Justin, Joey, and the rest of the squad does he do this, where he just comes into a new kind of zone where he executes on those opportunities so well. He starts moving a little bit more freely, and then he becomes the threat that he's known for, right? 4-2 the score. And NYS are verging on a 2-0 lead right now, and it's looking super scary for onliners despite how good they've been playing.
Joey up to the top side of the middle bridge. Takes a shot over the top of that cover. Will hit the second and the third, but he's now tagged up a little bit. Big top shot out, and Joey goes down. Will anybody be able to clean up any of these kills? Brolic is going to miss one right there, and that's going to be a clean sweep and a revive out for Killer. It is a 2v3 situation here as he tries to slide back in and get a kill on the backside of Soto and Native. Naden! And it'll kill Killer! It'll kill Killer! It leaves him in a 2v1, and that is the worst case scenario, because this could be the end of the map.
My good, did he get stuck to his cape or something? I'm not sure how Killer died there. I'm sure it's the camera switch calling, correct me if I'm wrong, but Killer kind of spotted that nade, and he's like, okay, that nade's gonna get them, I'm safe, I'm gonna get out. And then we change cam, and then he's dead, and I just don't know how that occurred, but a 3v2 turns into a 2v1. I mean, how does that happen? That is absolutely crazy. And now he's getting pinched, and it comes down to Joey trying to clutch it up on his own.
Joey sliding back and forth, middle bridge area, thrown over the top, won't be able to get anything with that one, bouncing around to the back connector, making sure he's not getting pinched just yet. Sliding back and forth, listening for the footsteps. First shot out, won't be able to hit him. Slides into the pillar, goes to the back A. Won't be able to get the second one either. He's only got a little bit of damage, but he gets the down on DeSoto. This is going to be Native versus Joey for the round. For the map. Native goes down, and Joey, bouncing around, finds both kills, and that is the second time in a short period we have seen Joey or Justin go huge on Canals for a clutch victory to win a round.
Another incredible by-the-book clutch there from these players. You mentioned Justin, who did the exact same earlier. He was just checking back and forth between the covers of the junction, looking for that 1v opportunity, and he chose his time to strike perfectly and executed as good as anyone could. Well done indeed, earning his team another round and opportunity here on Canals.
Going to be Joey pushing through the middle bridge. They're going to have the flank now. They're going to get the down there. And with that first down on Brolic, they're going to be able to push in pretty easily. Carnage will go down to even it up 3v3. Now Joey trying to push in, going for the same position he went for last time. He goes down. Shots on. Soto down. Native trying to help a teammate here. Get a kill. They'll get the revive on Solo, and they will get the final kill. That'll be Native going huge for the team with 10 kills and only 3 deaths on the back of a victory. They win it 5-3, take a 2-0 map count lead, and are 1 map away from victory here in the Gears Community Series over Onliners.
Yeah, that clutch hype and happiness and energy was short-lived, and so, unfortunately Colin and NYS just too on point with their team play. A thoroughly scary team. And yeah, I'm seeing Voodoo's comment in the Twitch chat there, and there perhaps is an argument for that clutch in particular, where they played that a little bit too slow in the end. That flank from middle was a little bit delayed, but the thing is that they were playing it excellently up until that point, and then it was just all Joey. Joey, his movement around that pillar was sublime. The back A's, the angle on the pillar, despite the player playing as defensively as possible, that Dom didn't matter. He collapsed and found that kill. But nonetheless, it was kind of just a shot in the dark, Colin. Canals was their map. They played it so well. The counter of the 4-man push on the middle slash junction, leaving the snipe, was just amazing. They didn't lose a single player. And that is a pure, perfect example, a testament of how good they're playing as a team right now to execute so flawlessly. Duke Slayer as well, playing so good with the snipe, getting headshots. What more do you want, Colin? What more do you want?
What I'd like is not just for our finalist to play as a well-oiled machine and like a team we have never seen before, But I would also like for everybody in the chat to help us play as a team and keep these tournaments going. Because if you put something along the lines of exclamation point Matcherino in the chat, you can donate directly to the prize pool. Exclamation point donate in the chat to support the stream and the staff of these tournaments because they are put on by the community and for the community. And if you want to be a sponsor of the Gears Community Series, make sure you contact at Deluxe Haas on Twitter or at Natural Law GG on Twitter. And I'm looking directly at you, Bubba Burger, for a couple of tournaments for Gears Community Series. We had you as a sponsor, and I went out. I ate all the Bubba Burgers I could fit into my gullet because I said these are not only some of the best burgers I've ever had, but now they're sponsoring the Gears Community Series. I better get more on the docket to give out to friends and family so that I can spread the good word of Bubba Burger like they spread the good word of the Gears Community Series.
Food sponsors work really well in Gears, Colin. Me and Fru were lucky when we worked with Belong Arenas. We had a Papa John's sponsor, so we had free pizza, which was very nice, and we actually ate on stream in kind of like almost like a comedy sketch. Hilarious, great fun, and pizza for days, amazing. And we also had a chocolate pretzel sponsor in the form of Flips, and I'm not sure if Flips is in the US, but they were amazing too, Colin. Oh my goodness
Did
me.
you did you flip out for flips?
Yes, yes, I did. Absolutely. And as we were discussing, I'm perhaps one of the most monotone casters in Gears of War. I was flipping out for flips on mic. I absolutely love flips. That reminds me, I think I want some. I want some more. Yeah,
I won't
that
blame
might
you
have to
if
go
you
on the
have to
shopping
step away to
list.
get some chocolate covered pretzels because now my fat ass is hoping for some chocolate covered pretzels right now. I'm sitting here like, what am I going to eat? I need some
Burgers, pizzas,
Oreos.
and chocolate covered pretzels right
I'm
now.
telling you, dog. Give me some Bubba
Gears
Burgers, some pizza,
demigods.
and some chocolate covered pretzels. I know I don't need the LBs. I need to lose some of them LBs, but I sure would like to pack on a few more before I start trying to lose any. But look, the only thing that NYS is trying to lose is nothing, not a thing, because they're up 2-0 in maps. Onliners, they got to lose not a thing for the rest of this tournament because they are on the verge of total defeat. If they go down in this map 3 or any map subsequent after that in this map of the best of 5 series, we will have our champions. It will be NYS because they have played stout and perfect to almost a T for these first 2 maps, giving up very few rounds and even less kills.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, NYS now, I didn't know there was another level to play up higher than what we've been seeing in the lower bracket matches, but there is another level. It but seems, Colin, there is another tier of play, and NYS are currently on it. They're currently operating there. Yeah, you had some clutch moments, in particular the Joey one, where the raw skill really showed out. But as a team, NYS just a level up. War Machine, for those who missed it, who might have just tuned in to the stream, that first map of this grand final was insanely one-sided because of how clinical the execution was on that first map, and it was against a team that previously had been extremely aggressive to the Venom Machine, aka mid box, and they just looked like they were not on the map in that first game. And so characteristically, it's looking quite one-sided when you consider it from that end. And I do wonder now as you go into map number 3, can they pull it back? Can they force the final map with 3 maps in a row? It's looking difficult, Colin, I'll be honest.
That is a tall task and a tough
Mm.
task to ask of this team in this position, but they've got to figure out a way to do it if they want to try to win this Gears Community Series tournament tonight. Map number 3, Clock Tower, is loading. We are about to roll out of spawn. Toby Campbell, Colin the Crow Clark getting ready to cast over what could be the final map of the night. It is the Gears Community Series between onliners and NYS, with the map count favoring NYS 2-0. This should be a good one, as all clock towers tonight have been hot and heavy with a ton of snub fire action. I can only imagine who comes away with the victory in this one.
And to let the folks know, let the folks home know about Clock Tower a bit more when it comes to these two teams. They are perhaps the two strongest teams on this map. They both have the pistols that we were speaking to earlier on the side of onliners, and so that kind of advantage that Killer Sound was really trying to sound back is nullified a little bit now when you have NYS on the other side. So yeah, curious to see throwing out the trick strats, as it were, or frag grenades down bottom. I mean, just the base strats at top. How is this going to stack up on either side? Let's see.
Here we go with Spokes out. Killer Sound going to the tip of the spear like he has been all night for Clock Tower. He will get some snub shots out. Won't be able to find anything up to that position. The Native's going to find the down there on the Justin. Killer's going to come here on the flank. Going to try to get that first kill. We'll be able to get it. 4v3, now 4v2. And onliners will find the first round, it looks like, of this map number 3. And that is exactly what you have to have if you are down but not out just yet. You gotta have impressive first round performances.
Okay, that was some lovely movement from Killer Sound there. But speaking of movement, Juke Slayer tried the flank instantly. The trick strat was the first point of play for these guys, and yeah, he got it down, but boy, did he get killed immediately following as soon as he reared his head there on the back. It looked like they had the surprise factor, but it didn't really lead to much, did it, Colin? And so now we have that first round going to onliners quite comfortably as well, and this should be the first base strat on either side. Killer Sound immediately taking that mid pillar control with the angle and resonates as he barely stays up.
Resonate will have to get his health back before trying to answer back here. A couple of shots there across that mid wall. Now to the back pillar. Won't be able to find it down on either one of them. Using all of his wits to try to get some damage on it. It's going to be Killer Sound pushing up to the front side. He's going to get downed out by Brolic, but somebody's going to be there for the quick revive. Justin, Lancer in hand, will get some damage out, but won't be able to get either of those players down. Pot shotting across that mid wall. Won't be able to get anything across the host spot. Looking for somebody to poke their head long enough, but Native yet again with another down on Killer Sound. I believe already revived out as nobody's going to be able to get the shots on. Out the middle of no man's land. Another down comes through. Now 2 players down for the side of onliners, and this looks to be an NYS special. They have applied a ton of pressure and will continue to keep onliners on the back foot.
This has been a close round, hasn't it, Colin? Oh, it's so hard fought on either side. We could run out of downs any moment, it seems like, for any player. It's just... Oh, here we go. This is what I mean. If you even close your eyes for a moment, you'll miss, rather, a push up to mid-wall, and a really big one of that to mid-pillar. Each player getting full-righted, immediately drops back down in the cover. There's the down on Resonates as he tries to make a play, and that should... No, it's not going to spring them into action, is it? Or not? For online as they get the down on Resonates. He's up straight away, but there we go. Brolic Shots does find Carnage as he pushes up to the mid-wall. Justin trades out with Resonates. There's the downs running out for either team finally. 3v3. Justin down on the mid-wall. The pressure is applied by the COG team as Native Roller goes flying in for the kill. He gets traded out. 2v2 remains. Make it essentially 1v1 at this moment in time. A 1v2 remains, in fact, as the player does roll back, leaving for Killer Sound to try and clutch up.
Killer Sound now has gone to the bottom side of the map. He has not picked up frags, and there they go. Fragmentation in his hand. First one out to the right, just throwing it out, maybe trying to find a lucky throw. Will bounce through the middle of that stairwell as he pushes up. He's been called out here by Brolic. Soto has gone down to the bottom side of the map with the boom shot lurking. First shot by Brolic misses. And Brolic, I don't know why he hasn't just completely reset this yet. There's no reason to take the 1v1.
Yeah.
Unless it's a point of pride, there's no real reason to take it. Bouncing around is going to be Killer. Killer has applied a ton of pressure to the backside of that pillar. Damage on, now turning and burning. This is going to be Brolic Shots trying his best to get this down before Soto even gets up here. But Soto, boom shot in hand, has not been able to find the shot yet to get the down.
Oh, no.
He got up there way too late and still was not able to get the shots. Looking to find this down. Not just yet. 1v1 situation. Stub shots in, Toby.
From the same spot 45 seconds ago, the pressure is on for Soto to utilize this and not let a draw go the way of Killer Sound. Pressure's on. 30 seconds.
9 seconds left, Toby. Killer Sound has found himself in the bottom side of the map trying to draw this out. He's just going to continue to move. All he's got to do is run away from Soto and draw this out. And a map that started off with a mistake where they ran out of downs first might come back to haunt him. Soto has to basically head down and run after him. No back A has connected yet. 9 seconds left. Soto trying to find something here. Goes for the shot over the top of the cover. Won't be able to get that one. Won't be able to get the down. He's going to shoot it. Soto tagged up, and Killer is not hurt at all. And the time will run out. The fight will continue as we draw that round 2 out, and it is still 1-0 in favor of the onliners.
You said it, Colin. I don't know why Brolic was playing so confidently in what is a very defensive position. Yes, your teammate is coming up with a boom shot, but just don't risk it. Don't allow the gap to close in the first place. You don't then need to play games like time the escape from the pillar down at Snipe Alley. The headshot came through, unfortunately for him. Yeah, he could have got revived by Soto in any other scenario. But never leave things to chance at this level of play. It's cost him there and his team. That's a really big draw, and well played from Killer Sam to take advantage of that.
Soto shooting back and forth from back pillar, trying to get damage onto anybody. Carnage is going to get shots on to that player, but Resonates is going to get headshotted off, and that's going to be 3v4 now on the map in favor of onliners. Joey trying to get shots on to Soto, who is just bouncing around the back pillar, and Soto's going to go down now. 4v2 situation. Joey pushing up, looking to try to get it down. Brolic goes down now as well, and this should be all she wrote for this one. It should be 2-0 in favor of the onliners, and they have begun their march back into this matchup with a couple of round wins here on map 3.
And just think, Colin, just think it could be 1-1 right now, you know, and a little bit more perhaps confidence emotionally, mentally. In that round we just saw play out, and I wonder if those are the kind of rounds where they kind of disrupt the cohesion a little bit, and the comms and the confidence. You know, that draw that went by the wayside, and the confidence that is added to onliners in this primary time here. It might be palpable in the rounds to come. Killer Sound with his usual aggressive positioning on the side that Resonates getting lit up as per usual on that runner position. Making it so tough for NYS.
Carnage, front of the sandbags, will get tagged up a little bit. Brolic will go down there on the Killer, and now Carnage goes down as well. They're going to have to try to find some kind of revive chain here. Snub shots out, trying to make sure nobody gets away without getting punished for it. Resonates will continue to apply pressure here at the mid wall. Resonates pushing up to the sandbags. Finds the cleanup, finds another player coming up the stairwell at him, hits a little bit of a shot there, 3 down and out, now 4v1 situation. Beautiful job there to find that first one, but Native, he's not going to let him get away with much more than that. It is a round in the favor of NYS. 2-1, we go to round number 5.
Yeah, great pressure applied. I'm not sure if you caught that brief moment, Colin, but Carnage, he kind of got stuck on that mid wall a little bit, that janky corner on that pillar, and as a result, he couldn't take cover. Boy, was he punished. So quickly ripped down to the floor, and there was essentially his tomb for the rest of the round. As onliners, or rather NYF, are not allowing that to go any confident way. Joey's saying quick weapon slide. They've called the frag grenade play, and as a result, they've completely responded in kind. Lose the frag grenades, that's fine. We'll take the snipe. We'll start even rotating down bottom as well. And typically you'd expect if they're going to give up map control, then you might as well try and go get boom shot or something, rather than just flipping the side. But instead, they've left up top, allowed the COG team to come all the way up, and then have kind of just walked back at the primary time to throw the frag grenades, and they've been caught out as a result. Not ideal at all for onliners there.
This is going to be Joey back pillar. He's going to be trying to shoot across that smoke screen, but will not find anything with the first shot. And now looking for another shot on, but they're going to get 90 degreed out from the bottom side planter, and Joey's going to bounce around with the sniper after missing that first shot. He's going to call out. He needs to go back up top to try to help a teammate. A lot of bouncing going back and forth. Native finds one. Joey full red. He goes down. He's going to be dead, and it'll be 4v1, and NYS has knotted this thing up.
Yeah, that's it. You know, they tried, and they did execute actually successfully, a kind of a map flip earlier on. I believe it was onliners, where they took the snipe and just ran all the way around to then get right-hand advantage, come up the staircase, but I don't really see the point in that. if you're just going to try and turn around and walk back into the frag grenades as kind of like some kind of trick to catch players on the rotation up top. It really cost them that. I'm still puzzled about why they allowed it to play out in that way, as they were punished heavily for it. Were on the Oh, there's the headshot resonate. The pressure finally pays off, but no, Soto out of nowhere comes through the middle. No one sees it coming. Carnage falls. Justin can't even respond in time with a Nasher to be pulled out. Never mind firing it. Killer Sound on the flank, trying to get a kill back. He gets down, but nothing more. But Soto, he's in that round for a team. He'll collect his reward in kind there at the end. 3-2 lead. Soto out of nowhere, pushing up on that runner position and the host spot.
2 rounds away from finishing off this map and this tournament. NYS are on the verge of victory. Killer Sound on the back of his shoulder. Will he be able to be the tip of the spear that his team needs to not only crack but break the ice? Lancer shots out as that player rolls toward back pillar. This is going to be a smoke grenade shot out into the middle. Goes over to that mid pillar, goes for the shots there at the mid wall. Won't be able to find it down, so he'll roll back, not putting himself too much in harm's way. Goes to the same position now. Resonates, has to make sure he doesn't go down, and Killer will continue to back off here. Native, he sees that he is being knotted up again. It is all tied up, all locked up. 4v4, top side of the map here. First team to make a mistake could give it away here in this round.
Oh, Soto sprinting for cover, straight to the back pillar, looking for a revive that he'll know he will need. Resonates down. Oh, Brolic as well with a kill. A flurry of kills either side. And it looks like Killer Sound. He will get back in time. Yeah, he will. And he stands up in time to get the shot too. And that will confirm the round. As Justin finalizes that last kill, we go back and 4, Colin, at 3 apiece now.
3-3, but technically round 7 going into round 8, as we did have the one stalemate, and I still think that stalemate and then the round where I believe it was Brolic played up without any help. Those 2 rounds are pivotal right now for onliners, where they gave away the boom shot kill that got stalemated out. Those mistakes can come back to absolutely haunt you. Brolic now over the top of the mid wall. Big body shot in with the Nasher. Smoke getting thrown out, continuing to keep the sight lines all clouded up. It resonates. He stayed up too long and got absolutely shredded by Snubfire.
He is being absolutely brutalized this map as Resonates, and the rounds that he's not been headshotted, he's just been downed over and over again, ruthlessly. But shout out to NYS from being able to actually get the sniper out during that chaos, giving themselves an opportunity here, a very good opportunity of that to get the numbers back, get a kill back to bring the numbers back into balance. Nades picked up by Killer Sound. They start leveraging the numbers to get some weapons to their name. All eyes in the bed with that snipe. See if you can get the headshot they need.
Fragmentation comes out from Killer Sound. Native roller, top side of the map, looking across the sandbags to try to knock somebody down. Won't be able to get the shot. He has to roll back, challenging the back ledge. 2 players from the side of onliners. No shot taken just yet by Native. He's looking to find and make somebody make a mistake and maybe get a headshot to knock this thing up to 3-3. 2 players over the top ledge. Won't be able to find one.
Here we go.
Hear the Nasher shots ringing out, Toby, but nobody's going down just yet.
Oh, what a nade to split them up for a moment, flipping the map completely on the COG team, but no, they've been red. That nade has delayed them just enough time to bring us to the next round. Onliners not losing a single player in that process. And it all started from that headshot onto Resonates with no threat, real threat, of them losing a life, bar perhaps the headshot opportunity on host spot from down low. Now, Resonates is not comfortable, it's safe to say, on the mid wall, and I'm not surprised at all that now NYS have gone down bottom for that nade strand. They don't want to continue fighting on this mid wall. They want to play a different fight this time around, and the Lancer down on Joey Stein is great. I don't think they're going to be able to stop them in time. Nades are thrown out though, actually, so they threw it there, but it's not going to connect. but it will on that next one. The revive cannot come through on Killer Sound in time. Well played indeed, NYS. Those Lancers were on point.
Joey has the long shot here, and will be looking to try to pick up one opponent to make it 3v3. Brolic will be on the stairs trying to figure out where the long shot is and not put himself in a position to get tagged up. Now we're going to see them pushing across to the back pillar. Brolic is going to take this host position. He's going to be looking down the stairwell. Native gets the down and the kill onto Joey. So now the long shot might be on the ground and force somebody to pick it up. 2v4 situation. NYS have a dominating spot here on this map, looking for their last two opponents. Unsure where they have slunk off to, whether it be the spawn or simply the bottom side of the map. Need to get eyes on them, though, so that we have an idea of how this is playing out.
Ruthless lancering and pistoling from NYS in this round. Onliners can't catch a break. My goodness me, that's what you need with an nade strat just like that. Come on through. There's Duke Slayer, aka Native Roller. Just peering down bottom. Yeah, Carnage and Co. They did get that snipe in hand. You can see the rotator. Body check comes through from Justin. He's already clutched once today. You make the help with that process so far. That pistol is insane from Resonades, though, immediately lit up. And there come the following down there. Gets that next round. Gosh, this is so neck and neck between these two, and it's so well deserved from either side that we see this final round of play on Clock Tower come through here. 4 apiece. I'm surprised Resonades can stay alive oftentimes when he goes up top now. It's such a threatened position whenever he goes there. Are they going to elect to go on the mid wall once more? Yes, they are. They have to be mindful of those pistols coming out from the online side.
Shots in from Brolic, trying to add a little bit of pressure, trying to add a little bit of damage. Over the top, Resonates with the snub, trying to get some down, trying to get some damage as well. Mid-wall, all stacked up, 2 versus 2. Joey slowing, Black Pillar. Won't be able to get those shots on. And now he'll be knotted back up again across the long shot. This is going to be Carnage. On board with him. He has been the ice-breaking death for onliners for a few rounds, so he has to be careful not to go down yet again. Soto, back pillar, looking across the map. Rolls to that mid pillar toward the prison area, and is just looking to see if somebody makes a mistake here. Tries to push up into a bad spot. Smokes are going to come out. That might open things up for them to try to make a push here. First player into that back ledge will be Killer, and Killer will not go down. There he goes. He is down now. Resonates down as well. But the quick revive comes out. Soto pushes across. Soto gets down off the melee, and that will be the ice-breaking kill. 4v2, and onliners will have their first map if they can finish off the last 2 players from NYS.
Soto hard committed to the push instead of getting the snipe, and it might have cost him that round. Oh my goodness me, it was an all-in attempt. You kind of saw that brief moment, Colin, right? Do I stop and just pick up the snipe during this down situation where they're going to be focused on that, or do I just go all in? And he went with the latter, but it did not pay off. It was perhaps 1 point blank away from having his team follow up. Unfortunately, it was not to be, and onliners earned that map for sure. It was a really hard fought one. Strats on either side pulled out, nade strategies and the like, snipe shots. But no, that ruthless mid-wall, it concludes with a 5-4 result. And we see another map.
We will get to a map number 4 here between NYS and the onliners. As we see here, War Machine and Canals going over to NYS. Clock Tower going over to the onliners. We head to Mansion now, where NYS was absolutely dominant earlier in the day when we saw them go up against the MVPs. They will need another performance like that. And I want to go back to those final few moments of that last map, if you may, Toby. Soto went big or went home. It ended up costing them. But if he hits that chunk, I mean, let's say he slides into Killer, gets that one-shot chunk or that one-shot down, and he's able to turn his attention, we are singing a completely different song right now. So he's in a position where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. He saw an opening. He's a former champion of Gears UE. He has the opportunity to make that call out and say, hey, look, I'm going to take this opportunity and try to make something happen. So he did his best opportunity. He took his best opportunity, took his best shot. And when you take your best shot, you better not miss it. And he ended up missing it, and it came back to haunt him, which is why we now have a 2-1 map count, and we are seeing ourselves heading to Mansion for map number 4 between NYS and Onliners.
Yeah, and I want to make sure as well with my color commentary there that it wasn't necessarily a bad decision from Soto. It just didn't play out in the way that he really obviously aimed for. It was kind of like an all-in play. If he gets that kill, that stun, then we could be singing a different song. You're right. But it was kind of the all-in approach. Do you just play it safe, get the snipe, take the advantage, or do you go for a further, let's end the round here and risk it all on this one? You could debate either way which approach is best, especially with the teams, both teams, in fact, with the way their pistols are. Soto can probably confidently push that 8 out of 10 times, let's say, and know at least he's got some really thorough pistol support on the back end to make sure that if he's in open waters, that he's got really good crossfire to help him with that damage. But unfortunately, that didn't really play out as perfectly as they might have hoped, for sure. Because it played out so fast as well, we couldn't really get a good angle, a good grasp as to what the teammates were doing of Soto there. But rest assured, they were trying their absolute best to try and support and get some crossfire output there at Clock Tower. But no, it just didn't fall the way they really needed.
I would have liked to have almost like a replay, like an instant replay, or to
Mm.
have clipped those last 30 seconds. If I remember exactly the kill feed, as Soto was pushing up, Resonates had gone down. I was unsure if Resonates had been cleaned up yet, but I think that even leverages into Soto having to make that kind of play. With Resonates down, he's been the ice breaking death for them a few times. It's an opportunity where he says, look, I can protect my team. They might be able to get the revive off. If I get a kill and we get the revive, we're in a better position. There's more guns in the fight for us. We've put ourselves in the best possible position. I'm not sure if he had been finished off by that time in the matchup yet, but I know he had gone down as Soto tried to push through into
Mm.
the prison on Killer. So I mean, like I always try to explain to people, I can sit up here all day and Monday morning quarterback and have 2020 hindsight on everybody. But when you're in the moment and you're doing your damnedest to make the right decision, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. He thought he made the right choice and it ended up backfiring because it ended up looking like the wrong choice. But he had all the information in the moment in the combat situation room. We didn't. And I applaud him for even, how do I put this? I applaud him for having the courage of his convictions. The fact that he came off a snipe and said, "No, I got to push this." He could have, lazily pushed it. He could have bounced around the pillar and tried to make some kind of move down around the stairwell. No, he went straight at Killer. He said, "If you want to kill my teammates, you're going to have to kill me first, dude." And he made him melee him out, stun him, and then try to get the down on him with second melee. So Soto did everything he could to win that round. Killer Sound just made a better play, outplayed him right there in that prison.
Yeah, and likewise, it wasn't barely Killer Sound either. It was also the teammates just being all ready and around supporting that push because they had to just react fast. They did that. They did that. They really did well there to keep themselves in that round and this game. Well played indeed. But Mansion, Mansion, map number 4.
Map number 2-1 in favor of NYS. They need a map 4 victory here, make it 3-1 and come away with a victory. They don't want to see that map number 5. Resonates middle of the map, shots on there, gets that early damage. Now in a beautiful position to add some covering fire down at the boom shot. Joey gets the down on a native. There's the initial push. Native goes down. Soto secondarily goes down. Boom shot picked up by Brawlett. Answering him with a kill of its own. 3v2 situation. Nades are out. Trying to slide all the way over with the boom. He gets a double melee down on Justin. Shoots the boom shot. Will not be able to even get a little bit of damage to be able to get that down. And now we find out that it is 3v2, but in favor of NYS, Toby.
Carnage as well getting the snipe. Remember how Rushy's played earlier with this weapon and the frag grenades in particular. That was a glorious timing of that frag. Definitely check that out on the VOD if you missed that one out earlier, folks. But for now, a slight slowdown from either team too. Full respect shown on either side as they wait essentially, perhaps for a boom shot to respawn or for some kind of play to present in stealth. You can see the Thrashball drone just peeking ready for any push through the front door, but now the snipe is thoroughly on the minds of both teams.
This is going to be Joey Slane at the front door, looking for back A's, looking for any damage he can put out if anybody decides to push at him. Soto is going to pull up here to the right-hand side. Unsure if the information's been given to Joey just yet. As you said, they might be waiting for the respawn of the boom shot out there. One player jumps out. Soto pops out, gives a little bit of damage, but gets double shot down by Carnage. They will clean him up now, 2v2 situation. Carnage sees Joey going down. Resonates, gets the down on Carnage. Both of them down. Both of them out. NYS find the first round here in map number 4.
Yeah, well handled, Brolic, and Resonates. The confident pressuring from the COG team there, seeing what they can do through the middle door. Nah, they were ready and waiting for them to enter the garden there, and they handled it excellently. The question is, Duke Slayer was a pivotal role, kind of the MVP of Mansion earlier versus Rookies and the rest of the MVP's roster. Curious if he's going to be the same kind of player here. Yeah, trying Joey Slane, perhaps he is going to be that individual as Justin Killer Sound both get it down to the name. Trading kills on either side. 4v2 situation. Nades go out. Yeah, as the dust settles, the nades blow up, and a 1v2 is left. Let's see if Duke Slayer can get a snipe 1v2, something we've seen before.
He's going to go up top to the long shot, pick it up. Boom shot will be in the hands of the onliners, and Native now looking toward the front door. Justin with Lancer in hand. Carnage will be heading to the back stairwell with the Nasher out. Tagged up is Native. Native is going to continue to rotate out, trying to get away from the possible boom shot sliding in on him up the top of the stairs. Just kind of dancing in place for a moment, looking for the information. And listening for the information, more importantly. That's another thing in this game, is listening for those big, heavy footsteps. Sees one player down bottom. That's going to be Carnage. Justin will have the shot on him from the bottom as he tries to rotate out. This is going to be Justin with Lancer in hand, trying to chase out. Carnage will go for the quick flank. It's going to be Native pushing back into an area in a 1v1, trying to get the shot over the top. Two back A's won't be able to get it, and that'll be a kill for Justin to finish it off. 1-1, knotted up here, map number 4.
A nervy defense there from Justin, and I mean that sincerely, in that he was really quite composed, I want to say, in how he's playing it. But the fact of the matter is, perhaps he should never have been there in the first place. Just wait for the boom shot to get there instead of holding hard that wall that could easily just see a chunk come over from Duke Slayer. Surprised he held that, but paid off in the end nonetheless. So we get back to this 4v4 situation that quickly comes down to a 2v2, I think. Essentially, make that a 3v1, in fact. And Joey Slane immediately appears in front of the Thrashball drone of Brolic shots. Another kill comes through for him, and a 2-1 scoreline.
That will be a 2-1 and 3 rounds away, and it seems like right now NYS is looking for the openings in the defense of onliners, and they found one and exploited it to the highest of their ability. Native now inside. Big shots out with a snub, now bouncing through the front door. Won't miss that secondary cover. Needs to hit a shot right here around that cover. Gets the back A over the top of the bookcase. Get it down in the kill. Brolic shots going down now outside. Soto getting trucked out as well. 3v2 situation. Nades are going to come out. One in, won't find anybody. Second one in, won't find anybody either. Here's the call out and the help needed. Justin will get the kill. The back A around the corner onto Resonates. Native versus 3. And onliners once again find an answer. Native finds one bouncing around. Boom shot will come out. And this is going to be Native once again, maybe trying to find a long shot double kill play. See one player enter into the bottom side. That's going to be the boom shot. Shots on as he pushed him out. No real good place for him to go. It might have been Carnage's opportunity to shoot it, and he does shoot it, but he misses just enough not to get the down. And now they've got both power weapons. Carnage sees him, though. Carnage caught him slipping, and he doesn't take the shot.
Yeah, he's trying really hard, Duke, right now. Keep moving, be unpredictable, bait the push. He's doing it again on this door, trying to bait the boom shot fire as he climbs over that wall. Again, it's not going to be fired. Duke Slayer is playing his absolute heart out. There's the boom shot cross map, though, and it does capture the down that he was looking for. Carnage finds that in the end, but I have to say, that was a lovely back A and push back in from Native Roller, aka Duke Slayer. I was confident there was going to be a second player to follow up there and open up a gorgeous 1v1 situation. even though it would be against a boom shot player. But nonetheless, that's the best player in the game right now in that 1v position at nade slash inside is Duke Slayer. Curious to see if he can keep that momentum up there.
Soto there with a quick boom will make it 3-3. Resonates down now. Not sure if anybody's going to be able to pick him up. No, not in time. The fragmentation grenade will come out, getting the kill onto him. Soto still has one boom shot to use. Has to be strategic about it as well, as it is a 2v3. He's going to have to try to make sure he gets a down to try to knot things up, to try to ensure things here for his squad in this round. You don't want to give up too many rounds in a row to the onliners, because momentum has always been incredible for them throughout the night. They do have Brolic going up top for the long shot. This is going to be Soto, still playing the bottom side of the map. He's going to bounce over to the wall and continue to bounce into the spawn. Brolic, meanwhile, out to the ledge, looking with the long shot. Won't be able to find anybody just yet. That leaf probably scared the crap out of Soto. It's going to be Brolic playing through to the spawn. Out to the backside. He will go over that top cover. He's going to be able to join up with Soto here momentarily. And Soto still with a boom shot in hand. They weren't able to keep the positioning they wanted, maybe, overlooking that long shot.
Okay, I was about to say that this is a... Okay, lovely shot, Brolix. 2v1. I was about to say, Colin, do we really need to be doing a cross-map boom shot just to defend your teammate because you've split up on the either side of Mansion?
Time. Without a doubt.
This is why I like it. You think different, Colin. You think outside the box.
There's never been a time that I've played Gears that I haven't wasted power weapons to try to save teammates. And when I say wasted, I mean you might as well have not even let them spawn in. If I see a teammate down, I'm like, I'm throwing it. I don't know what it is, but I'm throwing it at that guy trying to save him. And there it is. He's throwing that boom shot to the backside of Justin, gets the final down, and then the melee beatdown kill. And this was all off the back of that cross-map boom that you were questioning, by the way, not me. No, I wouldn't. I would never question stuff like that. And then the back A headshot, I think, out of Brolix. I think he got a back A headshot. It might. If I'd have clipped it, I would have been able to tell you. He either peeked the corner or he back A'd a headshot. Either way, still really impressive.
Oh yeah, very entertaining to say the least. Oh my goodness, Resonate just turns around and sees like knees in front of him when he has a pistol out, but he whips a shotgun back. Hey, no problem. No scare
Soto and
factor here for
Brolic
me.
down. Ooh, matched up here. Big shot over the top. Killer will get a little bit of damage, but not a ton. 3v2 situation still here, and that's going to be Native Roller getting it down onto Carnage and the cleanup as well. And NYS seem to be baiting onliners into worse positions and worst fights around the map, and it's a 2v2 situation here, and Killer has to kind of rotate around and try to make something happen. Snub comes out, Resonates gets missed by the boom. This could very well be it, my man Toby. It is indeed Resonates. He helps a teammate with snub fire, turns and burns with an Asher on the other one after he throws away a boom shot. I mean, I don't know what squirrel in what tree outside of the map of Mansion had to take that boom shot for Resonates to live, but RIP to him. That's another round in the favor of NYS.
Squirrel just asking what earth is going down in that garden that I usually get acorns from. Right now it just gets blown up. I mean, absolutely, there is just carnage right now. Not just the player, but the entire state of affairs. Could this be the final round? No, Joey Slane screams from the nades. 2 kills to his name, 3v1 remains. And Native Roller running for the sniper.
All right, Native.
Here we go.
Get a 3v. Oh, okay. There's one. Now a 2v1. Goes to the little back A off the pillar. Won't be able to get that one. Native trying to rotate around. Knows that the boom shot might be challenging. The shot hasn't come in yet, but that'll be Justin with a beautiful headshot kill to finish it off and make it 4-3. They have to win 2 rounds in a row.
That they do. That they do. Gorgeous nade. From Joey, that. But don't rely on a nade to keep you in this. Especially. Juke's there running around as he does.
It's going to be Brolic shots helping out here. Big shot in. Native gets that down. Joey is out. Soto down. Quick little revive chain coming through. 2v3 on the map. Another round might be going in favor of the onliners if they can get one more kill here and kind of guarantee the 3v1 situation. But Resonates finds one. Killer Sound rolls up to the top side of the porch. Will be able to put snub shots in, pulls the Lancer, and is adding in fire, adding in damage. He gets tagged up a little bit. Native is down, though. That's going to be Native going out. It is a 2v1 situation. Resonates chasing as best as he can, but Killer with a snub in hand puts him down on the ground. Ooh. 4-4. And with one round left, will we see a map number 5?
They're doing it right now, and they're absolutely doing it. It seems like this is really happening. The comeback is real with all the pressure. The native roller, 9 kills inside, keeps winning this fight. Joey Slane won two kills. I can't even speak right now. I'm trying to work out how these two teams navigate this one. Boom shot picked up and the kill. That should be it for NYS.
Resonates gets answered back though. 3v3 situation. Killer Sound trying to push in. Soto finds Carnage. Native goes down. 2v2. Killer Sound finds it down. On to Brolic shots. Quick revive in. Nades are coming out. They're gonna hide here. Back A. Soto down. Brolic down. That is the round. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody tuning in to the Gears Community Series, onliners have notched another map on their belt, have tied it up 2-2. We are all knotted up here in our grand finals of this Gears of War Ultimate Edition tournament. Brought to you by and produced by, directed by, put on by the main man himself, Deluxe Haas, where I just gotta be an overly hyped idiot on a microphone, because when you're sitting next to one of the brightest and smartest and most handsome men on the planet, and Toby Campbell, you just gotta be here and be happy that you're here, because I am ecstatic that they have tied it up and we will now find ourselves in a map number 5, Toby.
I'm hyped and over the world. I was just watching that VOD back play out. I mean, I called it myself. I thought it was over. Boom, kill at nades. Bear in mind, you've won the nades and you picked up the boom. How can you lose? And it still went the way, courtesy of some insane clutching from the other side, their way. And just as you thought, okay, the nades are gone, Colin. It's a 2v2. The power weapon's gone. Boom shot used. Nades gone. Snipe still not picked up. 2v2. Take it slow. Oh no, just a bed appears out of nowhere with the biggest, most godlike flank ever on right hand. Wow, what a round. What a map. And yeah, Peaceful Love in the chat says this tourney is amazing. Couldn't agree more. That's the sentiment right now.
Would you like to hear, and I'm just going to say this, would you like to hear the scientific answer of how you lose that round after getting the kill at nades
Yes.
and the boom shot? You ready for the scientific answer?
I am.
Very carefully. That's how you do it. You do it very carefully, my man Toby, okay? It's a little tricky, but you can figure out a way. You just got to be careful in how you lose it. That's all, baby. That's all. You got to very carefully lose it.
I mean, the difficulties and the things that you have to do and pull off one after the other without failure to get that going is just insane. I mean, just think Joey, like, winning the 1v finally against Duke inside and just getting the nades and getting 2 kills from them. Just like, what are the odds of that?
If I'm ever winning a 1v in that spot, the rest of my team is hearing me shout, "I did it!" And then they hear my controller hit the ground.
That's what Joey was probably screaming right now. Like, or some call out, just screaming over everyone. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Everybody is one shot at that point. We are all one shot.
One shot.
I don't care how long ago I won the fight either. Everybody's one shot now. They have found a way, though. They have found a way to win 2 maps now. They have crawled back into this thing down 2-0, now 2-2 against the team that was absolutely on fire and unequivocally the favorite coming into this because of how many maps and how many rounds they'd even dropped prior to this matchup. Going into a map number 5, if you want to take a look at our map rotation here as we go into the final one last time for everybody. War Machine and Canals go the way of NYS. Clock Tower and Mansion back-to-back, though, being taken on by onliners. It all comes down to this, Toby Campbell. All comes down to a map 5 gridlock, one of the most old school, one of the most played games in history. Execution on gridlock. What a sight to see, and what a tournament to have been had.
What a tournament, Colin. This has been absolutely immense. Immense. Gridlock, map number 5. After all we've seen, I don't even know how this would play out. I mean, War Machine, just think way back when on map number 1 when that started, it was a 5-1. It was just insanely dominant. Somehow, some way, they have brought it to a map number 5 when it was looking so bleak after Canals. It was looking so difficult as they play out Clock Tower. Somehow it gets pulled back on Mansion, and here we are, where now the snipe can get into Duke Slayer's hands. Now the boom shot can continue to be utilized. Killer Sound can continue to do crazy stuff on the boom flank. The possibilities are endless now, Colin.
I just think about that first situation where we saw the dominating performance on War Machine, and then it seems like every time NYS on map 2 had to find an answer, they found an answer. I mean, it was like the test was there in front of them. They already had the answers to the pop quiz. They just had to find a way to finish it off. And then all of a sudden they go to Clock Tower and they just could not get over that final hump. That final round just, I don't want to say ran away from them, but it was never in grasp for them. We had the stalemate round earlier where instead of taking a 2v1, Brolic wanted to muscle up a little bit and take a 1v1, which could have put them in the back foot, and then did not allow Soto to finish that off. So what I'm looking at there is a round thrown away. So for me, I just take a look at the way that NYS has had an answer for almost everything Onliners has done, except for when Onliners plays their team-oriented single target firing game. It's not the 1v game that is in favor of Onliners. It's when they find a target round in and round out, take care of the first thing.
Yeah. It's, I don't even know what to say at this point, Colin. There's been so neck and neck between both teams in every round. That's just like I said, the possibilities are endless.
Well, here we go. Map number 5, final map of the tournament. No matter what, ladies and gentlemen, is Native Roller. Looks to the top side of the snipe tower. Long shot in hand. Gets the body shot. Down comes through, and a kill comes through onto Carnage. Brolic shots is out, though, due to the boom shot. And Native is going to start to rotate out as it is once again 3v3 on the map. And Joey up top with a teammate will try to continue to apply pressure here across the backside of Gridlock and keep the long shot from threatening, but so much. Killer Sound making sure that Hammerburst spawn is not going to threaten him too much as well, as he looks to put some stub fire here onto Resonates, and he gets the down. This could very well be 2v3 momentarily.
Ooh, Duke Slayer, like, no, you're not having that opportunity at my teammate. Headshot comes through. 3v2 situation now. Play out. Boom shot, of course, was picked up by Killer Sound. They did utilize that, but that was in response to this man getting the snipe. As we slow down for a moment. Curious to see. Will another headshot come out as Duke Slayer kept his composure this entire time? I would argue yes, based on Mansion. Stellar performance as always up top. Let's see that snipe in action again.
You see Joey down. There's the pickup on the long shot. Resonates looking to try to find his way around the map. Joey Slane is going to get killed by Resonates. Now Justin shot across the top. Won't be able to get that one to go. Justin now pressuring down the stairwell. Trying to get the pop shots to go. Little bit of an up A, but a beautiful back A by Resonates. Finds the final kill. And the first round goes into the pocket of NYS.
Yeah, lovely pullback from Resonates that. Right on that corner, buying enough time to open up that back A at the end. Lovely job indeed. 1-0 on that one. A great response, as I said earlier, from Killer Sound and the rest of the onliner squad, getting the boom shot as soon as they lost the snipe, ensuring that the snowballing advantage could not continue. There's Joey, peering for the frag grenades within the smoke. Looking to see if a potential play was there, but not going to go for it there. Here comes the offensive on either side. The headshot comes up from Joey on Soto as he gets up, and a lovely shot onto Native Roller, finding that kill. They're going to lose down bottom though in the process. They only lose one player and the boom shot. It won't be the Marcus there peering down. He's trying to follow up. It's back and Killer Sound boom shot. And he's just backade the boom shot. Okay, you don't see that every day, folks. There you go. That'll work. Killer Sound down and out. 2v2 remains. Nasher back in the hands
Picking
of
up the Nasher. Love this little play. You said the back A on the boom shot. Look, sometimes it's got to be fancy. Sometimes it's just got to do the dirty work. Both players up top for the side of onliners. Long shot in the hand of Justin, though. Mechanic Baird to Baird, so don't get it twisted. It might be a barrel of Bairds up there, but they're going to have to try to separate them out here as Justin looks across the map for any kind of movement, trying to get a headshot at any moment. But they're not giving up any kind of positioning here, and it looks like the player who moved off to the right-hand side was tagged up a little bit, and they're just looking for the answer. That's going to be Joey Slane. Joey's trying to go for the 90-degree onto the boom shot.
Rollick shots down. Boom shot peering the way of Snipe Tower. See if there's a potential shot opportunity. Justin with Snipe though, threatening across. Gridlock. I think that's a check that comes through. Nothing more though. 2v2 remains in place. Oh no, Justin. That should have been a guaranteed kill, and it might have cost him. He's full red. Yep, he's not going to be able to get out. It's a 1v2 as a result of that mistake, arguably, from Justin, not being able to find that headshot in time. He was set up correctly. He timed it. The re-aim onto the down, but it just didn't connect in the end, Colin.
Did not connect in the end, and that's going to cost him as it's now 2v1. Joey Slane having to try to make a miracle happen here. Weapon slide in onto the long shot. Looking over the top side. Won't be able to find anybody. Boom shot looking at him. He's full red now. Joey, he's going to get tagged up from behind. He is still already damaged, and he will go down. A little bit of love being shown before the boot meets the back of the head, and that is 2-0 favor of NYS.
Yeah, unsurprising that bit of love after that snipe shot miss. I'm sure these guys have been scrimming for a long, long time. Of course, they've been competing. We've had the opportunity to see that in tournaments many times. They know exactly what every player is capable of, that's for sure. This round will surely be a reset, though, as Justin, it looked like he lagged out for a second there. Didn't have a weapon or sport. So a slight pause before we get into the next round of play. But yeah, I mean, reflecting on the grand final and the tournament at large, Colin, this has been clear-cut, incredible tournament and event. It always is, honestly, on UE. You know, back in the day, 2015, but also just now, it's still very much the heights of the game being explored, and a clear-cut top-level competition across, you know, the top four, top six, honestly. There's been such a nail-biter between the different teams.
My God, Toby, it's a massacre.
I was about to say, it's a murder in the spawn here.
Oh, Native now. Native was a beautiful snapshot. Real friendly fire. Who's got it? Has he got it? Oh,
Okay.
Soto! Trying to make a little montage clip right there. Resonates in Soto, middle of the map. Oh, we're going to bring it back, and yep, we've been returned to the main menu as Bucky Snaggletooth has entered the analyst booth. Bucky Snaggletooth, my alter ego, sounds exactly like this all the time when he's talking, and well, he's got some thoughts. None of them have any clean words in them, so I'll just tell you right now, Toby. All right, that's the way I'm going to feel about it.
I haven't heard that in such a long time. I forgot they had that, Colin. You just use it. Or you're going to have to use it at some point in this map. It's been so close. My goodness me.
I got to use it
You've got to use it, my friend. I mean, it's just, I've never heard that from any other commentator before. Have you?
My own beep?
honest.
You haven't heard somebody else beep themselves?
No, never.
I think that's bull. I'll tell you that much right now, Toby. I don't believe you one time. I do not believe you at all.
I've never heard even a producer do that on a live stream. It's just a first in esports and gaming at large.
I wish. I'm trying to think of what they could do to come back, because both the times that they had a little bit of control, somebody has kind of missed their opportunity. And I don't know if that just is chalked up to missed opportunity, and all you got to do is correct that. You just got to make the shot. I mean, does it come down to that classic Gears adage of hit your shots? Is that all it is? Or is there something deeper that onliners have not been doing that NYS has control of?
Deluxe coming in with a comment, play your game. I love that phrase. I mean, you can imagine, Colin,
Yes.
that that kind of line kind of irks me at times, as I like to get into the weeds and the details. When someone just says play your game, I'm like, you just said just pull your trigger. Like, come on, how useful is that oftentimes? Sometimes it's useful, sometimes it's not. You need a bit more detail than that, as far as I'm concerned. And this match has been, every detail has played in to every map. It's been so close that at this point in time, it's 3:06, and I'm surprised that it took till now for there to be a slight delay of any kind in this tournament. But I'm having such a great time that I'm seeing this one out.
I was gonna say, I hope you don't leave me. I hope you don't abandon me. I know
I don't want to do that.
I'm sorry. I appreciate you for being here as late as you are. I will. So the whole play your game analogy. One of my all-time favorite conversations I ever had backstage at an event, talking about classic execution, and I was like, so, like, what were some of the secrets like classic execution? And I was sitting around. These people will not be named because there were some unsavory things said about us because we're friends. But everybody's gonna rename nameless. But I'm just gonna give you the explanation I was given on how you win classic execution. You have to kill the entire enemy team before everybody on your team is dead. And I was mind blown. I could not believe it at that point that anybody had thought of that yet. I was trying to figure out what tacticians in the history of Gears had never brought up that idea. Just kill them before they kill us. I was confused.
The capital employed, the research teams that went into finding that strategy to win the war. I mean, it's insurmountable. You need optic gaming resources to achieve that level of accuracy.
I mean, I was there, and yeah, I was still the new guy. Like, I was still the guy that was just always hyper and just was asking all the stupid questions. And I still kind of am the guy that's always asking stupid questions. But it was funny because when I asked the question and then got that answer, everybody looked at me to have this like really angry face, and I was like, "You got a point there, Mister. I respect you for making it.
You're onto something."
That's right. It would be like if somebody came to me and was like, yo, Tom, look, if you want to make spaghetti, you're going to need spaghetti.
You're going to need some pasta, bro.
I never think of this. It is unbelievable that I've been getting away with it all these years. At that point, it's just red sauce meat, I think. Oh, I think our mic's screwing in, buddy.
Cyborg, Campbell, and Colin. Let's just keep speaking. Like, it's fine. Just go with it. This is great. This is what we live for. I'm not going to even breathe. I'm just going to carry on talking so it just continues to be a robot in everyone's eyes. Okay, I'm going to stop talking because I can't talk clearly. Everyone's ears is going to bleed for a second more. Keep talking.
Are we back? Are we okay? Is everything okay? I shut up for a while. He says, Deluxe says, should be.
Should be.
I'm just going to stare at chat now. Everybody be quiet. I need to just stare at chat until I find out if we're okay. Get a really awkward silence going. Deluxe. I said quiet. I'm still waiting. God, Deluxe, I swear to I will come through this monitor in a second, okay?
Listen, he's been putting on some great tournaments.
Okay, they said fixed, I think.
We're
Okay,
back. All right, everyone start
talk.
talking again.
Whew, thank
The
God
delay,
can
we'll
talk
just
again.
let them enjoy the delay when they catch back up. So, where were we, Colin? Oh, yeah. This was a really, really good tournament. Cyborg, Campbell, and Colin are gone. And as a result, we will have to get into the analysis of Duked and his sniper. Very good indeed.
Extraordinarily good. I'm not sure what Lux just said to us, so I need him to say it again.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Deluxe on stream now. How about that, baby? They can hear me now. I am taking over the stream. We are going to let these guys play it out and get the round count back to what it was, and then we will go into the game here in just a minute. Love you, Colin. Love you, Toby. You're the best. And Bubba Burger. Let me get some.
Yeah.
I mean, that pretty much succinctly puts it into perspective, the situation that we're sitting in stream. We are waiting for them to get it back to the round count that it was at before we go back into the game. So I'm sorry that I am still completely on your screen. Wish we would go away quicker.
Listen, I will share the screen with you any
Exclusive
day
wants to know when we're going to run a Gears 4 tournament. And I just want to know, why would anybody run a Gears 4 tournament? Why would I want to play a game where one of the two primary weapons literally doesn't matter?
Oof.
Yeah.
You heard it here first. What about pistols? How good are pistols on that game? Gears 4?
Still not really that good. I mean, like, I will never forget listening to the guys I respect a lot in this industry tell me that if the Lancer worked in Gears 4, they wouldn't have lost a tournament in Season 1. And I was like, I kind of can believe that. But I'm not mad at you, Exclusive. If you want a Gears 4 tournament, you hit up at Deluxe Haas and at Natural Law GG. You put the mental image of Gears 4 on the screen in his head, and you remind him that Gears 4 had, I think it was the second highest ever live. But anyway, look, this should have been the highest Gears tournament, but it's not. It's the Gears Community Series, put on by some of the greatest folk in the industry. Soto is going to be up top, helping his teammate. Native rolling, gets the long shot out, and a big headshot on a Joey. And now they have a 2v1 situation. Go for the back A there, but we'll put the entirety of the spread into the wall, and Native will look down into that car, trying to see if a head will poke out through the window. But a smoke grenade lands directly in his face.
Most casual of smoke grenades up. Doesn't really do much. 4v3 remains. Great headshot to get this numbers advantage in play. Body check comes out for Duke Ashley. He tries to see if he can push up on that, but Cole's not going to allow that. So good. In fact, he's just going to come straight back. Careful now. It's a 1v2 right there, sir. Boom shot picked up. That's an excellent play. That is an amazing pickup by them. Well executed indeed. Timed to perfection. The call out's clear as day. Body check comes through for Duke. Down was revived, but the boom shot is in hand. They can just take their time now at this point. They don't want to get pushed at all by Cole. That is certainly the play. Boom shot is finally here up to the snipe tower to make sure that cannot go on.
4v3 situation here. Justin rotating all the way back, resonates up top of the boom shot. Carnage playing back as well. Native has found his way over to the Hammerburst Tower and finds a long-range cross-map headshot onto Justin, and now we find ourselves at 2v4. Brolic will push up into the boom shot area toward the archway, going to the front side now, looking for anybody to be called out. Killer Sound at the bottom side of the stairwell, leading up to the long shot tower. Resonates still up here with the snub in hand, as well as I believe the boom shot on his back still. This is going to be them pushing out. Killer Sound taking snub shots out. First boom shot in from Resonates. Won't be able to find it. They're rotating all the way through the backside. This is going to be now Resonates, snub in hand. Gets the down onto Killer Sound, and it is a 4v1. Carnage all by his lonesome. Has to go absolutely massive. Has to go monumental. Has to go gargantuan. Has to go incredibly oversized, supersized me, as a matter of fact. Give me a bucket of fries on the side to come away with a victory in this round. Shot over the top, won't be able to get it down, won't be able to get much damage on it as well. And they are like a pack of hyenas playing with their food before they eat it.
Yeah, 4v1. They aren't throwing this away. There's no way on earth they're allowing any shenanigans occurring here. Frag grenades picked up as well for good measure. Here we go. Carnage is prepared and ready to fight the onslaught of players that are incoming fast. 1 minute left, and there you go. Boom shot across the wall, through the window, onto the pillar. That results in a 3-0 current lead. Okay. Okay. They're looking good.
Toby, is that the actual Legend Jim Bob?
That is the OG TC member. TC Jim Bob single-handedly redesigned Gears 5 tuning, essentially making it far better. And also the best oceanic player Gears has ever seen. Debate.
Whoa! There's no debate on that. Why would anybody take the opportunity to debate
that's
an
absolutely
absolute
true.
fact? You
Yeah.
literally just said 2 + 2 = 4. And this round, Soto said Carnage fragmentation grenades are not healthy to eat. And now it's a 4v3. Resonates with a boom shot, looking up top. Native Roller gets the down onto Justin. Excuse me, Native gets the down onto Justin. Resonates looking with that boom shot. Oh my goodness gracious, good God almighty. That Marcus was put into absolute bits by that boom shot.
There's no way after all this NYS just win the last map 5-0. There's no way. Come on now. This is unreal if they do this to onliners. Insane performance either way, if so. But let's see. One more round is needed for them to win out this $1,000 tournament, Colin. Can they do it here and now?
Smokes are out. Sniper picked up at the top side by NYS, and now Native Roller backing out. They're going to throw a smoke up to the top side to give him some cover to get out and rotate wherever he pleases thus far. But Brolic will go down over toward the boom shot. Native is looking for a chance to get a shot onto somebody. Carnage is going to go down to Resonates. Now Resonates traded out again, but no kills have come through for the side of NYS, and this is going to be Onliners' round to lose. It is now 4-1. Favor of onliners. All they got to do is take care of one more player to get at least a round on the board in this map number 5.
Comeback time, it seems like. Can they do it? 4 kills, rather. Yeah, 4 kills, 0 deaths that round. But now they need 4 rounds, 0 losses in this map to force a bracket reset. Can they do it? Certainly deserve it if they can do 4 rounds in a row, that's for sure, Colin. Boy, is it tough.
This is going to be a tough climb, a long mountain to manipulate as both teams have rolled out now. Smokes out across the map trying to gather up and clog up any sight line. Soto, though, shot on pretty heavily. Brolic goes down. Carnage is answered back again, but now Soto's down in the middle of the map. Native doesn't have a chance to answer back just yet. Boom shot will be picked up in the hands of NYS. 2v4 on the map right now. It looks like a desperation play comes through. Native won't be able to get anything to go, Toby.
It's happening. It's happening. Sleepy Time is seeing what I'm seeing in the chat. This is rigged. Scripted, rigged. It's all nonsense.
I'm from America, and since 2020, we're not allowed to say the word rigged without everybody getting upset, so we're just going to leave that alone. So it's just gonna be
Where's my beep? My beep button.
That's right. You can delete it. Smokes out by both teams up to the top side of the long shot. That's going to be Native Roller trying to get a quick pick on it, and he does just that. Killer Sound, though, with another early down onto Brolic, and Brolic has put his team in a pretty precarious position. 3 straight rounds now. Now Native has a teammate go down right in front of him. Oh my God, every explosive just went off in the face of Native Roller, and somebody from his opponent's team died. He dodges a boom shot somehow. Resonates is going to try like hell to get into a position to help him. 2v3 on the map. Native reloads the long shot, goes for that quick shot on around the corner. Won't be able to get it. Will Resonates be able to find a way to help him? He does get the help. He gets the snub shot onto Carnage, gets the down, and Native is going to use this as the opportunity to get the hell out of Dodge as he kills Killer Sound as well and makes it a 2v2.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Juke Slayer still has snipe. The boom shot has been fully utilized, and now they're spreading their legs. They've finally been able to breathe, and now Juked is going to breathe in every bit of oxygen on this map. Take the time to get a potential headshot. Just one is all that's needed, Colin, I'd argue, to end this tournament here and now.
Scoped up is Native. Top side of the long shot tower. Sees the Lancer fire coming out the flash from the muzzle. Joey Slang also top side, challenging out toward the boom shot. Smoke grenade to the top side of the tower.
Ooh.
This could be the sneakiest play in history, but he has been called out of the last second. That has to be really good comms. No way he says, I lost him, and he just looks over there immediately. Carnage now trying to get a shot across the map to get that headshot. Won't be able to get it. Rolling around to the top side of the tower. Looking for his opponent. Tagged up just a little bit. Flying up top. Carnage now full red. Has to get away. He might go down and dead. 4-pointed fully, but will not get taken out just yet. Still a 2v2 situation. Trying to get a little pot shot around the corner. Carnage looking back up top. This thing has come to a crawl yet again as they have simply switched sides. Where now onliners have the bottom side of the map. MYS has taken over the top. Carnage looking back across the middle. Won't be able to get it. Pulls long shot. Is looking for any kind of peak angle here from Native to try to give up any of that positioning. But Native with Nasher out is just simply protecting his teammate. Bouncing around in that cubby. Joey. He's not going to give up any positioning either. This might go to that dreaded stalemate here because I don't think NYS wants to make it 4-3 and onliners don't have a round to give. So I think they're more than happy to take this thing to the final seconds.
I'm not nervous, you are. Damn. Tension. 40 seconds. I'm really concerned about a potential just insta-push through this snipe tower from either player here. But then the snipes as well, still in play. 25 seconds on the clock.
I think the stalemate's Toby. I think they're going to wait this out. I mean, there's no you don't have a round to lose if you're the onliners, and NYS don't necessarily want to give up any extra rounds to them.
Yeah, Roller's going to try at least push on one side. Force the stalemate on the other, and oh, hits the wall. He's gonna die. Snipe in hand, Carnage. Can you just do something crazy? Always a possibility of these players. 4-2, we go again. Here we go. We haven't seen an all-in play from either side. Bear in mind, as in terms of the boom shot down bottom, 4 low. Curious to see. That will be employed at some point. Ooh, 3 low actually with Fox team.
Rolling out of spawn.
Being thrown out. What's going on here?
More smokes out at the boom shot. Nobody pushing in, and you can see where he's just trying to take the angle that if somebody goes to push, they're able to try to go in with the quick shots on. They catch out one player. That's going to be Soto trying to play to the bottom of the map, and they call him out, get the kill quickly. Long shot will be taken by NYS up top, but they're protecting that nade pickup. Brolic, though, finds a way to kill Carnage. First fragmentation out, won't be able to find anybody. Brolic now bouncing back. He gets taken out by the secondary fragmentation. Justin in a 1v1 in the middle of the map gets taken out. Resonates, maybe looking to the side of the boom shot. I have yet to see it get picked up, so I think it's still viable on the map right now. Yeah, Joey up top, Killer Sound down low. Resonates is going to get challenged momentarily by the snub fire from Joey. Or excuse me, by Killer. Joey's going to push back down, looking to the front side of the van. Won't be able to get anything. This is going to be Native Roller trying to get a shot on, but they're going to give up the boom to the side of NYS, and that could be the mistake that cost them. Snub back out against Resonates. Resonates pulls back to the backside of the archway. Long range boom shot. And he will not be able to help his teammates as he is chasing out a 1v1. Native Roller, though, simply has to play back, play safe, and play into his teammate, and they can secure a 2v1 for a map match tournament winner. Joey up top in the tower now, looking down to the bottom side of this Hammerburst tower, looking to try to find any kind of killing blow on his opponent. Lancer fire in. Nothing just yet. Sees his teammate. Sees an opponent, excuse me. Rotating left to right on the screen. This is going to be Native with a long shot, playing back. Joey playing all the way on the stairwell. New fragmentation grenades picked up, and they have to figure out where Joey is now. Is he inside the atrium? Is he at the stairwell? They find him. They're able to pin him in with the grenades and then maybe make that final shot with a boom shot. They can have every power weapon in their favor and take as much time as needed to make this victory happen. We take a look at the scoreboard one last time. Native shot over the top, excuse me. Now Joey back inside the atrium. They are taking every opportunity to continue to keep the information in their grasp and make this final kill as easy as possible, as they now both push from the same side, opening up a little bit of a retreat here for Joey if he wants to go down towards the dockside. But quickly over to that back stairwell, Joey is about to get absolutely collapsed upon. First grenade in, 59 seconds, back A by Joey, won't be able to find it. Second grenade in. Now here comes the boom shot. Big body there, won't be able to get the down, but he is full red. They know they have the extra ammunition. They're gonna be able to shoot a second one. And there it is, the final boom, the final kill, the round, the match, the tournament, all in favor of NYS, your Gears Community Series champions.
Congratulations to them. What a hard-fought match and tournament that was. That was immense, Colin. What an amazing night it has been. And that last round as well, I saw fans, players, and the like, viewers in the Twitch chat talking about how good Duke Slayer is, and that round really epitomizes that for me. Because that kill he got at nades to even bring it to a 2v2 in the first place was stunning. Pushing across the enemy staircase, wrapping around, being able to pick up the kill, and then get out alive. I mean, that just enabled that round out of nowhere when it looked so bleak before.
And when things are looking bleak, you look to others for hope. And what the Gears Community Series continues to look for is your help. Exclamation point, donate in the chat. Because if you want to support the staff, you simply donate to help out the volunteers who sacrifice their time to help run the Gears Community Series tournaments. And if you want to become a sponsor of these tournaments, contact at Deluxe Haas or at Natural Law GG on Twitter and become a sponsor for the Gears Community Series. And of course, this tournament, we had some pretty big donations from some top donors. Blame Baby with 400, Ghosta with 385, and Heavy D with 200 of his own. And if you'd like to be on that screen or be one of the top donators to these Gears Community Series tournament, you simply type exclamation point Matcherino in the chat to help out to donate and keep the gears turning as they always will. Toby Campbell, it has been an absolute pleasure and an honor to sit alongside you for the matches we've had all day long, to call all of this action. We've seen some dominant performances, and we've also seen some skin of their teeth escapes by some teams on maps, especially in the first series of that grand finals that came down between NYS and Onliners. Onliners did everything they could to get it to a map 5, but NYS too much this time, and they take away the victory here in the Gears Community Series Ultimate Edition tournament. Any final thoughts before we get out of here?
Shout out to all the team, shout out to the donators, and shout out to Deluxe behind the scenes who's been putting on the amazing production quality that we've enjoyed today, Colin, viewers, players, teams alike. The transition, of course, I saw comments about that today again. That transition, Colin, is amazing. Just remember, Yui used to have some of the best transitions, and Deluxe is keeping up that weird style himself. And yeah, shout out to you, Colin. Always a pleasure casting with you, my friend. The hype, as I mentioned, had me with goosebumps from the very first round, and the competition has been excellent as always. and I still have to pinch myself when I see $1,000 in a stream title for a Gears Ultimate Edition tournament in 2024. So yeah, shout out to you guys, shout out to everyone involved in today. It's been an absolute pleasure, and this has certainly been one where if you joined in late in the stream, do check out the VOD because every game has been fantastic.
I echo every sentiment that you just put out there and even more. Toby, it has been a pleasure and an honor sitting next to you. For those of you that might have joined into the stream late or might not have been here from the rip, you missed some great gameplay from all of our teams in this tournament. But more importantly than that, as the games went on and the tournament came down to the final two, the intensity was ratcheted up to an 11 on a scale to 10. And it was my honor to cast over Gears once again here, run by Deluxe as part of the Gears Community Series. I was so happy that my reach out to him and that he and I were able to talk through getting me back on a microphone for one of these events. I appreciate each and every one of you in the chat, the donators, and everybody that helped run the Gears Community Series every time it gets put on. Remember, from somebody who is so passionate about this world and this series, the gears keep turning. For me and Toby Campbell, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your evening. A good night, everybody, from the Gears Community Series.